Chapter 17, The Glory of Ebenezer, October 11th, 1995, Ebenezer, Georgia. Minutes felt like hours, and hours felt like days, as Dustin drove the near-empty roads of Georgia. The vast view of the landscape had disappeared, and trees became abundant next to and beyond the highway. The roads that swirled up, down, and around the hills with little straightness dizzied his patience and made his foot press further into the gas pedal. Grace woke in time to see the last of the Main Street ghost town, now inhabited by tourists trying to get a glimpse of the past. Dustin welcomed her back to consciousness and said, "Hey, sleepyhead, the plantation's just about 5 miles away." She looked out the window and saw her reflection in the outside mirror. She used her hands to straighten her hair and clean up her eye makeup. The bright amber, red, yellow, brown, and orange colors beyond the mirror forced her to turn all of her attention to the road miles ahead. Ebenezer appeared to be higher, as if built on a hill. The road on which they now traveled sloped into gradual decline that couldn't have been detected if Grace had not turned to look back. The landscape was open and clear, and she was able to see vast rolling hills covered with large patches of colorful trees. After the short descent, the view suddenly disappeared under the cover of a colorful canopy of falling leaves from tall trees bent over above the road. She felt like Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz, traveling down the yellow brick road into a land of enchantment. Grace sat forward to see if the road Dustin was signaling toward was indeed a road. "Are you driving into the forest?" she asked. He replied, "No, this is really a road. It's just covered up with fallen leaves. Look, the road is exposed there, see?" She saw an opening in the trees where the wind was blowing the leaves up into a circle of play, revealing the pavement. He reached over and laid his right hand on her arm and excitedly whispered, "Grace, this is it. We're home. This right turn will put us on the tree-lined road to the plantation." Grace was confused and said, "Dustin, the roads have been tree-lined for the last few miles. I mean, they are really beautiful, but..." Dustin interrupted. "Wait for it. Wait. Ah, there. Look up." He turned slowly into the hidden road, and her eyes and mouth dropped open. The vision ahead and above could only be described as a fairy tale scene. The orange light from the midday sun reflected and filtered through the bright colors of the changing oak leaves, filling the car with a glowing yellowish-orange light. Grace's eyes reacted with a squint, but soon widened again as it proved to be gentle. The gigantic oaks stood like sentinels of protection on both sides of the road all the way to the bright vision of the house. In some spots, there was as little as 10 feet between the trees. The provident guardians had stretched and grown high above and across the road and appeared to be holding branches with each other, overlapping the center. The blazing leaves clamored like fire, billowing high into the air to cover any exposure to the sky, except an occasional sunbeam. The falling leaves were as hot coals dripping from the tops of the highest boughs. Grace's eyes followed the limbs down to the expansive, ancient-looking trunks covered partially with moss. Great roots had erupted out of the ground, twisting into each other to create the same stronghold below as above. The bright, lush green grass was only partially visible as it lay drowning under the cover of falling leaves. The corridor diminished when the trees, like a tunnel, led her eyes again to the white vision quickly gaining size and attention in front of her. 10. Two-story, bright white, smooth pillars held passage to a two-story veranda. The home itself was white, with black shutters that framed tall, majestic windows. There were 6 windows across the top, with the middle space being a black double door. The windows and double doors on the bottom floor were located similarly. Grace made noises like a child viewing fireworks. She breathed in quickly and continued her breathy exclamations as her eyes discovered color between the pillars. Every large terracotta pot perfectly placed between the pillars burst with color. They were filled with cascading ivy and red geraniums, invaded by happy white daisies. The splash of red against the white and black of the home captivated her attention. The car came to a stop directly in front of the home. Dustin said, "I've been told by the Historical Society that our home is an antebellum style example of Greek revival architecture. I love the rare Temple of the Winds Corinthian pillars that stand guard over the entrance of the home. The bricks used in building the home and the inside of the pillars were made here on the plantation. Most of the wood inside the home was cut from among the oaks found on the grounds." Grace sat quietly, hoping he would tell her more. Dustin continued, "The outside walls of the back of the plantation house are laced with vining wisteria. Grandma once told me that the wisteria climbs all of history to make its way up to the highest point possible. They stretch a few feet in midair to reach and cascade down the back of the 2 oaks that stand on opposite sides of the house. The smell of the wisteria captures your senses. Grammy has accused them of casting a mysterious spell within the walls of her mind. I thought she was showing early signs of dementia, but after the doctor came to our home when she was ill and bedridden, he told me living on this plantation was the only place one could get away with spouting outlandish stories of ghosts and history living in the present. He was here in the spring and was captivated, but anyone who comes to Ebenezer Plantation in the fall becomes enchanted by its magic." Grace waited for him to continue being the narrator of that intoxicating real-life fantasy. After a quiet moment, she said, "Well, don't stop now. Tell me more." He pointed in the direction of the forest beyond the house and said, "In that direction, there are 20 pecan and 10 apple trees. You can only imagine what Grammy can do with those in a pie, on rolls and desserts. I'm sure she hasn't picked them all yet. She gives most of them away, then stores several bushels in the cellar. In the backyard, you'll find several old magnolia trees. They are so perfect, like the tree of life from the Bible. The long, bumpy arm branches look as though they could bend over and pick you up as they surround you with their hardy blooms. You will have to wait until spring to experience it." Grace looked around, trying to spy them between the large oaks of the tree-lined entry. Dustin pulled her attention back when he exclaimed, "Oh, Grace, around the side of the house under the sun porches of the 2nd floor are the largest bushes of white tuberose you will ever find in the South. We have actually been offered big money for them. I love the thick, dark green, shiny leaves of the tuberose. Unfortunately, when the foundation was redone, many of them died from the root exposure and general uprooting by the workers." Grace couldn't take it any longer. She opened her door and jumped out of the car and looked above her head. She turned back and looked at the tree-lined entry from the perspective of the house. She closed her eyes and breathed in through her nose, then turned slowly and walked past the pillars. She touched the geraniums and the daisies, but couldn't hold herself back once she got to the last pillar. She ran down the side of the house to see the tuberose bushes under the sun porches. Grace didn't need to get close to the bushes to take in the smell, but she used both her hands to cup the delicate white flower and breathe in its fragrance. Her hand flowed across the bushes as she walked and looked up at the wisteria. Just as Dustin had said, they jumped from the house to the old oaks that stood nearby. Dustin walked with his hands in his front pocket, smiling at her enjoyment. Grace looked over at a building surrounded by trees and asked, "What is that?" He answered, "It's called a carriage house, but I like to call it a barn. We keep horses and a few chickens, too. Over there is a building with many tables that seem like a raised vegetable bed, but it's strange that there are several fireplaces in that one building, but no one seems to know for what it was used. We don't really use it except for the occasional storage, but I tried using it for Boss, but he could always somehow escape from it." Boss, hearing his name, barked from his kennel 20 feet away. Grace jumped and started laughing. She ran towards the kennel, calling for Dustin to introduce her. Boss was pacing back and forth, panting and sniffing the air. Grace brightly exclaimed, "Hi! Oh, you're a big boy. Oh, Dustin, he is so cute." "Cute? You think he's cute?" He smiled and shook his head. Boss stood in front of Grace, closing his mouth occasionally to smell her fingers that reached through the cage to scratch his head. Boss moved closer to Dustin and barked. Dustin replied, "Okay, Boss." Then he turned to Grace and said, "He wants out, Grace. He'll most likely charge at you. It's frightening, but it won't hurt you, unless you don't like being knocked down to the ground." Grace looked at Dustin with a quizzical expression. "Well, if you think he won't bite me, I'd like to give him a hug and scratch his back." Dustin shook his head. "You're going to be Boss's favorite. Okay, you asked for it. Come with me to unlock the gate and stay close. If you stay here, he'll have distance to build a powerful run, and you don't want him to do that." Grace prepared herself by taking a deep breath. Dustin and Grace walked over to the kennel gate. Boss waded off to the side. As soon as Dustin pushed open the gate, Boss darted over to Grace and sniffed her leg as she scratched his head and back. Boss wiggled his body with the same vigor as his stumpy tail. Grace stooped down, and as soon as she did, Dustin interjected, "Grace, no!" It was too late. Boss had already knocked her over. He stood over her, drooling as he licked her face. Grace put up her arms to cover her face, but she was still laughing and screaming. Dustin commanded Boss to sit over and over again without obedience. Dustin grabbed the dog's collar and pulled his head around to face him, ultimately causing the rest of his body to turn as well. He yelled, "Sit, Boss!" Boss immediately obeyed his master and sat on Grace's chest. Her quick movement startled the bumbling creature to scamper a short distance with his head and tail stubbed down as though he were in trouble. Dustin extended his hands, grabbing both of Grace's and lifting her to her feet. Her hair was entangled with leaves and her face wet with Boss's slobber as she turned around to respond to a squeal she heard from the house. Grammy was tall with long, smooth, white hair that swooped below her ears to land nicely into a bun at the base of her neck. Her face was thin, as was her body, but her belly was more prominent by her tightly tied apron. She reached for the small hand towel draped across her right shoulder as she backed away from the screen door, letting it slam shut before the slobber monster could jump on her. Grammy yelled, "Boss, no! Dustin, please come get your dog." Dustin smiled at the pleasant sight and sound of home. He grabbed Boss's collar again and motioned to Grace to step inside the house as he begged, "Grammy, is it okay if we come inside and let Boss frolic outside for a bit?" She nodded, and Dustin slipped inside, letting go of the dog's collar. Boss immediately jumped on the screen, standing almost as tall as the door, and barked. Dustin commanded, "Run, boss, run!" As Grace entered the house, her senses were barraged with smells of freshly baked bread, blended with the aroma of onions and sage. The familiar smells of home cooking stretched Grace's already growing admiration for Grammy. Grace was still beaming from her enchantment with the grounds and warm welcome from Boss when she walked up to Grammy and hugged her. Grammy hugged back and patted Grace's back. She stepped back, stroked Grace's hair, and admired her face. "Oh, my, but you are lovely. You must be very special for Dustin to bring you this far from your home." Dustin interrupted the warm greeting and relationship assumptions by saying, "Well, she is homeless." He realized his awkward comment, labeled her, and turned the invitation to stay into charity. So he added, "Because the men who would take Ebenezer like to attack those who try to help us." The information from Dustin didn't sink in. Grammy asked, "You rescued Dustin? What was your name again, dear?" Grace began to answer, but Dustin interjected. "Oh, Grammy, I'm sorry. Grace, this is my grandmother, Iris Geneva Valentine Stone. Grammy, this is my rescuer and only close friend, Grace Darling." Grammy grabbed Grace's right hand with both of hers and warmly said in her sweet Southern accent, "I am so relieved to meet you. I must say you are a real belle. I can see why Dustin has broken his own rules to bring you here." Grace made a mental note of her comment. Grammy turned to Dustin. "Did you say she was your only friend or only a friend?" Dustin blushed as he scrambled for words. Grace tried to rescue him. "Well, I can see where Dustin gets his boldness. I believe I am his only close friend, although he has many acquaintances that are kind." Grammy's Southern accent became thicker. "Well, listen to this angel. Oh, her manners are as sweet as she is beautiful. She cleaned up your vague introduction and complimented you all at the same time, Dustin. You have given me a gift bringing Grace here." There was an awkward moment of silence as Dustin and Grace were shyly quiet. Grammy continued, "I hope you're both hungry. Lunch is ready if you want to eat right now. Or would you like a tour of the house first?" Dustin interjected the strong opinion of his stomach by declaring, "The smell of your food, it's holding me captive to the kitchen. May we eat now as opposed to later?" Grace agreed. "Oh, yes, I'm starving." "Well, you wouldn't be able to enjoy the tour being hungry," Grammy said. "Please sit here at the morning table so we can eat in a small, more intimate setting." Dustin pulled out a chair for Grace, then put himself at the disposal of his grandmother. He set the table and poured 3 drinks. Grammy placed several hot pads on the old wooden table to protect it from the heat of the dishes coming out of the oven. She announced the name of each culinary dish as she placed it on the center of the table. "Oh, here are some extra large rolls. Oh, they are still hot, so be careful. Dustin, please grab the butter and honey." She walked back to the oven as Dustin retrieved the butter from the icebox. She basted the chicken, bulging and surrounding with sage stuffing, and placed it next to the rolls on the hot pad. Grammy shuffled back to the stove yet again. Grace smiled at the brown bird. She realized she wasn't being helpful and stood up and apologized for her ill manners. Grammy was coming back from the stove with mashed potatoes and a gravy boat in bright white and pink rose china. "Nonsense, child. You're a guest," Grammy said. "It is my great pleasure to serve you, Grace. Please sit down and rest after your long drive." Grammy's latest trip to the stove, harvested a lilac and white china bowl filled with bright yellow scalloped corn. Before she sat down, she picked up a glass lemonade pitcher filled with ice, lemons, and sugar. Grammy grabbed one of each of their hands, prompting them to grab each other's hands to complete the circle. Grammy squeezed Dustin's hand and asked him to offer a blessing on the food. Grace was overwhelmed with the feelings of home, comfort, and peace. The eating commenced, and kept mouths quiet except for an occasional burst of acclamation about the food. As the plates emptied, Grammy started to ask questions that were filling her mind. "Pardon me, Grace, but how did you rescue Dustin?" Before Grace could answer, Grammy darted another question. "And why are you homeless? Where's your family? And how did you two meet?" "Grammy, I can fill you in later," Dustin interjected. It's no problem," Grace said to Dustin. I can give her a little information right now." He nodded. Grammy held her lemonade like someone with popcorn at a movie, waiting to be entertained. Grace began. "Dustin's UPS truck broke down near my house. He didn't have cell coverage, and my neighbors weren't home for him to make a call, so he came knocking. He called the office, and he was told that it would take the tow truck a few hours to pick him up, so I invited him to help me make grits." Grammy clapped her hands to hear Grace mention her own favorite hot breakfast. Dustin jumped in and said, "She likes 'em the way you make 'em, Grammy." Grammy said, "Oh, my, how interesting." Grace continued, "Dustin told me about you here on the plantation and why he quit law school. We got to know each other a bit. Anyway, he felt inclined to check on his truck, and when I opened the front door, he started running away." "Dustin!" Grammy scolded. "I saw the tow truck driving away with my truck." Grace said, "He had made it to the road beyond the field in front of my house when I finally showed up to rescue him in my car." Dustin said, "She scared me to death by revving her motor right next to me." Grace laughed. "It was so funny. I thought you were going to fall over." Dustin tried to speed up the story. "So, Grace helped me discover that the truck was stolen by a Southern man. Grammy, they were trying to frame me. If I'm convicted of a felony, I can't practice law." Grammy gasped. "What? What happened? Who was trying to frame you?" Grace said, We don't know who, but there was more than one. Just when we thought we were safe because we caught one and sent one to jail, we would run into another one. Finally, they sent me a strong message to stay away from Dustin by burning down my house." Grammy exclaimed, "What? You're homeless because of us? Oh, Grace, I'm so sorry." Grace declared, Grammy, it's not your fault or Dustin's. These men think they are beyond the law, and they will stop at nothing until they get the gold." "Gold? What gold? We don't have gold. We don't have anything but a home." Dustin said, "We don't know yet, Grammy. Grace got that information out of the man who stole my truck and posed as a police officer to get information out of her." Grace added, "He nearly killed me, but Dustin sacked him, and he told me you had gold on your property that you didn't know about, and oddly, that you needed to be punished for it. I don't know what it means, but Dustin told me about the holes you've found from time to time on your property. I guess they've been looking for it, huh?" Grammy's mouth dropped open in shock. Dustin had dropped his head in his hands, wishing Grace would not have revealed that bit of information due to Grammy's fears and slight dementia. Seeing their reactions, Grace said, "Did I say something wrong?" Dustin said, "Grammy, we just found out all of this. Grace was bold with the man, and her bravery and ideas has given me more information about the enemies of Ebenezer than ever before. Please don't worry. I'm here now, and we will all be safe." Grandma sat quietly for a moment with her fingers covering her mouth, then said, I thought it was the dementia. When I saw a man digging on our property, he was dressed strangely, so I thought he was a ghost. When I went outside to look for the hole, I found many. You told me it was gophers, so I thought my mind was playing tricks on me. I'm just relieved to hear I'm not losing my mind." Dustin said, "I didn't tell you before because I didn't know why we had holes, but I knew they were from a shovel. I just didn't want you to be afraid. I'm going to train Boss to attack, so he can keep watch by roaming free at night." Grammy said, "Oh, he already does that. You let him out?" "No, but sometimes he barks as if the culprit's right in front of him. It seems closer they are, the more vigorous he barks. That is when I looked out the window. But when I thought I was going crazy, I quit looking." Dustin said, "Everything's going to be all right now, Grammy. Grace and I have police on our side back in Broomfield, and they're trying to see what they can do." Boss was running to the front of the house and back to the yard again, seemingly trying to retrieve them from the kitchen. Dustin walked outside and saw a dark figure running into the forest. "Get him, Boss," he said firmly. Boss took off after the intruder. Dustin followed in a hard run until he tripped into a freshly dug hole. Grace showed up behind him, helping Grammy along. Grace asked, "What was it, Dustin? Did Boss get them?" "Boss took after them, but I don't know what he's going to do when he catches them, or if that's what he'll even do. I haven't trained him to do that. I guess we'll find out. I just tripped over a fresh hole. It isn't very big. Boss must have startled them before they got really going." Grace gasped. "What? They must be getting desperate. It's afternoon. Our car is right there in front. Maybe if you had outside lights, they wouldn't feel inclined to get so close at night. But during the day, Boss could run loose." They all turned when they heard Boss running up behind them through the leaves. "What is that in his mouth?" Grace asked. Dustin called for Boss and commanded that he sit. Boss shook his head with the object in his mouth as if to show Dustin how he obtained it. Dustin grabbed the dark, wet cloth, but Boss held on to it, declaring ownership. "Good, Boss. Good boy." Dustin scratched Boss between the ears and grabbed the object at the same time. "I got it," he declared. Grace asked, "What is it?" I can't really see, but it looks like a torn piece of clothing. It feels thick, like jean material. Ew, it's really wet. Let's go back into the house and take a look." Dustin ran, enticing Boss to run after him and tackle him to the ground. Dustin lay on the ground, covering his head. Boss nipped at his clothing and hopped back, then did it again. He repeated this same behavior several times until Dustin commanded, "Boss, sit!" Grace stood facing Boss with her arms behind her, protecting Grammy. Dustin sat up and shoved the torn fabric into his pocket. He began rubbing his face with the bottom of his shirt. Then he stood to his feet and noticed Grammy hiding behind Grace. He gazed for a moment in the realization that Grace was protecting her from Boss and anything else that should come out of the dark. His heart melted at the sight. Grace glared back at Dustin with alarm and concern. His smile graduated into a laugh. "So no running when Boss is loose, but it's good to know that those who do will be tackled. Now, I just need to figure out a way to teach him what to do once he catches them." Dustin rose to his feet and held the dog's collar while Grace took Grammy inside the house for safety. A while later, Dustin came in to find Grace helping Grammy with the dishes. Grace was laughing in mid-conversation with Grammy as she washed the delicate china. Grammy joined the laughter as she put away the food on the table. Dustin washed his hands and begged that his food be spared from Boss's plate. He promptly finished it and polished off all the sweet lemonade in his sweaty glass as he listened to the last of a conversation Grace was having with Grammy. So there he was, holding his nose, and I laughed and laughed. Even Dustin found humor in the story. The three laughed briefly when Dustin reached into his pocket and looked at the material in the light. He exclaimed, "No way! This looks like a part of a policeman's uniform." Grace and Grammy were instantly quiet. "That's perfect. I know exactly what to do with this." Grammy and Grace just observed Dustin as he shoved the cloth in a plastic bag and pierced a hole in it, and hung it on a hook by the back door. He announced he was going to unload the car and asked Grace if she would like to get her tour when he returned. Grace, still puzzled at his behavior with the cloth, said, "Yeah, thanks. I just want to finish up here with Grammy, okay?" Dustin walked through the kitchen to the front entry, turning on the lights as he passed the switches. Grace could feel the vibration that the front door caused when Dustin shut it hard against the frame. Grace turned to Grammy and said, "Do you think he's mad?" "Mad as in crazy? Yes, we all are from time to time. Mad as in angry? Not my Dustin. He's a gentle kind of man, but he can argue with the best. He told me about his awards in law school for argument and debate. He's a tenacious thinker, but he has a natural disposition to be a lawyer." Grace said, "But I've seen him resign himself to do things when argument can't help him. He prays when he doesn't know what else to do and allows peace to wash over him." I keep thinking of him as a Samson, from the Bible. Only Dustin's strength comes from prayer instead of his hair. Anyway, I'm really impressed with him in many ways. Grammy watched as Grace glanced in the direction Dustin had walked. A very loud knocking at the door startled Grace. She dropped her dishcloth and ran to answer it. The small corridor she took from the kitchen led into a large hall. The bright bulbs on the large chandelier had already begun to warm the hall, and her steps on the hardwood echoed through the house. She remembered seeing the dark double doors from the outside. Grace opened the right door just a bit to peek before she swung it wide to reveal Dustin holding almost the entire contents of the car. With a red face, he said, "Thank you." "Dustin, you did not have to carry everything at once. How did you knock?" "I simply kicked." She relieved him of a few things and followed him up the long staircase adjacent to the entrance to the second-floor bedrooms. They passed 4 doors, 2 on each side, before turning down another hall of doors. "What's on this floor?" Straining, he replied, "I'll show you in a minute. Open that last door on the left." She turned the cold white porcelain knob and pushed the door open, allowing Dustin to walk into the dark room. She felt for a switch and lit the room. In front of her was a twin-size bed framed with fancy carved wood pillars up to the ceiling and draped with a canopy of white silk. The bedding was a flat pink and white rose quilt that was covered nearly to the middle of the bed by large, fluffy pink and white pillows. The tall walls were covered with old pink floral paper that matched perfectly the bed and highlighted the size and femininity of the suite. A coffee table sat between 2 white chairs and a small couch, inviting all to sit and stay a while. What looked to be a newer wall stood next to the lounge area and hid a modern bathroom. The bathroom sported a clawfoot tub with a shower and a small white porcelain sink. White silk-fringed curtains hid the view to the backyard. Grace walked over and parted the silk. Light from the kitchen illuminated Boss's kennel and even more of the backyard. She could see her view scale the tops of the trees far into the distance. Grace turned to Dustin. His back was turned to her as he dropped her belongings next to the wardrobe and dresser on the opposite side of the room. "Dustin, this room is much more than I expected. It's beautiful. I love it. It's so big and pink," exclaimed Grace. Dustin smiled and said, "I'm happy you like it." Grace's excitement bubbled over as she touched the furniture and looked at the detail of the white mantle over her own personal fireplace. This is the most beautiful room. I cannot imagine a royal princess having anything more charming. Grammy got it ready for you. She told me on the phone that she had a lady come help her dust and prepare it. I barely remember this room. It's much nicer than the last time I saw it. I like the master's room better." Grace looked at him and gawked. "There's a room better than this?" Dustin said, "Actually, all the bedrooms are about this big, but the master's room is the grandest of all." "Why do you keep calling it master's room? Isn't it called the master bedroom?" "The word came from the South. The slaves called the owners of the plantation master, so it's called the master's bedroom. Modern people changed it to master bedroom, but some of us Southerners refuse to change the way we say it." Grace touched the delicate trinkets on the mantel of the fireplace. She twirled around and declared, "I really love it here. I'm so excited to see more." "There's sort of a resplendency about the house when the daylight shoots through the windows. Grammy says that she can see a delicate line of the past meeting the present and telling us the future in the beams of light. She's just a passionate romantic about everything." Grace took in a deep breath, feeling as though she had found a comfortable position to finally get some rest. Dustin remarked, "You must be tired, Grace. I think I'll leave you to rest and get settled. If you need me, I'll be in the master's bedroom." "And that is where?" Dustin stretched out his hand and motioned for her to follow as he walked through the door to the hall and back around the corner to the first hallway. At the last door on the right, just before the grand staircase, Dustin grabbed the brass doorknob, threw open the door, flipped on the light, and invited her to walk through first. Her eyes immediately beheld the large bed on the left of the room. An entire black and white sculpted marble wall had the sole purpose of highlighting and being the backdrop to the centerpiece, the master's bed. There were 2 windows within 6 feet of the bed on both sides. They were covered with half-open white silk drapes held back with twisted black silk ropes. The dark wood columns that held the bed frame were as tall as the ceiling. The canopy at the top was an encased, padded and gathered white silk with sunken buttons, creating the illusion of several triangular shapes. A black and white quilt on the bed was flat, with several other blankets under the quilt. It was a black, hand-stitched country scene, repeated over and over on large white squares. Its faded white backdrop still made the black stitching jump out boldly. Before looking at anything else in the room, she walked directly over to look more closely at the quilt. Dustin followed slowly behind her. The stitching depicted a group of people standing in a forest. There was a black arched space in the scene that appeared to be a cave with several trees and bushes almost covering it. "Dustin?" Grace asked, touching the black and white blanket. "What does this picture mean?" "Grammy said that it dates back to when our family took possession of the house about 10 years after the Civil War. She said it was a picture of her husband's great-great-grandfather's family, my great-great-great-grandfather. You know, I've never been able to pull out of her anything else about our family, like where our family came from before they came to possess the Ebenezer Plantation. That makes this blanket very old. You should put it in a frame and hang it on the wall. It looks great, though, for being that old, don't get me wrong. I think it's beautiful. But this is a family treasure. You shouldn't be using it. I haven't slept in this bed for years. When I lived here, I would fold it down and just cover it up with the blankets underneath. What quilt would match better than this one for this room? I'm sure Grammy knows how to make a quilt. I could make it my special project. Dustin smiled and said, I like that idea. You want to find a place to frame the quilt too? Grace nodded and looked at the rest of the room, which was larger than hers. The walls were textured with true red velvet. Hard oak floors matched the dark oak of the columns on the bed. Not far from the bed, on the right, was a large fireplace, framed in black and white marble. She walked over to touch the cold stone of the mantel. A black leather couch faced the fireplace with a matching wing chair, perfectly distanced around the old-looking red woven rug. Grace looked up to find the perfect spot on the wall over the fireplace to put the framed quilt. The framed picture of a collie dog certainly was no competition for her idea of its distinguished replacement. She walked past decorative chests and dressers. An area at the opposite side of the room appeared to serve as a library and an office. Shelves and shelves of books lined the curving wall by the door. A red fabric Victorian-style couch and its matching wing chair were placed around a rug, beginning at the corner and continuing in the direction of the wall of books. At the end of the books was a rolling black leather wing chair in front of a dark oak L-shaped desk. One part of the desk sat against a newly built wall that was painted white and had a beautiful big dark oak door in it. Grace walked over to the door and opened it. A large modern black and white tiled shower, big enough to fit several people at once, was encased in glass, trimmed with brass that led her eye to the sparkling black granite counters, with above-counter glass basin-style sinks. She turned around and saw another door adjacent to the one that had let her into the bathroom. Grace opened it to find a small space occupied by a toilet. She laughed and said, Dustin, did you build this room? It isn't restored like everything else. He said, I didn't personally, but I helped with the design. I wanted to have it be more modern and stylish. Grammy gave me this room when I got into high school. She didn't like climbing the stairs. I've been working on it ever since. It's taken over 14 years to get it to be what it is today. However, Grammy must have had help getting it ready for me, because things are better placed than the last time I was here. Dustin, I can see why you want to make a home here, as opposed to anywhere else. This room is amazing. It has everything. Grace walked out of the bathroom and back into the suite. Dustin followed. She departed over to the windows that gave a view of the west side of the property. She was happy to see the view of the trees and flowers. She looked back at the bed and walked quickly to the windows that provided a view of the tree-lined entry beyond the porches. Grace looked around and asked, How do you get to the porches? Dustin walked her out to the hall and past the banister of the descending staircase to a double door in a corridor that extended the entire length of the front of the house. The large corridor was an inside porch with windows to the outside. A set of double white doors led to the balcony. Dustin opened the double doors. He walked into the light of the outside porch. He leaned against the first column on the right. Grace walked through with her right hand on her chest and her left over her mouth. She could see far into the beautiful fall trees that lined the entry, and a light breeze made her hold and rub her arms as she breathed in. "Tuberoses! I smell the tuberoses!" she exclaimed. "Do you smell that mossy, earthy smell too?" Dustin asked. "Oh, yeah. What's that?" "That's the river. I can always smell it once the dew starts to fall and if we have a good breeze." "Where is it?" Dustin walked over to her, placed his hands on her shoulders, and led her to the west point of the upper porch. He kept his hands on her shoulders and said, "The breeze is coming from the direction of the river. You can smell it within the pockets of the breeze." She closed her eyes and sensed the pockets to which he was referring. She smiled and opened her eyes, pointed in the direction between the very back and side of the house, and said, "That way. The river is that way." "Very good, Grace. You did it. Come with me to the other side." He walked with her to the other side of the veranda and asked, "Close your eyes. What do you smell over here?" She sniffed the air, and at first the blend of wisteria and tuberose took over her senses. However, when the breeze blew around the east corner of the house, she wrinkled her nose and said, "Ew, boss's kennel." Dustin laughed and said, "Exactly. Now you know which side of the veranda you want to visit more." Grace lightly slapped him on the arm and called him a brat. Grace quickly walked to the inside porch and sat down on a cushioned white wicker rocking chair next to a pot of big yellow flowers. She put her head back and rocked back and forth with her eyes closed. She heard Dustin close the doors and sit on the wicker couch next to her chair. He said, "Grace, I'm so relieved to see you enjoying my home. Don't feel obligated to love it as much as I do. I just want you to be yourself and make yourself at home. If you need anything or if you have any questions, just come get me wherever I am. And I mean, you could ask Grammy instead if I'm not here." "Where is Grammy's room?" "It's right in front of the kitchen on the right side. It's where back in the day, the kitchen slave would stay. But it's really nice. It's done in yellow and white with a splash of pink. Grammy decorated it. It's beautiful." Grace noticed Dustin was tired, so she stood up and declared, "I am officially exhausted. I'm going to unpack and go to bed early. Unless you need me to do anything for you." Dustin smiled and thought about teasing her, but instead just said, "No, I'm just going to go check on Grammy and make sure she gets to bed early. Most likely she has plans for a buffet breakfast with a half a dozen items. I'm going to let her know we will be sleeping in the morning." Grace sighed. "Oh, that sounds like a great plan. I would love to catch up on some rest in a real bed." Dustin rose to his feet, tucked in the back of his shirt, and said, "Well, good night, Grace, darling." She stood up. "Good night, Dustin Stone." They both walked the same way at the same time and bumped into one another. Dustin stepped back and motioned for her to go first. She walked a few steps and looked back at him. Her smile was demure, yet there was still a flirty pink tint left in her cheeks. His look was more serious. He raised his right hand palm facing her and cut the air to the right with just his wrist to give a confirming goodbye as he nodded his head once. She began overanalyzing his nod and wave. Though she felt the need to hug him, she walked with her arms folded toward her room. The long walk left her feeling like he had withdrawn himself from her emotionally and was now being dutiful to his commitment to give her a home. Her thoughts repeated, echoing around her mind. She thought, "I'm homeless because I chose to help him. Dutiful indeed. I am useful. What is he thinking? At least Grammy likes me. Boss loves me. Dustin, he merely tolerates me now. A quick, frustrated sigh blew forcefully from her lungs. She opened the wrong door down her hallway to a set of stairs leading up to what she supposed was the attic. Her curiosity pushed her up 2 steps, but her fatigue suddenly disengaged. She decided to look around some other time. She found the white porcelain doorknob and opened her room. There was a smell in her room that she didn't notice before. There were so many details of the room that she had missed in her quick glance with Dustin. She walked over to a vase of pink roses. Their smell was not that of a flower shop rose, but a sweeter, homegrown variety. She added finding the rose garden to her list of things to explore. She began shaking out and hanging up her clothes. She leaned her pictures from her grandmother's bedroom against the wall on top of her long white dresser and the fireplace mantel. She caught her appearance in the mirror hanging above as she set up the last picture. Touching her hair, she felt older and more mature than when she had seen herself at the grocery store. She liked the way she looked, the way she felt about herself and Dustin. She gave herself a quick, satisfying smile, grabbed sweats and a t-shirt, and set off to shower in her new accommodations. She waited a few minutes before the hot water reached the drippy shower head. She took a few hours to settle in. Grace had to turn on a lamp to read scriptures. Her time alone in her room reminded her of her life in Broomfield. The darkness encouraged her to go to bed early. She turned down the quilt. The tall frame held a soft memory foam mattress that gave Grace immediate relief. She began to drift off to sleep. When she remembered, she had not prayed. The air of her room was cold. She wished she could build a fire in the fireplace. Grace fell asleep mid-prayer on her knees under the blankets in her bed. That trapped the heat of her body and gave her peace. Chapter 18. The Master of the Great Sandling Plantation. Ebenezer, Georgia, The Stone Plantation, October 12, 1995. Grace woke up in a fright on her first day in Ebenezer. She was startled out of sleep by the sound of men yelling and running up the staircase of the old plantation. She recognized it was a dream. As it faded, her consciousness grew. She sat still and listened just in case. Her eyes shifted toward the window where the warm light came through the curtains. She could hear the silence of the plantation. She got out of bed and looked out the window. Grace smiled as she saw Boss, the largest Rottweiler she had ever seen, lying down on the concrete pad of his kennel. She quickly did her hair and makeup, then chose a pink plaid shirt with a white tank top underneath. She tucked in both shirts and added a brown belt and brown cowboy boots. The hallway was strangely warmer than her room. She could smell sausage and biscuits cooking. She walked straight down her hall, passing the adjacent hall where Dustin stayed, and down the stairs leading to the hallway off of the kitchen. In the kitchen, she found Grammy sitting at breakfast, drinking hot cocoa and eating biscuits and gravy. Grammy exclaimed, "Well, I only half expected to see you early this morning, Grace." "Why, what time is it?" Grace asked. "It's 10:30, dear." Grace blurted, "What? I never sleep this late." "I'm so sorry. Where's Dustin?" Grammy explained. "I barely woke up in time to see him leave in my truck towards Monroe. He was mumbling something about making signs from town to here. I don't really know," Grammy added. Grace asked, "Well, did he ask about me?" "He didn't. Dustin did tell me not to wake you. He wanted to go into town alone. He did say that You had seen enough of him and would like to see less of him? I'm not sure, but he said something about you need to catch up on some beauty sleep. Grace shook her head in confusion. Dustin had been distancing himself since he became ill on the trip to Georgia. The comment made her wonder if she had been the one acting distant. Grammy, Grace said, I want you to know I'm very grateful for all the work you went through to get my room and Dustin's ready for us to be able just to go right to bed. I don't know how you've been keeping up with the work here all alone. Well, hearing that he was bringing you here gave me more energy than I have felt in years. Except when George comes over, he makes me feel your age, Grammy giggled. I would love to meet George. Grammy shoved a large portion of gravy in her mouth and smiled. Grace asked, Are there any chores that need to be done this morning? Dustin did most everything that needed to be done outside this morning. I've already cleaned the kitchen from breakfast, so everything is done, honey. I guess you can just get yourself settled, Grammy said. It's Thursday, right? Grace asked. Grammy nodded. Grace continued. Grammy, would you mind if I went into town? I have my own car. I have some banking to do right away. Grammy smiled and said, Well, of course you do. You're new in town. Would you be so kind as to pick up a few things on my list for us? Grace's face brightened. I would love to. How is Boss at car rides? He gets car sick. He doesn't throw up. He just lays out flat in the seat and sleeps. But when you stop, he'll bark at you until you're out of his sight. But you're welcome to take him. He smells awful right now. Maybe you can take him to a place that will bathe him. Grace burst into laughter and said, You got it. Where's your list? Grace grabbed the list, hugged Grammy, snatched Boss's leash, and darted outside to put her purse in the car. As she walked from the car to the kennel, she felt somewhat frightened to go into it with Boss, but she felt it necessary for him to get to know her better. She slowly opened the kennel and in a stern voice said, Sit, Boss. When the beast sat, she scratched his head and said, Good boy, Boss, good boy. She felt for his collar and leaned in close to click on the leash. Boss couldn't resist her close proximity and licked her face from her mouth to her forehead. Grace froze with her lips held tightly together. She stood up with her eyes closed and used her forearm to wipe the thick slobber from her face. When Grace opened her eyes, he was sitting anxiously staring directly at her with his head low in humility. His high energy was on a hairpin trigger. Grace laughed and Boss jumped up and pushed her back. She yelled, No, Boss, sit! Grabbing the leash close to his collar, she walked him to the car. He began to run. She grabbed the collar and held his head close to the ground to slow him down. He stopped. Walk, Boss, walk, she commanded. She pulled on his collar and he began to slowly walk with her. She opened the door and put the passenger seat forward, pushed him a little and commanded, In the back, Boss, in the back. Boss laid down across the back seat. His mouth dropped open as he began to pant. Grace got into the front and leaned over to roll down the passenger seat window for him. Driving past the tree-lined entry, Grace thought about the excitement of coming back through the beautiful fall-colored entry to the house again. Daylight had lifted the mist that hung below the trees. Grace tried to guess which direction to go. She found the elevated knoll of the town and turned in that direction. Grace reached into her purse for her phone. She couldn't find it, so she pulled over and searched thoroughly. Dustin must still have it. It has to be dead, she mumbled. She dumped her purse out onto the seat, and her phone bounced out and landed on the floor. Oh, he must have put it in my purse. And the car charger's right here, too. Boss, we're going to be just fine if I get lost. She plugged in her phone and proceeded to Monroe. There were a few people out touring the empty streets. Some vendors were dressed in 17th century clothing, walking with clipboards and baskets. Grace picked up speed as she turned on the two-lane highway that led to Monroe. She noticed a sign about 5 miles out that promised the large historic Sandling Plantation was open for tours. She peeked up the lane that led to the Sandling house, but only saw colored leaves, bushes, and a German shepherd. She remembered hearing about Dustin's childhood best friend. Grace asked Boss, "I wonder if that's where Dustin's best friend Tim lives." Boss continued to flavor the air with his panting. He blinked and lifted up closer to the air coming in from the window. His sudden bark caused Grace to jump and scream. He stood up and began barking with more vigor. Grace looked around and saw the German shepherd running along with her car. She sped up and commanded, "Sit, Boss, sit!" He sat and looked out the back window at the dog as they passed it and gave one last bark before lying down on his seat. "Good boy, Boss," Grace praised. Monroe is a small city surrounded by sparsely populated rural communities. Grace read the population on the city sign as 15,264. She followed the downtown signs and drove through the busy streets looking for a bank. Grace turned up and down the streets of the downtown area. As she turned down the side street, she exclaimed, "Boss, look, there's a groomer. Do you want to take a bath, Boss?" She pulled in and got him in the shop. The large woman behind the counter put Boss in a large kennel until it was his turn for grooming. "Come back at 1. I'll have him ready." Grace nodded and said, "Oh, thank you." Grace thought for a moment and asked, "What bank do you recommend to a new person in town?" The lady said, "If you want a small-town bank that knows your face when you come in and is so tight with your money that sometimes you might have a hard time getting to it, then you want Monroe State Bank." Grace interjected, "Say no more, that's the one for me. How do I get there from here?" "Oh, that part's easy. Go outside and look up the street. You'll see a very thin, tall building standing higher than the rest. The third one to the right has a fountain in front. The fountain sits right in front of the bank." "Thank you so much. Just out of curiosity, what bank do you use?" "I use the Monroe State Bank." Grace nodded and said, "Thank you for your help. I'll be back at 1. Following the woman's directions led Grace right to a parking spot directly in front of the fountain. On her way into the bank, a handsome blond man in black dress pants and a blue shirt walked past her, making it obvious he was gawking at her car. She turned to see him looking in the windows and walking around to the back to see more of her classic Mustang. His longer, slightly curly blonde hair was slicked back on the sides, leaving the top free to dangle against his forehead. Grace returned to the car and asked, "May I help you?" He didn't look at her directly. The car attracted all of his attention. He asked, "Is this car yours, ma'am?" She answered, "Yes, it is." "What year is it, ma'am?" "It's a 1969 Boss Mustang." He bent down and looked in and asked, "Is that the original leather, ma'am?" She began to chuckle at the number of times he called her ma'am and answered, "Yes, it is, sir. Everything is original on this car. I've been tempted to put in air conditioning, but I just can't bring myself to do it." The man extended his exploration of her car by admiring and touching the Mustang emblem on the front before extending his hand to Grace without looking at her. She shook it and said, "Hi, I'm Grace." His head finally turned to look at the car's owner. His eyes widened and a bright smile rose to his face. He gawked at her as obviously as he had the car, his eyes following the lines of her long, dark, curly hair and slowly scanning her beautiful face. "Wow, what a rare beauty. Howdy, ma'am. Grace, is it? I'm terrible at this. I'm Garrett. I bet when you're driving down the street, people cannot help but stare. It's such a gorgeous sight. I mean, your car. It's my favorite car. Grace was fully aware that he was directly flirting with her. She smiled and said, "Ah, it is beautiful in its own Mustangy kind of way. Thanks, Garrett. Are you from around here?" I live outside of town." Grace could tell he was being vague and asked, "Oh, yeah, which direction?" He pointed, but Grace was confused as to where she was and asked, "Is that north?" He laughed. Garrett walked over behind her and turned her to face north and stated, "Now you are definitely north, and I am most definitely south." His hands were warm, and she could smell his cologne. It took a moment for her to realize what he might be saying. "Wait, are you calling me a Yankee?" Garrett smiled a bright, white, toothy smile and said, "Ah, well, you're a smart girl, aren't you? So you are a Yankee." Grace looked down, thinking about the question. She looked up and pushed her hair behind her right ear and said, "Not anymore." "Well, then, how long have you been a Confederate?" "Not long," Grace said. He sensed she was uncomfortable and said, "Any beautiful girl in this gorgeous classic in the state of Georgia most definitely has my vote to stay and become a Southerner." Grace blushed. "What brings you to town, Grace?" She turned and looked at the bank and said, "I'm looking for a good bank." Garrett replied, "I highly recommend this one. I've been doing business here for a very long time." Grace asked, "I want a bank that's personal. Do they know you by name?" "Well, let's go find out." Garrett walked next to her, then opened the door. They walked up to the teller counter. The teller at the window said, "Well, welcome back, Tim." Garrett turned to Grace and shrugged his shoulders and whispered to her, "Sorry, I guess I'm not very important to remember, but they are a good bank." He turned to the teller and said, "I'm Garrett. Call me Garrett. To whom would you recommend sending this young lady to open a new account?" The young blonde teller chewed faster on her gum before answering, "Well, you know Mr. Webb. He would want to help you, Garrett." He turned to Grace and shook his head, then asked the teller, "Well, where would he be right now?" She pointed. They looked. Garrett turned, winked at Grace, and asked the teller, "Is that north?" Grace let out a small chuckle of laughter as he directed her to walk with him to visit with Mr. Webb. Mr. Webb extended his hand to Grace when Garrett introduced her, telling Mr. Webb that Grace was new and needed special attention to open a new account. Mr. Webb said, "I would be happy to serve a friend of yours, Mr. Garrett. Just call me Garrett from now on. I don't like formalities. Thank you. I have to go. I have other errands to run. It was nice meeting you, Grace. I hope you'll bank often. It would be fun to bump into you again sometime, actually. How about, say, later today at the grocery store?" Grace replied, I do need to go to the store, but I don't know my way around town, but I wouldn't know where to meet." "Well, thanks anyway." Grace obviously didn't get his hint, so he added, "I can meet you here in a half an hour, and you can follow me to the store." Okay, I think I might take you up on that," Grace said. "I don't know this town at all." "It's a date, then?" Garrett asked. Grace hesitated. She looked up at his white smile, baby blue eyes, dimpled cheeks, and soft blonde hair. What could it hurt, she thought, then replied, "Yeah, I'll see you then." "Ma'am?" asked Mr. Webb, but Grace was watching Garrett walk away and get into the sports car next to her Mustang. "Ma'am?" he asked again. Somewhat annoyed, Grace broke her trance. "Yes?" You're a lucky girl indeed to have Mr. Garrett's attention. He's a powerful man. Grace felt awkward. Well, what do you need to get this started? I only have a half an hour. I'll fill out this paper with your personal information, provide me with your driver's license, and tell me the type of account you'd like to open, and then the amount you want to deposit, Mr. Webb instructed her. Handing him her license, Grace said, I have $800 to start, but I have some investments that will give me a dividend. I like the dividend sent directly to my account here. Can I borrow your pen to fill out this paper? Mr. Webb gave her a pen and asked, Is that a broker-managed account, ma'am? Grace answered, Yes, it is. If you want to cash that out, we have a special return rate for those who maintain more than $100,000 in the bank. It brings the monthly cash allowance of $1,000. 10%? Grace asked, surprised. I've never heard of such a return. Mr. Webb said, It's a rate we only give to special customers. Grace felt sufficiently confused by his behavior. Well, I have no idea of what you mean by special. I assume Garrett would have filled you in on the special rates for all wealthy customers. Well, I'm not wealthy, Grace said flatly. Mr. Webb backpedaled. I thought you were one of Garrett's special friends. I just met Garrett a few minutes ago outside. I have a question. What is the regular rate most banks give? Can you use $100,000 as the example again? Grace questioned. Mr. Webb didn't have to use a calculator to know the figure. He answered, 5%, which would yield $500 a month on a $100,000 investment. Grace sat back in shock. She had been getting $1,200 a month from her inheritance. She wondered if she had been getting a special rate of return on her investments at her bank's brokerage. She didn't understand how it worked. She did the math. 5% made her investments well over $220,000. Ma'am, is there anything more I can do? Asked Mr. Webb. Grace said, So why would I want to cash out my investments and put it in your bank? I mean, what's the difference between sitting here or at the brokerage? At the brokerage, your money is used to invest in the stock market. If the stock you have invested in is increasing in value, so is your money. But if if it's decreasing in value, and so is your money. If you're losing in the stock market, your principal balance gets smaller, making the amount of money you receive based on the percentage smaller. In that case, you'd want to cash out and use your special interest-bearing checking account to keep your principal and make a constant living every month. If you were making money, then I would just take a dividend from the difference between the principal and profit from what you make off the market. It can be tricky. The market goes up and down daily, but it's over time that the investment can grow despite the market changes. I might suggest that you'd be rather safe than sorry. Grace thought about what she felt might be the best and said, I think I might be well over that amount, and I'm able to take advantage of your special rate after all. I need to call to make sure. Mr. Webb gasped. Well, yes, indeed. I can help you do that, miss. He looked at the paperwork to refresh his memory. Darling, would you like a phone? Grace began to decline to use the phone in public, but changed her mind and accepted the offer. She dialed the number on one of her old checks, still in her purse. The voice on the other end answered. Hello, Bank of Commerce. How can I help you? Grace asked, Can I speak to Wayne, please? The voice said, Yes, of course. I'll transfer you. As the phone began to ring for Wayne's desk, Grace saw Garrett coming in from the street. She turned with her back to him and quietly spoke when Wayne answered. Hello, it's Wayne. This is Grace, darling. I'm here at my new bank, and I wondered if you could tell me about the amount of my investment so I can plan accordingly as to what type of account I need here. Wayne said, Oh, Grace, I'm glad to hear you made it safely to your new town. I haven't yet received the exact amount of your investments, but I can look at the last statement to see the amount of your last payout and estimate. Oh, could you do that calculation for me right now? I'm using the bank's phone. Wayne hesitated. Oh, okay. It'll be a few minutes. Grace made a quick decision. Never mind. Just send me the full amount of the funds. Wayne replied, I'll send the letter you signed and left in the file. Right now, I'll need your new bank routing number and your new account number. I'll put it with the letter, and they'll direct deposit the funds. Now, these things do take time, and I would guess at the worst a few weeks total. By the time they release the funds, you should receive another dividend here. With your account number, I can direct deposit it for you. Would you like that? Would that be acceptable? Yes, that's perfect. Here's my new checking account number. I think I'll transfer it into a strong interest-bearing account later. She covered the phone and asked Mr. Webb for the number. He turned the book of starter checks in her direction. With his finger on the new number, she read it off to Wayne. Is that all you need? She asked. Wayne replied, That will do it. Now you go take care of yourself, Grace, and keep in touch. Thank you. You too. Goodbye, Grace said. Grace hung up the phone and turned around to find Garrett standing directly behind her, holding onto her chair. Oh, I'm sorry. Grace, did I startle you? Grace felt flustered. Yes, I was on a very personal call, and I didn't know anyone was listening. Garrett replied, I just walked up as you hung up. Grace looked at him, questioning his honesty by looking into his eyes. His prominent dimples showed from beneath his big smile. She didn't remember his teeth being that white or his eyes being so blue. Garrett asked, Are you finished? Grace didn't answer. She was still staring at Garrett when Mr. Webb said, Miss Darling, here are your starter checks for your basic checking account. I'll take the liberty of ordering your debit card. It should arrive at the address you provided with your personal information. You are all ready to begin using your basic checking account. Do you want to receive your full investments for our special interest account or keep your current investment account? Grace turned her head towards Mr. Webb, her eyes staying on Garrett until she had to look at Mr. Webb directly. Not today, but in a few weeks when I receive my investments in full. Then I'd like to invest in your special interest-bearing account. Garrett interjected, Wow, so you are a high roller. Grace bristled and directed her response at Mr. Webb. Like I said, not today. Thank you, Mr. Webb. Have a great day, Garrett said, then looked at Grace. Are you ready to go to the store? She answered, It might be better for me to drive around and stumble into it. Garrett said, Well, that sounds fun. Can we go to lunch first? Grace was surprised he didn't get her hint that she wanted to go it alone. His confidence convinced her that he was genuine. Okay, let's go. Do you want me to follow you? Garrett said, Actually, would you mind if we take your car? I would love to drive it. You could bring me back after we go to the store, okay? Reluctantly, Grace mumbled, Sure. Garrett opened one side of the double door to allow Grace to pass. Grace thanked him and tossed him the keys to her car. Garrett was overly excited and shouted, Woo-wee! Are you serious? You're going to let me drive? Oh, my heart. Two beauties in one day. They both climbed in and buckled up. Grace said, Don't get too excited. She pulls to the right. Garrett smiled at her and winked. Driving your car is not why I'm excited. Grace smiled, blushed, and looked away. He pulled out and began driving up and down the downtown streets, telling Grace the different stores she may be interested in. She asked, Do you know of a frame shop? Garrett thought about it and said, Yeah, there's one located inside the craft store next to the grocery store. But are you hungry? Grace replied, "A little bit. Actually, I didn't eat breakfast."
"Grace, you are already no bigger than a jar of sun tea. We better get you some lunch."
He hit the gas, throwing them back against the seat, and yelled over the motor, "Woohoo!" Grace was excited he drove the car like she did. He slowed down quickly and spun into a parking place on a side street next to two police cars.
"We're here. Now I want you to know this is my treat. This restaurant's a little uptown for most people, but you're the kind of girl that deserves the best."
Grace was exhilarated from the drive, yet the thought of dining in a fancy restaurant gave her great apprehension, but not as much as the cop cars. She couldn't help but remember Dustin telling her that Monroe is in the infamously corrupt Effingham County. They walked up to a small terracotta-colored stucco storefront with no windows. The only access was a beautiful chestnut-colored wooden door with a beveled window. Garrett knocked, and the door opened. Grace asked, "What is this place?" Garrett whispered, "My favorite place to eat." He greeted the hostess, who had opened the door with her finger over her lips to quiet them. She greeted them with a silent nod. He requested a small private table with the best view. The restaurant was filled with men in suits and men in police uniform. He pulled out her chair and sat next to a window with a full view to the kitchen. Grace smiled as she watched the men in chef hats working. She was amazed at the professionalism and the cleanliness of the kitchen. She looked around and saw other windows with patrons watching as well. Garrett asked, "Do you watch television?" "No, I don't usually have that kind of time," Grace said.
"Well, you're watching it live."
Grace looked up. In the distance, televisions were filled with the chefs in the kitchen. "I don't understand."
"This is the Chef Sean show," Garrett answered. "They film in the morning and save the dish they made on the show to serve for lunch. It's usually hard to get into this place as a sinner is into heaven, but for some reason I've been able to eat here at least twice a week."
Grace's thoughts turned to Dustin. She began to feel guilty for being on what felt like a date. Despite distancing himself after their long drive from Colorado, she knew Dustin had feelings for her that he obviously swallowed. Garrett interrupted her thoughts.
"Are you feeling well, Grace? You look worried."
Grace assured him that she was fine. "I think I'm just hungry," she said.
"It's nearly 11 and you haven't eaten. Let's get you an appetizer."
Garrett snapped his fingers and pointed to his table. A man dressed in black with a white napkin draped on his arm quickly walked up to take his order. Garrett said,
"How are you today, Duke?"
The waiter replied,
"I am well, thank you, Mr. Sandling."
Grace's attention immediately turned from the kitchen to Garrett. Her eyes were big and frightened. She asked, "What did he call you?" Garrett, knowing she heard his name, still repeated it for her.
"Mr. Sandling. It's customary that the servants call you by your last name, Grace."
She replied, You're a Sandling?" Garrett spoke to the waiter and ordered for the both of them. Then he turned to Grace and answered,
"The last of the great Sandlings of Effingham County. I would like to find a nice girl, settle down, and have a few namesakes."
Garrett winked at Grace. She didn't acknowledge the wink and asked, What do you mean by you're the last of the Sandlings?"
"I mean my whole family is dead. I have cousins on my mother's side, but they don't carry the name."
"Do you know of the Sandlings?" Grace said, "I've heard the name twice in my life, but I don't know anything about them or if they're related to you. Why don't you tell me what it means to be a Sandling?"
Garrett said, "Well, if you don't think me a cad for talking about myself, I would like to know more about you, Grace. You're the mysterious one. I'm old news around here."
Grace said, "I'll answer whatever question you throw at me if you'll answer mine."
He smiled and said, "Ah, clever and brave girl. Where do you live, Grace?" She replied, "No, I'm supposed to hear about you first." He said, "Believe it or not, the question is about me." Grace bit her lip, wondering if she was making a mistake, but answered, I live out by old Ebenezer, the ghost town." Garrett got excited. "Well, I live about 5 miles from the town of Ebenezer. That makes us neighbors. You must remember driving past the sign that advertises a tour of my plantation." Grace said, I, oh, you would most definitely have remembered my home." Grace asked, I do. I do remember passing a sign for the Sandling Plantation. There was a German Shepherd running down the lane. I have a friend who grew up with a Sandling." "What is her name?" "His name was Timothy Sandling, or maybe Jacob. Are your cousins?" Garrett answered, "They are most definitely not my cousins." "But you know them?" Garrett admitted, "I don't know Jacob, but I have heard of him. He isn't from Effingham County, but now Timothy is a name I'm familiar with. That name is well known around here." The waiter came back with waters and spring rolls with a sweet sauce. Garrett began serving Grace and said, "The great Sandling Plantation had over 50,000 acres I had to take care of alone. My mother had heart problems, and we didn't know about it. When my father died, it took all my mother's energy to care for my uncle. I was fresh out of high school providing for the three of us. I worked so much that my friends, they quit coming around. I guess that's how you know who your true friends are, or family for that matter. I was frustrated that my cousins wouldn't help with my uncle's care, their father. I ended up working 2 jobs and taking care of the plantation at the same time. Now, you have to know, our plantation was one of the richest in its day, but it was all put on my shoulders, and it was in great need of repair. My mother died, and it shattered me, and it was hard enough for me to work 2 jobs with that kind of heartbreak, but still I had to care for my uncle. I couldn't do it. I couldn't care for my uncle and work to provide. I called his eldest daughter, my cousin, and asked her to come get him, but she refused. My mother took care of her brother since his wife died, and his own children never came to visit. I made more calls with little hope, and I got denied from them all. I literally hung up the phone on the last cousin, and I just cried in frustration. He would die unless I quit my job and cared for him. I knew I couldn't care for both of us for very long before we would starve and our electricity and water to be shut off." Grace was riveted. Her hand lay on her chest in compassion. "What did you do?" "I drove him to the home of his eldest daughter, who lives here in Monroe, and I left him in his wheelchair on the front yard along with his suitcase. I rang her doorbell and I walked away. I parked around the corner and I watched until she finally came out and got him. I cried all the way home. I loved my uncle." Grace noticed him turn his head and wipe a tear away from the top of his cheek. She took a drink of water and wiped her eyes as well. Garrett looked at Grace's untouched plate. "Ugh, it's a good thing spring rolls are served cold, or we would have to have them warmed. I'm sorry I distracted you from eating. Please have one." Grace said, "Thank you, but please finish your story." He took a long drink of water and continued. "It wasn't long before I sought out the lawyer in charge of my estate. He looked up the file pertaining to the grandfather's will and told me he had notified my mother of my inheritance upon receiving my father's death certificate, but she neglected to show me. I was the only Sandling who could claim the 50,400 acres. I eventually sold off all but 1,000 acres. I used the money to restore the house and the grounds to its original glory and set up tours for extra revenue. I still live there, but I keep my personal quarters separated and locked." "Oh, so what do you charge to tour your plantation?" Grace asked. Garrett beamed. "Oh, I couldn't charge you. I would love to give you a private tour. It would give me great pleasure to show it to you. Please say yes. It's on your way home, right?" She nodded and said, I don't know. I'll have my friend's dog with me, and he's at the groomer right now, and, well, he will have to stay in the car. So if I go, I won't be able to stay long." Garrett didn't hesitate to say, "Deal. Now tell me something about you." "Not so fast, Garrett. You haven't told me about Mrs. Sandling." He smiled. "There isn't a Mrs. Sandling yet, but to my great surprise, I've been recently interested in a new candidate." He looked at Grace directly and drank from his water again. Grace blushed and said, "I met your mother." She found her mind unable to come up with more questions. Garrett was just about to say something when the waiter brought the meal and said, "Chef Sean has prepared a layered round steak stuffed with spinach, cheese, and bacon. He has carefully prepared a shrimp scampi with buttercream garlic sauce to top it. Notice the thick, crispy apple-cured bacon lightly placed on top. It is the perfect transition to the salty caramel apple custard pie for dessert." The server delicately laid the slice of pie to the left side of Grace's water. Grace said, "Oh, I love this pie. I made it back in Colorado all the time. My grandmother taught me." The waiter looked disturbed. "This is a Chef Sean original." Grace said, "Well, I've been making this pie for years with my grandmother, and I've never heard of him before today." The waiter nodded. "Enjoy." He promptly left and walked straight to Chef Sean. Grace watched as the chef threw down his hand towel and stomped his way to her table. Garrett was cutting his stuffed round steak and about to ask Grace his question when Chef Sean stood between them.
"Madame, I have been notified that ghosts. It couldn't be."
Chef Sean placed his hand over his mouth.
"You look exactly like the woman for whom I created this pie."
Grace's mouth dropped open in shock. "My grandmother! I look like my grandmother. Did you know her?" he questioned.
"Was your grandmother's name Robin Young?"
Grace laughed. Yes, it is." "You made this pie for her," Chef Sean said.
"You look exactly how I remember her."
Grace was intrigued, but not surprised. "How and when did you know her?"
"Permit me to explain. My family had moved from France just as I entered high school. Robin and I were friends. Actually, please forgive me, but I must be honest with you. I was in love with her, but she wasn't part of my circle of friends, so I dated her without my friends knowing. If I didn't date girls associated with my group of friends, I would be cut off from those activities and connections associated with them. So we stayed out of public places when we were together. We would cook together in my mother's kitchen after school. One day, I asked her to tell me her favorite dessert, and she answered that she equally loved caramel apples and vanilla custard. So we came up with this pie. I was foolish to let her go. One of my friends saw us kissing in my car after school and threatened to get me kicked off the football team. My father was mortified at the thought of not getting a football scholarship and demanded I stop dating her. So I let her go. I have grieved for her many years. The sad thing is I never took the scholarship. I went to cooking school. It's amazing.
You look just like her. Please tell me, how is she?
Grace's face fell as she told him that she passed away a few years back. Chef Sean became choked and admitted,
I have never married. I have hoped some day to find her. I put it off for too long, and now it's too late.
He kneeled down and whispered,
Would you permit me to tell you what is in my heart as though you were Robin? I feel the need to get this off my chest.
Grace nodded.
I have been in love with you my whole life,
Chef Sean said softly.
When I am lonely, I think of you in hopes it would comfort me. But all I remember now was how I broke your heart and mine by listening to my friend. Oh, please tell me you forgive me and that you love me still.
Grace could feel his passion. His tears were tender and his breathing labored. She tried to swallow to stop the sob that rose to her throat.
Of course you're forgiven. I know that my grandmother loved you.
Chef Sean grabbed her hand and asked,
Oh, please, how? Tell me how you know this.
My grandmother told me that she made this pie when she was lonely for love. So, through the years, I made the pie when I was lonely too. Believe me, I've made your pie a lot. I don't remember anything else, though. I'm sorry. Chef Sean grabbed his chest and looked at her intently.
It is enough. Today you have comforted a lifelong broken heart. I invite you to come eat for free, as often as you would like as my most special guest. Seeing you is like seeing her, and it makes me so happy to know she loves me still. Thank you, thank you.
He grabbed her hand and kissed it many times. Grace stood and gave him a long hug. She felt somehow closer to her grandmother at that moment, and the feeling overwhelmed her. Garrett seemed pleased at the interaction, became madly curious about the girl whose face incited the passion of others as well as his own. Grace sat down again.
Chef Sean, would you care to join us? He asked.
Chef Sean replied,
Nothing would bring me more pleasure but another time. I must prepare for a special segment for the 5 o'clock news. In fact, I am on a deadline. Would you please forgive me?
Grace extended her hand to shake goodbye, but Chef Sean grabbed her fingers, folded them under, bending her wrist, and kissed the back of her hand. He walked to the kitchen with a genuine smile on his face. Emotions had driven Grace to the point of trust, from which she would normally shut down and run. It was the hill of information that rolled to the welcome wagon, past the point of no return. She was surprised to find her wagon gaining speed down to the city of Come What May. Chapter 18. The Mansion of Desire. Monroe, Georgia, October 12th, 1995. Garrett watched Grace often during the meal. She was aware of his eyes. They felt heavy to her, but she was flattered by his attention. She realized he was a passionate, successful man who seemed to get what he wanted. She became uncomfortable with the idea that he might assume she could be easily obtained. She worked to put her feelings in check from the emotional moment with the chef.
Grace, would you think me awful if I told you I have a girlfriend?
Grace was shocked. Her thoughts only moments earlier about not easily being obtained by him embarrassed her. He saw the bloom in her cheeks and said,
I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself, and I had no idea the owner of my favorite car would be the most beautiful woman I have ever seen.
Grace was embarrassed. Not knowing what else to say, she said, So tell me about your girlfriend. Garrett played with his food, dropped his fork on the plate, wiped his mouth, and looked directly at Grace.
She doesn't love me, Grace. We've been together many years, but the passion, the connection is just not there."
Grace asked, "Do you love her?" Garrett replied,
"I love her in that I care about her deeply, but I'm not in love with her like I thought I was."
"What do you think happened?"
He looked into her eyes. They displayed a true interest in his life, which pleased him. He took a deep breath and said, "She's pregnant with another man's baby."
Grace gasped and dropped her fork. "What?"
He replied, "Yeah, it happened 3 months ago. She broke off her affair the day after she found out she was pregnant. She told me the breakup was proof she didn't love him. I really don't care how much she feels about him. I just keep thinking she would have not done it if her feelings for me were true. I feel deeply hurt, but I'm afraid to let her go. She needs me. Her baby needs me. Her 2-year-old son needs me. I've been supporting her financially."
Grace was emphatically moved at his noble heart and confession. She grabbed his hand and said, "I am so sorry."
He replied, "It's okay. The initial pain has lessened, but it just makes me want something more. All the girls around here think the baby is mine and won't date me. I guess it makes me too complicated."
No, you're not," Grace consoled. "I'm so sorry that happened. I have to admit, at first I judged you, and I'm sorry for judging you. You are not the guy I thought you would be. In fact, I'm not like the other girls. I can tell a genuine man when I see one. Can I still take you up on that tour of your plantation?"
"Of course. It would be my pleasure."
He began to eat his lunch again. Grace remembered Mr. Webb declaring she was lucky to be friends with Garrett. She was beginning to understand what he meant. In the car on the way to the grocery store, he reminded Grace that she had not told him anything about her life. Grace said, "My life is quite boring. I'm a writer, and yet I haven't finished my bachelor's degree. I have several associate's degrees, but you already know I lost my grandmother a few years back. She and my grandfather raised me from a baby. I haven't been able to bring myself to leave the home in which I was raised to go, well, to a 4-year university until recently."
"What compelled you to leave?"
Garrett asked. Grace was quiet. She wasn't sure if she wanted to divulge the whole story to him, so she simplified. "I decided to come here and stay with a friend for a while." He gave her a serious smile.
"Oh, no. Please tell me you're not going to leave me here with all the mean girls, are you?"
She blushed and replied, "I haven't decided what to do. I think I want to see how things turn out here."
"So you would lack a reason to stay?"
Grace smiled. "Something like that, yes." Garrett flashed his dimpled smile, and he turned onto a busy main street. Big-name stores for home repair, books, home decorating, and grocery stores lined the streets on both sides. He pulled into the smaller of the two stores, just a block apart, and declared, "We're here. The craft store with the frame shop is next door." They walked in together and grabbed separate carts. Garrett said, "Well, I'll let you do your thing, and I'll meet you back at the car in, let's say, 30 minutes. Grace said, "I only need a few things. I could go faster if you tell me where things are." He replied, "I was hoping you'd say that. Let me see your list." Grace handed him the list Grammy had made, to which she had added a few things of her own. When they found everything on the list, Garrett asked, "Do you want to grab a few items and cook dinner at my house tonight?" Grace actually wanted to say yes, but needed to get Boss back home and bring Grammy the items on the list. "I would like that very much, but I can't tonight," Grace apologized. "Grammy is waiting for the items on the list, and I need to get her dog back to her."
Oh, okay. Wait, I thought your grandmother died. Oh, yeah, she's my friend's grandmother, not mine. Maybe another time, okay? Garrett said, I'll be ready and waiting. Grace smiled and nodded. They walked back to the car together, Garrett pushing the cart. Grace placed all the groceries in the trunk with visions of Boss eating the groceries if they were placed in the back seat. She smiled and shook her head at the thought. They were both quiet on the drive back to Garrett's car. Except to point out various places he thought she might want to shop, they didn't talk about much else. He didn't transfer his groceries into his car from hers, but told her to follow him straight to his plantation. Grace shook her head no and got out of the car. Garrett, I can't. I have to get my friend's dog. Trying to think of a way, she said, You don't have to follow me to get him. I'll look for the sign to your house and I'll meet you there in a short while. Garrett apologized and said, Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. I'll follow you, then you follow me, okay? I don't want to lose you. Grace nodded, got behind the wheel of her car, and drove to get Boss. Boss was barking in a kennel outside the building when Grace arrived at the groomer's. She watched as Garrett pulled up behind her. She saw him on his cell phone. It looked like he was arguing with someone. She walked in, asked to retrieve Boss, and paid for the service. The woman who washed him did not crack a smile when Grace paid and thanked her. Before Grace walked out the door with Boss, the woman spoke. I don't want to service your dog again. Please make other arrangements. Grace felt awkward. She wondered what Boss might have done to be exiled from the premise forever. She opened her mouth to apologize at the same moment Boss jolted out the door. Grace got him in the back seat before letting go of his collar. She rolled down the passenger window to give him some air and followed Garrett out of town toward the Sandling Plantation. The weather had taken a turn. The sun had dried up the streets and created humidity under the trees of the two-lane highway that made it hard to breathe. When Garrett slowed down to turn left onto the lane, Grace saw the sign that advertised the Sandling Plantation. Close to the sign for Pleasant Valley Road, she slowed and turned down the narrow tree-lined lane. She looked to her right at a 200-foot-wide swath of grass that led uphill past fountains and gardens to a knoll on which the large house sat. She slowed to take in the sight. The house dwarfed the Ebenezer Plantation home in height and width. The main part of the home appeared 4 stories high. Each floor was framed with pillars and long verandas. The home extended out from the main 4-story, 300 or more feet on both sides, disappearing behind the bushes and trees. The extensions from the main home were only 1-story, whitewashed restored brick. The fountains in the front gave the plantation an Old English feel. Grace didn't know how to feel, act, or think to balance the intimidation she felt by Garrett's wealth. She continued up the lane, passing trees that hid her complete vision of the home, until the last hill exposed the gargantuan pillars that held a tall carport on the backside of the home. She imagined carriages stopping to unload partygoers to the richest plantation in Effingham County. The grounds extended from the back of the house for as far as she could see. Grace sat frozen in the car, taking in the sight of the manicured labyrinth gardens lined by perfectly square bushes and rose and ivy-covered archways. Garrett walked up to the driver's window, startling her. "Are you all right?" he asked. She began to get out. Boss stood up, sniffed the air, and began to bark incessantly. Grace rolled down the windows on both sides to ensure Boss had enough air but wouldn't be able to get out. She said, "Don't worry, he'll stop barking as soon as I'm out of sight." Garrett raised his voice over the barking. "He's really big. He seems to like you." Grace reciprocated in volume.
I think he can tell whether or not you like him. If I was afraid of him, he might be afraid of me. I just think he's cute. I give him attention and he's nice to me. Good to know. Shall we just go inside so we can stop yelling at each other? Grace laughed and nodded. They walked from the car into the double doors on the main floor. The entry was a tall circular room layered nearly up to the ceiling with intricately carved molding and real gold trim. Her sneakers squeaked on top of the black and white parquet marble flooring. She marveled at the shine. She saw a wooden box by the door behind her with a sign that read, "Please wear slippers over your shoes." She lifted the lid and began to slip them on her shoes. Garrett stopped her, saying, "Grace, you're my guest. You're not a tourist. I'll slip off my shoes. It will feel more like home than a tour." Grace realized that there was no one around. She had seen only a few cars on her way in. She asked, "Aren't you open for tours today?" Garrett said, "I was. When I'm seen here during tour hours, I get too much attention. I didn't want to give my attention to anyone but you. I called ahead to my groundskeepers, and I asked them to close for the day, except for the regular housekeeping staff." Grace said, It would have been fun to see you handle a crowd." Garrett smiled and blushed. He placed his hand on her back and led her past the entry into the long hallway that led to the porches on the front of the house. The large spiral staircase over our heads leads up to the stories within the exception of the attic. The entrance for it is on the opposite side of the house. The attic only spans the top of the main part of the house. You may have noticed the many gables on top of the back side of the house. There is a small balcony at the top of the highest gable. It is the perfect place to see the property while the sun sets. As they walked together, Garrett continued, "It may appear awkward for the carriage port to be at the back of the house, but for the more opulent homes of the South, it provided a private entrance for the guests that drapes them with a feeling of exclusivity. Since the guest entrance is in the back, so is the ballroom. The decorating was originally done in the French style. I had it restored, very close to the original, but I added a post-war style with the swords on the wall there and the guns displayed here." Grace was confused and asked, "Why would you want to display weapons in a ballroom?" "It's popular in the South to decorate with Civil War artifacts. I think it gives an attitude of survival, dominance, and success over the oppressor." Grace asked the obvious question, Who is the oppressor?" Without hesitation, Garrett said, "Why, the men of the North, of course." He noticed Grace fidgeting, then folding her arms and using her hands to rub her arms. "I said men of the North, not women." He laughed and said, "We are all one nation now, are we not?" Garrett showed her each nook and cranny of the kitchen, servant quarters, parlors, dens, and storage on the first floor of the main house, which took nearly an hour. He then spent the next half hour walking her through the side extension of the home, which were filled with libraries, offices, lounges, and special guest quarters, all of which were fully restored to antebellum status with modern conveniences. Garrett could tell Grace was getting tired. There is a special place at the end of this section of the house that you would appreciate." He approached a set of double wooden doors with glass windows and opened them to expose a full restaurant. "I'm thirsty. You must be too." Grace said, "I am so thirsty." He asked, "Would you like something from the bar or the fountain?" Grace said, "I would love some iced water." He stepped behind the service counter, scooped up some ice into a glass, and filled it with water as she sat at the bar. "Would you like a snack?" "It's getting late. I should head back and be there in time for dinner."
Garrett handed her the water, made himself a Coke, and said, "Oh, I'm not finished showing you the house. You have to see the top 3 floors of the main house. It's filled with 4 bedrooms for each floor. The second floor has an additional private ballroom, whereas the floors above have private common living areas, or what I like to call them, my family rooms. My living quarters are on the 4th floor." Grace crunched on a piece of ice and said, "You have the most amazing home I have ever seen. I'm a little intimidated by you." "Just a little? I'm kidding, Grace. It's just me. Remember the poor boy that had to take on 2 jobs to make ends meet? I'm just a hard-working farm boy at heart. I make some money because I sold off the excess land around my home. I worked 3 years helping the crew to restore the plantation. I work hard, but I'm a simple guy. You seem like a simple girl. Would having this plantation make you different?" Garrett's words made Grace feel a little more comfortable. He made himself appear out of place in such an opulent mansion. "Yeah, you're right," she said. "You are hardworking, but you are most certainly not poor. I don't think money has to change people. I think it says a lot about a person who doesn't change with an increase of wealth." Garrett drank the last of his soda and said, "Thank you, Grace. I am equally impressed with you. It would appear we are the same kind of person." Silence pierced the room as the echo of his words swirled into her opinion of him. "Okay, let's get going," Garrett said. Grace blurted, "Seriously? I need to go within the hour. I don't know my way in the light, and if I have to drive in the dark, I'll get lost." Garrett said, "I would be happy to help you get home, Grace. Please stay a while longer. I'm having a hard time grasping the idea of letting you go." Grace blushed. "Garrett, I'm sorry. I sounded like I wanted to leave, but the truth is, I really am enjoying this with you." He opened the door for her to leave the empty restaurant and led her through the halls, back to the main house. He made sure to point out original pieces of art and various trinkets as they ascended the spiral staircase to the 2nd floor. Garrett opened the last bedroom on the 2nd floor and stood quietly inside. Grace walked in and said, "This is a little boy's room. Oh, it's so sweet. Are those toys authentic?" Garrett's bottom lip tightened. Grace was looking around the room and began to ask another question when she turned and saw him gaining composure. She walked over to him and began rubbing his shoulder and back to comfort him. Garrett smiled. I haven't been in this room since it was finished years ago. This was my room as a child. It's funny, I don't have one childhood memory of this room without my mother in it. She was an angel to me. She raised me to be a gentleman. I can still hear her reminding me of my gentlemanly manners for everything. She died before I made anything of myself. She would have loved seeing the house restored. I wish I could have just had a few more years. Who am I kidding? No amount of time is enough with the people you love." His eyes released the moisture that had built up in them, spilling onto his cheeks. Garrett used his sleeves to wipe the embarrassment off of his face. Grace looked directly into his eyes as he wiped his tears. She put her hands on his shoulders, and he walked into her warm embrace. She put her cheek next to his and rubbed his back with both of her hands. She could feel his chest heave, trying to hold back his emotions. He held tighter to her embrace and rubbed her back too. Grace patted his shoulder and pushed away. He did the same and put his hands in his pockets. "Do you still feel like showing me the rest? Or should I come back another time?" Grace asked. Garrett fidgeted. No, I want to show you now. I'm sorry. I don't usually let my emotions get the best of me. I think I must feel comfortable with you, Grace." "I'm glad you feel comfortable. There is nothing about me that should make you feel intimidated," Grace said. "Same goes for you. Don't feel impressed by the house. It's just a house, and I'm just a man." In her mind, she added, "A really sweet man." Garrett grabbed her hand and led her upstairs past the third floor. There was a gate with a lock. He fumbled with the keys in his pocket and unlocked the passage to his floor. He announced, "This is where I live." She looked around at the long hallway that led to the front porch outside. Garrett promptly unlocked a set of double doors. They walked inside. The entire floor was a large 2,500 square foot apartment. They walked into the living room where she noticed a leather sofa in front of a fireplace below a flat-screen television. Off of the living room was a small bar area, behind which were the swinging doors to the small kitchen. Grace said, "This is a modern apartment. I like it." He took her hand and led her to the adjacent room. She laughed as she saw a gym fully equipped with weights and a treadmill and a flat-screen TV. She turned to him and said, "I love it." He took her to the next room to reveal an office and library. She noticed old letters and papers framed as art above the desk and above the shelves of the books. One looked as though it was a treasure map with an X. The faint nature of the writing made her get closer to look. Garrett said, "Ah, that's boring. Come look at this." He grabbed her hand and took her out a door and into the hall and led her to the door opposite of the office. When Grace asked, "Are you going to show me the porches?" he said, "Not yet. We're almost done." He opened the door to reveal a large, manly bedroom. His bed was king-sized with a large plush leather-backed headboard. The bedding was a simple feather blanket with a black and white and brown paisley duvet. Grace couldn't help noticing the fireplace was black marble with a cherry wood mantel that held pictures of the plantation before the remodel and a single picture of his mother. The dresser and side tabletops were the same marble as the fireplace. He began to show her his large closet and modern bath when he turned to find her staring at the picture of his mother. She knew, but asked anyway, "Is this your mother?" "Yes, that's the only one I have of her. Wasn't she beautiful? Her hair was so blonde. How old was she in this picture?" He thought for a moment and said, "She had to have been 35. Grace declared, "You have her beautiful eyes." Garrett walked up behind her, speaking within inches of her ear, and said, "I guess we both look like the people we miss the most." Grace shivered from his warm breath against her hair. Garrett asked, "Would you mind if I built a fire?" She replied, "I'm warm enough." Garrett said, "I always build a fire this time of night. It will only take a few minutes. I'd like to show you one more thing before you go." The logs were already nicely placed and ready to light. Garrett simply grabbed a lighter hidden on the mantel and lit the kindling below the bottom log. He gently blew the kindling to ignite the log above. He stood up and asked, "So, what do you think of my little place?" Grace's eyes widened, thinking he was referring to his near 12,000 square foot plantation home. She blurted out, "Oh, you mean your apartment? I think it's the perfect bachelor pad." Garrett's face went blank. "You don't like it?" Grace corrected. "No, I do like it. I was just thinking that it's the perfect place for you in your position in life, being single." He said, "It is good for now. Someday I hope to have a family of my own and use the other parts of the main house to accommodate, well, as we have need of it." "Well, you would be hard-pressed if you ever had children to leave." Garrett smiled. So, does that mean you'd like to stay? She replied, only for a few more minutes, but I would love to come back. How's tomorrow? We can have dinner together at my restaurant or up here. I can cook or we can cook together. Well, when I get back to the car, I'll program your number into my phone and call you tomorrow. Garrett said, that sounds good. Oh, I'd like to have your number too. Grace, feeling a bit uncomfortable, avoided the subject by saying, what is it you wanted to show me? Garrett coughed and walked through a set of double doors that opened up the bedroom into the living room. He walked over to the window between the living room and the fireplace and the bedroom doors and opened the curtain. He coughed again. Under the curtain was a door to a hidden balcony. He threw the doors open and said, it's smoky in here from lighting the fire. This should help. Then he walked over to the stereo system and turned on some slow, relaxing music. Garrett opened the side door to the hall and asked, are you ready to go? Grace was relieved they were leaving after thinking the fire and the music was for her. She walked with him down the hall to a small door. Garrett flipped on the light inside the door to reveal beautifully polished wooden stairs with a sturdy handrail leading nearly straight up. Grace was apprehensive to go up and asked, so, is this where you keep all the skeletons in your closets? Garrett laughed and said, I've already told you all my skeletons. I just want to show you something special. He flipped an additional light to reveal a large attic room that reminded her of a loft in a barn. It was full of beautiful antiques that seemed as though they would be out of place anywhere but in this plantation house. She asked, what is all this stuff? Well, when the decorator was finished with the house, she told me she had bought this stuff for my personal space but realized it didn't work with my modern taste. She couldn't take it back, so I'm kind of stuck with it. I just haven't bothered to set up an auction yet. I thought about donating, to the local children's hospital, but I was hoping a friend of mine might want it for his plantation. Grace said, wow, do all Southern men have a plantation? I mean, is this what you wanted to show me? Garrett laughed and said, yep, tour is over. No, just wait. He opened the last set of French doors and exposed the balcony. He reached out his hand for Grace to go with him. She smiled and took his hand. He guided her out to the tall black iron banister that defined and protected the small space. Grace's mouth dropped at the sight of the sunset bursting over the vast forests of Georgia. The fall colors and the sun's rays rose within her, creating a moment of pure awe. She finally released her breath. Grace looked over at Garrett. His face held the color of the sunset. The rays illuminated his hair like spun gold. The slight breeze that had danced warmly all afternoon had dropped in temperature, causing a slight chill in the air. Garrett put his arm around Grace to keep her warm. Grace could hear the soft music playing from his living room below. I come up here when I want to feel whole, Garrett said. I feel like this is the same sunset that my ancestors who built Sandling Plantation saw when they came out here. It's almost like in some small way we're standing here together. I'm sure they had dreams, heartaches, lost love, and new love, just like me. Grace was quiet and just looked at the glory of the sunset. Garrett continued, I want you to know I don't go around telling people so much about myself. I've only brought one other girl up here on the 4th floor, and, you know who that is and where we stand. I never intended to meet you today or bring you to my home. There is something about you, Grace. It could be that you're so beautiful that it intoxicates me. I feel as though I've known you long enough to be old friends. If my mother were here, I'd introduce you. I'd tell my mother that I intended to date you until you consented to be mine. She would tell me you were too good for me and asked me to step it up to win you." Grace wasn't quite sure how to respond. "Well, thank you. I don't think that highly of myself, but it feels like we've known each other longer than a day." She paused, then continued. "Thank you, Garrett. I have had a wonderful day with you. It was so amazing to meet you and see your home. And the more I think about it, the more I'm baffled." Garrett asked, "About what?" About the women around here. They must be blind. You are very attractive, fun, and a lovable man. You must be looking for girls in the wrong place." Garrett's face brightened. "Well, I never thought about picking up women in the parking area of a bank. I'll have to remember that one." Grace threw her head back in a playful laugh. She suddenly felt very lucky to be standing in the light of the sunset with such a man. "Thank you, Grace. I haven't felt this excited in years." Garrett paused and then allowed the words he was holding in to bubble out. "Please, Grace, when can I see you again? Oh, please don't make it too long from now. I, I don't know what... I don't know that I can wait a few hours before I want to call you up just to talk." Grace said, "You already mentioned you wanted me to come over tomorrow. Well, is that what you mean?" Garrett replied, "Something like that." "So you'll go out with me?" She answered, Yeah, sure, Garrett." He hugged her excitingly and yelled, "Woo-wee!" He looked into Grace's eyes. The southern wind blew in gusts of cold, pushing her forward into him. She shivered. He held her close in a soft embrace to keep her warm. Garrett leaned in and platonically kissed her cheek. She smiled. The gesture was sweet to Grace. It helped her see how much he liked her and how clear his feelings were. His genuine nature made Grace feel she had known him long enough to decide he was the kind of guy she had always wanted. Her mind pushed Dustin's face into the shadow of the past. Garrett pulled slightly back and lightly kissed her forehead. His face brushed her lashes, and the closeness drowned her clarity of thinking. The smell of his cologne was warm and comforting. She closed her eyes. Garrett kissed her on the corner of her mouth. Her head felt dizzy. She opened her mouth slightly, then froze. She was stuck between wanting to know him better first and being in the moment. He leaned in and ever so lightly kissed her lips. Grace was overcome with the warmth of his soft, innocent, romantic kisses. She allowed him to kiss her again and again, until his vigor for her affection exceeded hers. She kept the pace of the passionate moment longer than her common sense should have allowed. His embrace tightened. Swallowing up the moment, Grace was unable to bring herself to stop the kiss, even though stop was the word she faintly heard her heart repeat. Her strength of will had faded. She was caught up in Garrett's passion. She felt powerless to break the hold. The kiss persisted without any decline of energy to indicate an end. The wind blew briskly, swallowing up the familiar sound that pulsed and faded into the back of her mind. The gust ceased for a single moment, and the sound finally registered in her ears, causing her mind to scream, "Boss!" Her eyes opened wide. Her ears clearly heard his vigorous bark, which pierced her heart in remembrance of Boss's owner. Dustin's name echoed in her mind until her strength returned. She broke the kiss by pushing Garrett and running away. He followed, running after her. He yelled after her, "Grace, don't leave. I'm sorry. I should not have kissed you like that. Grace, wait, please. Can we talk about this?" Garrett lost sight of her at the bottom of the spiral staircase. He slowed his pace and shook his head. She heard his voice trail off as she ran through the hall. Grace ran out the door, slamming it behind her. She realized she forgot her shoes once she hit gravel under her socked feet. She stopped and ran a few steps back toward the door. In her embarrassment, confusion, and haste, she chose to leave her shoes and head back toward her car.
Boss continued to bark as Grace sped away in her car from the mansion and the sinking feeling in the pit of her stomach. Chapter 19. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. Grace yelled at herself. What am I thinking? I fall for Dustin and then start kissing another guy on my first day in town? What am I doing? Boss, I'm so sorry for taking so long. She continued her monologue. He was just a very nice man. I mean, if I would have met him before Dustin, I might have thought he was the guy for me. Wow, he really was impressive, though. I mean, I could tell he liked me. Grace laughed, smiled, and then felt tears begin to form. Oh, stop it, Grace. Today was an emotional day, and that's why I kissed him. I shouldn't feel guilty. I didn't plan it. There was something about him that drew me in. Wow. Do you like him, boss? Her thoughts again drifted to Dustin. She shook her head and again said, Boss, Garrett is exactly what I envisioned Dustin to be like if he would just allow himself to follow his feelings for me. I should write this down. Her thoughts brought her back to the kiss and her powerless feeling to stop it. That's right. When I heard you, boss, I thought of Dustin, and I was able to break the kiss. He gave me the strength to stop. I know I have strong feelings for Dustin, but he has locked his heart, out of duty, to Ebenezer and won't let me in. Have I allowed his distance towards me to shut out my feelings for him? He confessed his love for me on our way to Georgia when he thought I was sleeping, but he has acted the opposite since. It was obvious when he told me I should date men from this area that he wasn't going to allow himself to follow his heart. She allowed her mind to float back to Garrett. Garrett seems lighter, happier, somehow, with only a dash of serious. He definitely has an abundance of passion. Whew! He was a great kisser. Grace giggled. He really is a hidden Southern treasure. Oh, I forgot to give him my number. No, I don't need to see him again. I fell for Dustin first. Oh, Dustin doesn't want me anyway. Garrett isn't going to call me, especially after the way I ran, and the fact he doesn't have my number. I'm so stupid. Still, I was falling in love with Dustin before I met Garrett. The sun had set, and Grace's rambling to Boss made her miss her turn. She turned around and tried again from the town of Ebenezer to find her way back to the stone plantation. Darkness had swallowed up the light. She drove back to the town again and looked through her recent calls to find the number Dustin had used to call Grammy the night before. The phone rang 3 times before Grammy picked it up. Hello? Hello? Grammy? It's Grace. I can't find the road to the plantation. I need help. Do you know where you are right now, dear? I drove back to the town of Ebenezer when I couldn't find the entrance. Is Dustin there? Grammy said. Just a minute. I'll get him. Grace listened on the phone while resting her head back on the seat. Boss stood up and put his body over the front console. He whined to get out of the car. After nearly 10 minutes, a voice answered. Hello, Grace? Relieved, Grace said, Dustin? Oh, I'm sorry to bother you. It's no bother. I was just in the barn making signs for the bed and breakfast. What happened to you? Grace skipped over the details and sputtered. Right now, I'm lost. I have Boss. I took him to the groomers. The lady said she would never do him again. And anyway, he's clean. And he really needs out of my car for a walk, if you know what I mean. I need you to come and guide me home from the town of Ebenezer. Dustin laughed and said, You're a brave woman to take Boss all the way to Monroe. Has he eaten the seats of your car yet? Grace laughed in relief at his good attitude and asked, I'll tell you everything when we get home. Can you come right away? Boss needs to go. I'm on my way. Bye. She held her phone after the connection ended to let the comforting sound of his voice resonate in her mind. The relief she felt from his calm voice was warmth to her confused heart. She sat nervously behind the wheel, chewing on her fingernail and bouncing her right leg. Oh, what am I doing? I just won't see Garrett again. He is so amazing, but so is Dustin. Maybe I can write a comparison and read it for clarity. She banged her head against the steering wheel, causing short honks as she said, I am losing my mind. Tears came to her eyes. She looked in the mirror and gasped. She grabbed her purse, applied lipstick, and tousled her hair. She sat shaking her head at herself when the lights of an old truck pulled in front of her. Dustin got out and waved to her, got back in, and turned around to guide her home. The ride seemed to take longer than it should have. Grace practiced simple phrases to describe her day to him, but it made her feel like a liar. She resigned herself to the fact that she could not live with telling him anything but the truth. She would simply answer all of his questions honestly. Her stomach felt sick with anticipation. He pulled around to the back of the house by the barn. Grace followed with her car to unload the groceries and Boss. Dustin came over to retrieve Boss. Grace got out as Dustin opened the passenger door for Boss, then stood back as he saw Boss's momentum. Boss ran to the nearest bush and watered it, then ran to the side of the house looking for a hidden place to do his duty. Grace laughed and Dustin asked, Can I help you with anything else? Grace suddenly remembered she didn't give Garrett his groceries before speeding off. She put her hand over her eyes in disgust with herself. Dustin asked, Is everything okay? Grace reminded herself to only speak the truth. Yes, I have some groceries that Grammy asked me to get. There's only a few bags. Dustin opened the trunk to find nearly 8 bags of groceries. He grabbed most of them and said, Well, you must have had a hard day, Grace. Well, why do you think that? Well, you're acting stressed, you're missing your shoes, and you have a bottle of wine in your bag. Grace laughed. No, that can't be. I didn't buy wine. Dustin said, Yet here it is in your bag. She looked and answered, Oh, that's not my bag. Dustin stopped and looked at her and asked, Whose bag is it then? It was in your car. He continued walking towards the house. She stopped him, looked at him directly and said, It isn't my wine. I didn't know where to find a grocery store, so a man I met at the bank volunteered to take me. He wanted to drive my car to the store and come back for his later. He was really nice, and Mr. Webb at the bank knew him and approved. So after the store, I took him to his car, and I picked up Boss, and I followed him back to the highway that leads to Ebenezer. He'd asked me to follow him to his place. He has a plantation also. I told him at the store I would really like to see it, so I didn't bother transferring the groceries. The history around here is so fascinating. Anyway, we both must have forgotten about the groceries when I left. I guess I could take it to him tomorrow if I don't get lost. Irritated, Dustin replied, Is that where you also forgot your shoes? Grace sputtered, Yes, I realized I forgot them when I walked to my car in a hurry because I heard Boss barking. I felt too awkward to go back and get them after I walked out. Well, aren't you a friendly girl? You'll fit right in down here. People are generally kind here, but be careful, Grace. Remember, we have enemies. Do you even know the name of this guy? She walked past him to get to the house. Her back was to him when she over-enunciated, saying, Garrett. His name is Garrett. Grace turned toward him and added, He was very kind. He took me to lunch before we went to the store together. Have you heard of Chef Sean? Grace's energy rose. Dustin caught up to her and said, You ate at the studio of Chef Sean? The television show? Grace said, Yes, and I found out that my grandmother dated him when they were both in high school. Chef Sean thought he saw a ghost when he saw me. His signature pie, Dustin interrupted. His famous caramel apple custard pie?
Yes. You know of it?
You can buy it here in the freezer section of any grocery store. Grace continued. Well, he made that pie for my grandmother back in high school. He was very sad to hear that she died. He asked me if he could tell me things he had always wanted to tell my grandmother, and of course, I said yes. It was touching and romantic, and he really loved her. He invited me to come daily as his special guest. Dustin spoke with a hint of jealousy. Sounds like you had two men already in love with you, and it's only your first day in Georgia. He shook his head at her stocking feet as he walked past her into the house. She followed. He placed the groceries on the counter and walked past her again, his eyes forward, heading straight to the barn. Grace was frozen in her guilt and pain. She began to feel agitated and thought, technically, he did tell me to date other guys. She gathered up Garrett's groceries and took them back outside to her car. Grace felt sorrow as she looked toward the barn. She decided to leave him to his work. She headed towards her room for the evening to do some thinking and some soulful writing. She found Grammy in the kitchen. Supper is ready, Grace. Would you please walk to the barn and get Dustin? Grace's stomach suddenly felt sick. Part of her was glad she had reason to talk to him. She felt hesitant to bring up anything else in conversation other than food. She walked out of the back door and allowed the screen door to slam behind her. Boss looked up, froze for a moment, then charged at her. Grace was horrified and stopped with her hands over her face. A loud commanding voice yelled, "Boss, no!" The charging animal halted and sat. Dustin put his hand on Grace's shoulder. Grace took her hands down from her face at his touch. He said, Grace, I'm so sorry for the way I treated you just now. There is no excuse for it. Grace's heart melted. With an understanding smile, she rubbed his arm, ending it with a pat on the back. She answered, Oh, Dustin, you were only commenting on what you saw. It did look pretty bad, and just to let you know, I don't drink alcohol. Grandma raised me that way. Dustin said, There you go again, Grace. She shook her head and said, What? He replied, Being better than me. Grace still felt sick to her stomach. His kindness made her heart scream betrayal for kissing Garrett. She continued shaking her head and said, I'll never be that good. Dustin, you have an obedient heart. Well, that could never be fooled into doing something out of your character. So, the way I just acted was in my character? Is that what you're saying? She reacted quickly. No, that's not what I meant. I meant I don't know that you could do wrong in my eyes. It was understandable that you thought I was betraying my commitment to the higher standards. And, when you saw the wine, you were just being boldly honest to call me out on it. It's a sign of a good spiritual leader. I would have been disappointed if you saw it and swept it under the rug. Dustin replied, You are making me feel so much worse by being so nice to me. I don't deserve it. Let's just go have dinner. Grammy sent me to get you. He sputtered. Oh, I thought you... Good. I'm hungry. Grace and Dustin walked together to the house. When they came in the back door, they didn't see Grammy or any food on the table in the kitchen. The screen door slammed behind Grace, and Grammy called out, Come in here, you two. They went into the dining room where Grammy had set the large dining table for two. The large table was bare, except for the small section lined in silk linen, fine china, wine flutes, and 3 lit candles. The food had already been served onto the plates, with a slice of pecan pie at the top of each setting. She announced, I'm tired. I think I'll go to bed early. If you two can clean up here tonight, I'll do the dishes in the morning. Dustin and Grace looked at each other, then at Grammy. Grace caught a slight smile on Grammy's lips before she turned to walk away. Dustin scratched his unshaven chin and said, "I'm sorry, Grace. It would appear that Grammy is playing matchmaker tonight." Grace gasped. "Oh, no! Do you think she heard our conversation about the wine?" Dustin said, "I'm sure of it." She laughed a little and said, "She must be trying to help keep peace. I feel loved." "I feel embarrassed." Grace interjected, "Don't be, Dustin. She's just trying to help us get along." Dustin opened the bottle of non-alcoholic red grape juice and poured it into the flutes. "Grace, she thinks we're a couple." Grace didn't know what to say or how to react. The way he said it hurt Grace. He made her believe he loved her, then backed away, looking at his feelings like he was ashamed, or that it was impossible to believe that they were a couple. There was a long silence as they began to eat the fried pork chops, sauerkraut, and green bean casserole. Dustin took a few bites, took a drink, and used his napkin. He said, "Grace, you know we aren't a couple, right?" Grace felt frustrated. She reflected on the many times he tried to kiss her. She remembered he held her hand in the car. Grace could still feel the electricity between them that drew them closer as they slow danced at the Grizzly Rose dance hall. Those feelings suddenly turned to anger. She wanted nothing more than to free him of any obligation to date her. With great energy from insult, Grace declared, "Of course we aren't a couple. I just spent the day with another man. If we were a couple, I just cheated on you. Don't worry about it, Dustin. I mean, it's clear that you're never going to allow yourself to take action on the obvious feelings that you've developed for me. You're off the hook. I get it. You put duty first, everything else second, and happiness never." Dustin sat still. His eyes looked everywhere but at Grace. She continued in the same brisk tone, "Don't worry about me. I can take care of myself. You should feel relieved that I met an incredible guy today. I've agreed to go out with him again." His eyebrows scrunched as he looked up at her and said, "You don't even know him. He drinks wine. He can't be good for you. I don't like it." Grace stood up, threw her napkin on the table, and said, "It's not up to you. I don't get you, Dustin. All the way from Colorado we danced, held hands, and almost kissed more than once. You sucked me into your too noble to bring anyone into this Ebenezer problem attitude, but allowed me to get involved. I don't get it. Is it because you gave in to your loneliness and decided to try me on for size?" Grace couldn't stop the flow of words from her mouth. "Now, you've decided you don't want me and you don't want anyone else to have me either. I'm not going to play this game with you, Dustin. You need to figure out what it is you want, but don't think I'm going to wait around for you to figure it out. You are my friend, and I made a commitment to help, and you promised me a home. I will stay, but you are not my father or my boyfriend." Tears fell as she sadly resigned to the truth of her own words. The expression on his face gave way to his belief in what she said. Grace softly continued, "I'll continue to help and even do more than my fair share around here. I even want to go to church and continue my study of the scriptures. But you cannot tell me who will or who will not be my friend, or more than a friend." She took a deep breath and stepped back, knocking over her chair. Dustin sat still and watched Grace set up her chair and quickly walk up the stairs. He could hear her sniffles and sobs over the creaking of the stairs. He looked at her plate and noticed she had barely touched it. He grabbed the bottle of sparkling juice and her plate and started up the stairs. Dustin used the bottle to knock softly on Grace's bedroom door. Grace put a pillow over her head and debated whether or not to answer. She threw the pillow across the room and walked to the door. She rolled her eyes and asked, "Who is it?" She knew it was Dustin. "Grace, Grammy doesn't do stairs. It's me, Dustin." She opened the door wide, letting it swing on the hinges till it hit the wall. Grace didn't want to look directly at him. She stood a few feet back from him with her arms folded. He stayed in the hall and said, "I'm sorry, Grace. Please eat your dinner." Grace backed up, widening the space between them for him to come in. He obviously wasn't there to fight with her. He walked in and placed the items on the side table next to the fireplace sofa. Dustin said, "Oh, it's cool in here. Can I build you a fire?" Surprised at his kindness, she quietly said, "Yes, that would be nice. Thank you." He walked to the mantel, grabbed the lighter, and stooped down to light some newspaper he took from a stand. He twisted the paper into a small torch and placed it underneath the logs. She walked over to the sofa and sat by her food. She watched him stoke the fire as she drank from the bottle. The silence was uncomfortable. She couldn't find the words to ease the guilt she felt for speaking her mind, harshly, and kissing Garrett. Dustin said, "We are having an unusually cold fall. You have enough wood to last a few days. I'll have to split enough for the winter within the next few weeks. It gets cool from time to time. It's hot 24/7 in the summer, but in the fall, the air cools down so slightly in the evening, causing our famous river fog by morning. We didn't have much of it this morning. Tonight, it feels like it cooled down quick. We're bound to have fog in the morning." Grace enjoyed the distance he put between her emotional outburst and his opinion of it by talking about fog instead. He continued, "You know, I used to be afraid of the fog. The last vision, not knowing what, could be hiding close by was frightening to me. The fog came so often that in order to ride my horse in the woods, I had to brave the white mist. I learned to feel differently about fog. Once I was quarreling with Grammy and being headstrong about playing sports on a Sunday, and I walked away angrily and rode my horse into the fog. I became lost very quickly. The only thing I could do was to turn around and try to find my way back. Lost, scared, and cold, it didn't take long for the fog in my own head to clear. I was able to see clearly what was most important in my life. Since that time, I've tried to reflect on what others tell me before I speak or act. It doesn't always happen, but I sure try." Grace had no words come into her mind on what to say. The crackling of the fire substituted conversation. She guessed that he was talking about what she had said in the dining room and wanted her to know he would think about it. She noticed when he spoke, he looked at the fire instead of her. She crawled out of her chair and sat on the floor by the fire, letting the heat penetrate her skin. Dustin was already sitting on the floor off to the side of the fire with his arms around the tops of his knees. Grace wished she could speak, but she allowed the silence to take her voice and made peace with it. Dustin looked at her. The yellow light from the fire danced against her shiny hair and blank face. He looked away. He turned his head again and watched her as she looked into the fire. The intensity of the heat became too much. She scooted back into the cooler air on the floor against the couch. He did the same. She grabbed a thin blanket from the back of the couch and covered up. He scooted closer and covered up with the same blanket. The distance between them didn't allow the blanket to cover them both completely, so he moved closer until his arm touched hers, and he was able to pull the blanket up to his chin. She laid her head back to rest on the seat of the couch. The perfect amount of warmth made her sleepy. Her mind cleared the things said and unsaid, and they fell into the darkness and serenity of sleep. Dustin stoked the fire and added another log to ensure the longevity of warmth in the room. He adjusted the pillow on the couch, picked up Grace and laid her on the couch, adding a blanket from her bed to cover her chin to toe. He moved the hair from her face and sat down on the floor near the fire. He grabbed the bottle of sparkling juice from the side table and drank until it was gone. He stared at Grace and eventually fell asleep, leaning against the couch. He woke to the sound of her snoring, added another log to the fire, shut the door, and walked to his room. Just as Dustin predicted, the fog gathered upon the river, spilling its cold, murky white ghost into the woods of Ebenezer. Grace woke to the sound of Boss yelping. She sat up on her pillow. When she discovered she was on the couch instead of her bed, the events from the previous night came to mind, pushing out her energy. She plopped back down on the pillow, repositioned, and continued to sleep. Boss yelped again. She jolted up, ran to her window, and looked below into the white abyss for him. She ran down the stairs, out the back door, and into the fog. There were no pockets of clarity this morning in the dense, low fog. She yelled, "Boss! Come here, boss! Come on!" Grace walked blindly into the direction of the yelping. Out of the fog and into her presence limped Boss. She bent down and began to caress his back. She picked off some tree bark stuck on his face, giggled, and said, "Oh, poor Boss. Did you run into a tree?" "That's exactly what he did," said a voice from the fog. Grace looked in the direction of the voice and watched for the face that matched it to come out of the fog. Dustin spoke again. "He does it almost every time the fog comes. He doesn't slow down and he runs into a tree." Grace felt like she knew exactly what he meant, as thoughts of running into the unknown with Dustin hovered in her mind. She still felt guilty for kissing Garrett, even though Dustin had encouraged her to date when they arrived at Ebenezer. She suddenly had more love and understanding for Boss's collision, but at least the tree that he hit didn't get jealous when he ran into other trees. Dustin said, "Did he wake you? You're still in the clothes you wore yesterday." Grace realized she must look awful. "He sure did. It frightened me. I imagined someone hitting him on the head with a shovel. Actually, I was worried about that too. Whoever was digging holes on our land the other night probably isn't too happy with Boss. I'm sure the next time the digger comes, he'll be ready to handle Boss. Hopefully, he will simply choose not to come." Grace replied, "I don't think he's going to quit trying." Dustin interjected, "Oh, I'm sure if he quits digging, he will try even harder to get us out." Grace felt ill imagining what people could do to make them leave. In only 2 days, she'd fallen in love with Ebenezer and felt as though she could be more active in saving it. But how? She found herself saying out loud, How will they get us out?" Grace went with it and said, "Yeah, how?" "Well, what they are already doing will do the trick." "What are you talking about, the digging?" No, Dustin replied. "Messing with our mortgage at the bank." A thought popped into Grace's mind. Which bank? The State Bank of Monroe? Grace felt an eerie feeling of caution that he was right. She wondered if she could find out anything at the bank. She thought of Garrett, his groceries, and her shoes. "Well, I had better get ready for the day. I have stuff to do." Dustin asked, "What are you up to today?" "Well, I thought I might bring back Garrett's groceries and get my shoes, and I'd like to be useful around here. Is there something I could do?" "Actually, I'd like to come up with a slogan to put on the bottom of the sign for the bed and breakfast. You're the writer. I have the signs made and framed to look real nice. I just haven't painted the words." Grace smiled. "I'll think about it." "What are you doing today?" Dustin sputtered. "Well, the sign, obviously, but I was going to go into Monroe and get a new phone today." Grace replied,
Oh, good. Be careful, Grace. Let me know if you need me. She didn't know how to respond to his offer, so she just replied, Okay, see you later. Bye, boss. She walked toward the house, feeling his eyes on her as far as the fog would allow. She called out, Dustin? He yelled back, Yeah? I can't see the house. He walked in the direction of her voice, put his arm around her shoulders, and walked with her until the house came into view. Dustin said, I need to put Boss in his kennel. I don't think you should leave for a few hours until the fog lifts. That's a good idea. I got lost when it was a clear day yesterday. I don't want to get lost in the fog. Thanks, Dustin. He reciprocated. Thank you for worrying about Boss. He really loves you. He's so cute. They looked at each other. The pause and silence allowed last night's events to come to mind. Grace said, Um, I noticed on the way outside that we didn't clean up after ourselves last night, as Grammy asked. I'm going to go take care of that right now. Oh, yeah, I'll help you. They heard a thud, and Boss yelped and whined. Dustin laughed and said, Poor Boss, if I don't lock him up, he's going to knock himself out. Grace tried to look compassionate, but the urge to laugh won. I'll take care of the table and dishes. You protect the gentle giant from himself. Thanks. He began to walk away when Grace blurted, Dustin? He turned back to her. Yes? I'm sure you're hungry. You didn't eat your supper last night, and I was going to make some breakfast. Are you interested? Dustin gave a comforting smile and said, Yes, I'm interested. I'll put Boss away and come help you. Grace had put the dishes in the sink and filled it with hot soapy water by the time Dustin came into the kitchen. What are you making? He asked. That depends. What do you want? He replied. I'd love bacon and eggs and biscuits. Done, replied Grace. She pulled out the bacon and eggs, and he brought out the pan and turned on the oven. She mixed the biscuits, and he cooked the bacon. By the time the food was on the table, Grammy had walked into the kitchen. She smiled as she heard Dustin and Grace laughing and talking. Did you enjoy your dinner last night? She asked. Dustin looked at Grace and said, I think we both would love to eat it for lunch. Looking in the fridge, Grammy said, We might be eating it for lunch and dinner. She filled a glass with water and swallowed some pills she pulled out of a pouch from the pocket of her house dress. Dustin and Grace sat down at the breakfast table. Dustin asked Grammy to join them, but she declined, saying, My medication has to be taken on an empty stomach. You two enjoy. I'm going to take a long hot bath. Grammy left the kitchen in the same rush she entered. Dustin said, So shall I give it, or would you like to? Grace's face was puzzled only for a moment. Then she blurted, Oh, the prayer. Yes, I'll give it. Dustin was surprised and pleasantly listened as Grace offered a short but sincere prayer of gratitude. He complimented her, and they began to eat. In an attempt to make conversation, Dustin asked, So you're gonna go get your shoes back? Grace swallowed. I think I had better. I need to give him his groceries. Dustin watched her as he finished the juice in his glass. Do you want me to come with you? Grace didn't hesitate to say, No, I'll be fine. He's a nice person. Why did you leave your shoes? Grace shoved a piece of bacon in her mouth to give herself time to think. She remembered her promise to tell the truth, or at least part of it. I took off my shoes to tour the plantation house. Boss was barking incessantly from the car, and I ran to him. I left without my shoes because I was too embarrassed to knock on the door to get them. I felt an urgency to leave since Boss had to go. Dustin said, Yeah, I can understand that. When Boss commands attention, there is no second thoughts or minute to spare. Grace laughed and took the opportunity to change the subject. Poor little guy. I hope his head will be okay. Dustin said, he's okay. Well, if I'm not needed, I'm going to go work in the barn with the signs. I still need that slogan. Grace said, I haven't thought about it yet, but I will. I'll finish the dishes if you want to go right to work. Thank you, Grace. I'll take you up on that. I feel pressed to finish. I'll see you later. Grace replied, if you're lucky. He winked and said, I hope I'm lucky. Be careful. Call me on the house phone if you need me. I should call Ron and see if they found my phone. I wonder how things are going there with the investigation. Grace didn't want to talk about the problems in Broomfield that would bring chaos and stress to her mind. He has my number. If there's any news, he would call, right? Dustin noticed the worry and agitation in her face and voice. Everything's gonna be all right. Leave the worrying to me, okay? Grace said, I'll be okay. I'm tougher than I look, remember? He smiled, thinking about her aggressive driving and the conversation she had with the fake police officer in her house. Dustin nodded, gently stroked her arm, and said, Everything will be okay, Grace. But we need to be smart about the people we choose to befriend. Someone is after my home. We need to remember we just jumped out of the frying pan, of Broomfield and into the fire of Ebenezer, Georgia. Dustin's touch was comforting to her. He thanked her for helping and disappeared into the fog. Grace finished cleaning the kitchen and dining room. She felt anxious to shower and give Garrett his groceries. Dustin's words echoed in her mind. We need to be smart about the people we choose to befriend. Grace felt positive that she shouldn't see Garrett anymore. She knew a part of her might be too vulnerable to withstand his southern charm. She hoped he might be in Monroe for the day. She envisioned him giving his bags to the kitchen help. Grace hurried through getting ready after her shower. She allowed her wet hair to form curls, but tamed the frizz by scrunching her long locks with a perfumed mousse. She applied eye makeup and lipstick only. Her gathered pink blouse hugged her around the hips, hiding her thin waist with drooping fabric. Grace was annoyed with the tight feeling of her jeans and how her blouse kept riding up to her waist, showing her belly. She grabbed her old tennis shoes and purse and ran down the stairs, pulling at her blouse. The fog had lifted enough that it sat high off the ground. The morning sun had heated the moisture to an irritating level of sticky. Her half-dry hair felt like sweat from the trapped heat against the back of her neck. The Mustang protested, going forward until she realized it was in second gear instead of first. Her frustration rose with each irritation. Grace began gaining speed out of the tree-lined entry. Boss ran out in front of her, and she slammed on the brakes. She exclaimed out the window, "Boss, go home!" Grace turned onto the main highway, trying to memorize her way. She looked in the rearview mirror and saw Boss running after her. She growled, slowed, and stopped on the shoulder of the road. His paws rested on the frame of the window, and he barked directly at her. Grace saw a car coming and worried he might get hit. She quickly opened the door and pulled her seat forward. Boss jumped in the back, panting from the run. She closed the door in time for the car to pass and pulled out on the road. "Boss, I thought Dustin put you away. You had better be a good boy." "You won't like where I'm going." "Don't worry, boss. I know what to do." Then she added in a mumble, "I just don't know if I have the courage to do it." Villainy, October 13th, 1995, Sandling Plantation. The humid heat caused Grace to roll down the windows on both sides of the car. She arrived at the lane to the grand Sandling Plantation in no time at all. Boss noticed the German Shepherd before Grace did. Barking and snarling continued until
The other dog was out of sight. Grace was shocked Boss didn't jump out the window and chase the skinny animal. Even though it was a Thursday, there were cars and buses all along the road to the house. Grace felt nervous that she wouldn't be able to find even a temporary place to park. She was confused why the road was full of cars, but the grounds were empty of people. She pulled all the way to the back carport. The steward came out and asked for her keys, but when Boss began barking, he said, "You can't park there. I can't give you valet parking with the beast in the back of your car." Grace said, "I'm a personal friend of Mr. Sandling. He left his groceries in my car last night, and The steward interrupted with an excited look on his face. "Oh, Mr. Sandling has been expecting you. He told me to look for you. Won't you please come in?" Grace said, I need to get his groceries from my trunk." The steward replied, "Let me get the groceries, and you can go into the conference room next to the restaurant. You'll find Mr. Sandling there." Slightly flustered, Grace said, I don't need to see him today. I'll just grab my things I left last night and go." The steward nodded and grabbed the grocery bags, disappearing down the hall toward the restaurant. Grace went to the shoe area by the door. The box was full, and more shoes lined the walls. She guessed her shoes were buried at the bottom of the box, where she had put them the night before. She began to dig. She emptied the box, but her shoes were not there. She heard a Southern man's voice say, "I thought the prince used the shoes to find Cinderella, not the other way around." Grace closed her eyes tight as her stomach turned. She mustered the courage to face Garrett. She didn't know what she was going to say. Apologies for running from him took front and center in her mind. She stood up, brushing off her jeans, and turned with an apologetic smile to see him reciprocate the gesture. He stood there wearing a black suit with a tie designed to look like the Confederate flag. His hair wasn't slicked back on the sides, allowing his loose blonde curls to hang slightly over his ears. "You weren't going to leave again without saying hello first, were you?" he asked. Grace said, "I was just bringing your groceries. I forgot to give them to you last night." Garrett teased with a serious face. "Good. Now I won't have to press charges." "Well, where are they?" Taking him seriously, Grace said, "Your steward took them. He wouldn't let me bring them in myself." "Well, that's his job, Grace. That's what he gets paid to do, as well as telling me when a beautiful girl comes looking for her shoes." Grace breathed a sigh of relief at his compliment. She smiled and asked, "Oh, do you have them?" Garrett moved closer, putting his hand on her shoulder. "Are you really here just to get your shoes? I mean, surely a beautiful girl like you could sacrifice a pair of shoes not to have to see me again. So I must conclude you are using the shoes as an excuse to see me again." Grace played along. "They are my favorite tennis shoes." He swept the hair from her face and ran his hand down her arm to hold her hand. His close proximity allowed him to lean in. The intoxicating aroma of his cologne distracted her. Her mouth slightly dropped open as his lips passed hers, leaving a soft, warm kiss on her neck by her ear. He whispered, "Don't be afraid of me. I'm the one afraid of losing my heart. Do you think this sort of attraction happens every day?" Standing in the quiet hallway, he kissed her neck again, his warm breath warming her slightly wet, perfumed hair. He whispered again, "I was so worried I would never see you again." He softly kissed her on the cheek, careful not to be too passionate in public, then slowly embraced her and rubbed her back, subduing her desire to run. "I am sorry for being so forward. You bring out the romantic in me. I have felt like a younger man since last night.
I thought I might have to get on my horse with your shoes and begin banging on doors, letting all the women in the village try them on. I'm happy to have found my running princess. Would you walk outside with me?" Grace softened under his buttercream Southern accent. He added, "There is something I want to show you." She nodded. Several workers dispersed with a flick of Garrett's head toward the meeting room. He stopped and introduced his butler, saying, "Mr. Bells, see to it that our Confederate men are fed well in the restaurant today during my absence. Let them know I'll address them by the end of the 3-day convention." He replied, "Very good, sir. What shall I tell thee?" Garrett's face stiffened. Tell her something came up, and I'll set a time to talk to her in a few days. Remind her that I am hosting the Confederate convention right now." Mr. Bells backed up and bowed at the same time. Garrett winked at him with a smile. Grace realized that every worker she'd seen at the plantation was black. It felt uncomfortable and filled the air with sins of the Southern past. Garrett caught the uncomfortable look from her face and patted her hand. "It's okay, dear. I know you're a Yank, and Yanks want to save all the colored people, but he is my secretary, assistant, butler, and friend. We stayed up late last night talking about you. He keeps up appearances, but we are good buddies," Garrett explained. He looked forward and pointed to the door at the end of the hallway that led outside. Grace blurted out, "All of your employees are black? All of them? You pay them well, right?" "Never mind, that's not my business. Listen, I can't stay long. I have to help my friend today, and I was hoping just to drop off your things and pick up my shoes and go." Garrett tried to comfort her. "Always a protector. I love your honesty and your civil rights ethics. Yes, of course I pay them well. I employ them to have a facade of an old plantation. These people are my friends. They all love working here. Listen, I wouldn't want to do anything to make you feel uncomfortable. I won't keep you. I know that old adage, if you let it go and it comes back to you, it's yours, but if you let it go and it doesn't, then it never was. I thought today was a sign. You came back." Grace was warmed by his kind words. "No, it's okay. I have a little time. I'd love to see what you want to show me, and I'm sorry for the comment. I guess I'm a little bit of a Yankee after all." He opened the door for her. She stepped out under the overcast sky. A breeze blew the light scent of tuberoses through her clean, curly hair. They walked a paved path past roses and hollyhocks to a tall arbor of grapes. Through the long tunnel of grapes, she could see the old gray tombstones and a large mausoleum. She blurted out, "Why are you taking me to a graveyard?" He answered, "Oh, this isn't just a graveyard. This is sacred ground. A few hundred years ago, you were permitted to bury your family on your own property. I was lucky enough to have this area legalized as a cemetery. I had my mother and father moved here. The big Coliseum in the back is where my great-great-great-grandfather was buried. I donated a portion of the land, a few acres away, to the county for those who die within a 3-mile radius." Garrett continued, "Ancestry, it's important to know. I know nearly everything about my family from hundreds of years ago. I know how they lived, what happened to them. Did you know the entire town of Ebenezer was started by German exiles? They wanted a religious utopia. My ancestors were a part of that. The Sandling family has been here since the beginning, building, trading, working, and thriving. Did you know 150 years ago the Sandling family was the richest in Ebenezer?" Grace shook her head. "What happened? I remember you told me you grew up poor. How did they lose everything?" Garrett cleared his throat and replied, The Union came through Atlanta, pillaging homes. They chased Southerners from their homes until it was hardly safe to come back and claim it. My family struggled all that time until I took over. It frustrates me to know my family's fortune was lost through thievery to the men of the North." Grace was quiet until her eyes settled on a large, fresh wreath. "Look at this beautiful wreath. This is fresh. Did you put this here?" she asked. Garrett proudly admitted, Yes, I did. I have one delivered every 10 days to keep it fresh. I can't bear to come out here without seeing fresh flowers." "Do you come out every day?" Garrett wasn't quick to answer. He walked over to the flowers and picked a rose and smelled it. He twirled the stem in his hand and replied, "I have to tell my mother every day that I'm sorry. I'm sorry I was an angry teenager. I'm sorry I didn't make her proud of me when she was still alive. I tell her what's going on in my life, and by doing so, I feel closer to her, and it helps me do things that I would make her proud, like meeting a nice young lady she would adore." Grace blushed and whispered, "Thank you. You simply came at the time I would normally visit, so I couldn't help it. I wanted her to meet you." The sky began to release a sprinkling of rain. The pace soon picked up to a full downpour. Garrett and Grace ran toward the main house through the grape arbor, where Garrett suddenly stopped. He held Grace gently by the arms and calmly explained, I'm sorry for the rain. I'm so sorry for keeping you. I'm flattered by your attention. I really am. But I can tell you're not interested, and it's okay. You can go. I'll get your shoes for you, and you can go." Grace consoled. "No, I loved listening about your family, Garrett." "What's wrong?" Garrett smiled and said, I'll see you to your car, Grace. I'm sure you have more important things to do than humor me." He began to walk away. Grace felt the blanket of his affection leave her, standing in the cold under the grape arbor. "Will you talk to me, please? I'd really like to find out what I did to, give you the impression that I wasn't interested." Garrett stopped, paused, then turned around. He walked closer to her. His face looked tormented. "Would you mind if we got out of the rain?" he asked. Grace replied, "Lead the way." He ran toward the house, turning quickly at the end of the arbor. He grabbed her hand and said, "Run with me to the old slave houses." Grace kept up with him. A forest of trees had hidden several rows of small one-room homes with large porches. Garrett ran to the second row, third house to the left. Breathing heavily, Garrett threw some logs into the fireplace and lit a small fire. He moved 2 stick-like chairs close to the warmth and invited Grace to sit. Grace was intrigued by the many rows of homes and had so many questions bubble up about their history. She felt guilt for the levity of her thoughts when she looked at Garrett's face. Garrett, the mysterious, handsome, and funny plantation owner, looked forlorn. He began, "You might have heard my butler mention my appointment." Grace nodded. He continued, "It was with my girlfriend, Dee. The one I told you about?" "Yes, I remember. The one who doesn't love you, but you'll take care of her because of her child?" Garrett smiled. "Yes, that's her. She called me this morning and asked if she could come over and talk about a serious issue. I haven't seen her in a while. I send her money regularly, and in general, she rarely seeks my attention. I've heard from several sources that she's been with a new guy for a few months. A friend of hers at the bank told me Dee has been sick for several weeks. Dee used to work at the bank until I started supporting her. I already told you that I think she's pregnant again. I can't do it. I can't see her today. I know myself, and and I'm just going to get sucked in again and commit to a woman I don't love. She did this to me when she got pregnant with her daughter, who I told you is 2 years old. I feel like I'm the bad guy for thinking this way. Am I selfish to want to be free and find true love?" Grace gazed into the fire with a thoughtful expression. Garrett couldn't wait for a response and broke the tense air with a quick disclaimer. "I reckon that's the mood and conversation's a little too heavy for a second date." He returned and looked at her with a sweet smile. "If you run away, I understand." Grace melted. She thoughtfully said, "I'm flattered that you confide in me with such vulnerable feelings. I really appreciate that. There are no secrets with you. You are an impassioned individual about all the facets of your life: food, home, family, the South, and especially love. I mean, I have kissed you. You are romantic, intelligent, and compassionate to a fault." Grace paused, and Garrett wrung his hands in anticipation. She continued, "At first, your very ardent personality made me feel you were disingenuous. But now that I have figured you out, I think you need a grounded individual in your life that truly cares for you enough to tell you the truth, without any selfish motives. I mean, I can fill that role for you. It's okay that you feel heated about such an unjust situation. I can tell you want to run away from it. It causes you pain and affects your chances in such a small town to find love. I think it's okay not to be a chivalrous man, well, to a woman that's only using you for your money. So, you don't think you could decline what she might ask of you? I mean, your better sense might shut off when she pleads with you. I know exactly how that feels." Garrett's face was illuminated by his dimpled smile. "You get me, Grace. How did you do that? I'm sitting here shocked, relieved, and, well, grateful." Grace replied, "I have made a career out of reading people to write happy ending stories to sell papers, so it's not that hard to see. Your Southern manners and childhood circumstances have given you the type of compassion for others that makes it hard for you not to save or rescue, and as a result, you have a hard time saying no. A heart that wants to save holds people close enough to care for them in ways they didn't know they needed. I've had experience with a man with a similar passion for life, but he often chooses to shut people out instead of holding them close." Garrett was elated. He crawled out of his chair towards Grace on his knees. He held her face between his hands and gently kissed her. She understood his passionate, overzealous manners. Most women would run, but Grace already had that experience with zealousness without affection. She smiled and added, "You know, you could have gone down the path of villainy, justifying selfishness because everyone just wants to use you." He rebutted, "I couldn't live knowing everyone thought I was the bad guy, mistakenly or otherwise. Society in the South is very fickle. One little misdeed in the eyes of the local gossip throws you to the wolves, like Dee and her first baby. I'm the guy who is not allowed to have any other woman because of it. No one will date me, and I'm taboo. It reminds me of a local family whose ancestors have committed great crimes against their neighbors. The victim's family, be it their great-great-great-great-grandchildren, still live next door to the ancestors of the aggressors. Should they be punished for their crimes of their ancestors? Does it make them bad to be 4 generations away from the misdeed? Yet the neighbor penalizes them in the eyes of the almighty Southern society because of the offenses of the slavery from the past." Grace hadn't really thought about what it might mean to be a descendant of a once slave-rich family. She had compassion on Garrett.
She leaned forward and placed her arms around him in a gentle embrace, rubbing her arms up and down his back to console him. The warmth of the fire had heated his back. She stroked his curly blonde hair, now only slightly damp from their run in the rain. Leaning back, Grace said, "I am so glad you opened up to me, Garrett. I don't think I would have given you a third date if you didn't." He questioned, "But this is only the second." "Oh, I get it. So you're asking me out now?" "Yep, I sure am." Garrett's toothy smile and bright eyes was the reward Grace was seeking. "I really like you, Garrett. I want to get to know you better." He stood up and helped her out of the chair. Still holding her hands, he threw them over his shoulders and leaned in for a soft kiss. The sound of the rain noticeably ceased. The warm and quiet moment ended when Garrett opened the door to Mr. Bells, the butler, walking up the porch steps with a tray of whiskey and a note. Garrett exclaimed, "Ah, the efficient Mr. Bells, tracking down the elusive Mr. Sandling. What is this?" Mr. Bells answered, "A note from your cancelled appointment and a consolation shot to help you swallow the news." Garrett drooped. "That bad?" Mr. Bells shrugged and said, "Beauty is in the eye of the beholder." "You're a good man, Bells. Let me introduce you to my friend Grace." Mr. Bells nodded his head and said, "How do you do, miss?" His hands were holding the tray and could not properly shake her hand. Grace answered, "I am well, thank you. How long have you been a butler here?" Looking at Garrett as if to seek permission, he answered after a well-received wink, "Since the house was remodeled and Mr. Sandling had need of me." Garrett grabbed the whiskey and the note, walked away to read it and drink. Mr. Bells candidly leaned forward and whispered, "I am very blessed to have received such a prestigious position, so close to the master of such a place." Grace asked, "Master?" Mr. Bells continued, "Yes, he employs and cares for many. You're not from the South, are you, miss?" Grace answered, "No, Garrett interrupted and finished her statement by saying, "She is new to the Southern thinking, but she is learning fast, Mr. Bells. If you don't mind, Grace, I need to call and make an appointment to talk to Dee. I have other appointments later this evening, and I need to address the Confederate Convention in 2 days. I haven't written my speech. Can I walk you to your car?" Grace nodded. Garrett gave her his arm, and they walked toward her car under the overcast sky. As soon as they got closer to her car, Boss began barking incessantly. Grace felt so guilty for again forgetting about him in the car. "I shouldn't be a dog owner. I keep forgetting him," Grace exclaimed. Garrett relieved her, thinking, "Nah, it's a cooler day. I'm sure he was fine. You had the windows down part way, so we got a little air and rain. Dogs love to be able to smell everything they can. I think it would be fine to let him out to do his business if you want." Grace opened the door, and Boss slowly stood and stretched. He carefully stepped out of the car and walked only a few steps before relieving himself. Grace pulled Garrett over by the arm to miss the splatter getting on his pants. Boss began sniffing the air and took a protective stance. He growled, lowered his head, and trotted in the direction of the front door. In a flash, a tall man in a blue police uniform was held flat on the ground against his will. Garrett and Grace were already in pursuit. Garrett arrived first, trying to use Boss's collar to pull the heavy creature off the defenseless officer. Grace scolded, "Boss, no!" The dog whimpered and backed off, but not before snagging a piece of the leg of his uniform and ripping it off. Grace apologized and ran with her hand in Boss's collar to the car. She put this piece of material in her front jean pocket. She waved and yelled, "I'm sorry. I'm just going to get him out of here. I'll come back and get my shoes another time. Thanks." Garrett was helping the officer up when she backed up and nearly hit another car. Boss barked at the officer through the window until he could no longer see him. Chapter 21. Judgment, Payment, and Remission of Sin. Grace raced home with Boss, drooling and breathing over her shoulder. She knew Dustin would want to see the blue material to compare it to the other sample. Grace's mind raced and came to a screeching halt when she saw the tree-lined entry to Dustin's plantation. "The slogan for the sign," she murmured. As soon as she parked, she let Boss run. Grace searched for Dustin. She went into the small barn and saw the sign Dustin had made. It was blank. She used a pencil to draw out her idea. She had nearly finished when Dustin walked in. "Grace, you're here!" he exclaimed. "What do you think?" She held up the sign and read, "Stone of Help, Plantation Bed and Breakfast." His jaw dropped, and he shook his head. She quickly responded, "I can erase it and start over if you don't like it." He smiled in excitement and replied, "It's perfect. It really is perfect. Using the true meaning of the name Ebenezer with our last name is just perfect. Thank you. I went to the hardware store and got the paint and a few brushes. I thought we should paint it black and white to stand out." Grace rebutted, "I think we should paint the backing white and the frame that holds the sign red to match the flowers on the porches. Paint the letters black to make it pop." Dustin responded with a resounding, "Yes, that's even better, but I don't have red." "You better let me go get the paint. There's as many different shades of red as there are foggy mornings in the South." "Good one. You're getting good at being Southern." She smiled and said, "Thanks. I'll run and get the paint. I'll be right back." Grace began walking from the barn to her car. Dustin called out, "Did you have success unloading groceries and getting your shoes?" Grace remembered the material in her pocket. She ran back to him. "Yeah, I let Boss out to go potty before I left, and he sniffed out an officer at the front door of the house and ripped his pants on the leg. I had a hard time getting it out of his mouth once I got him back to the car, but here it is." Dustin looked it over. He declared, "It's exactly the same as the other material Boss retrieved from the intruder the other night." They both began walking to the kitchen to compare. He pulled the sample from the plastic bag that hung by the coats. Dustin declared again, "Yep, it's the same." "Dustin, that means an officer of the law is lurking on your property." Dustin shook his head in disgust and replied, "It doesn't surprise me, Grace. I know whoever's doing this has the law in his right pocket." Grace's thought led to Garrett's plantation events. There were so many people going in and out, especially with the convention and the restaurant. It might be a benign guess that he had anything to do with it. Grace decided to confront Garrett. Dustin said, "Well, I'll add the second piece of cloth with the other one as evidence, and I'll get started painting with the black and white while you're gone. Maybe we can get this done tonight." He didn't hear her respond. Dustin turned to see her driving away. Grace decided to go to the hardware store before she stopped by to visit with Garrett about the officer's well-being, or at least, that is what she decided she would say was the purpose of her inquiry. "It would be nice to get my tennis shoes back," she thought. Grace rolled the window down and put her arm out to feel the soft, moist air. She looked in the side mirror and saw Boss running after her. She pulled over and let him in. Grace scolded him. "Boss, you can't go with me every time." "Oh, great. I'm sure I just taught you the opposite." Grace accelerated quickly. She remembered seeing a hardware store in Monroe. Luck would have it that she passed one on the outskirts of town. She rolled the windows halfway up to keep Boss in and to give him some air. Like always, he barked until he could not see her any more. The man in the store quickly mixed up the red paint. Grace stood in line to pay. She turned to look when the bell on the door indicated a new customer entering the building. "Garrett, what are you doing here? I thought you had appointments."
He smiled and walked in her direction. I'm always on my way to or from an appointment or a meeting. You, Grace darling, have a project. Grace looked at the paint. Yes, a little one. Hey, how is that officer doing? Garrett smiled and said, He is more of a paperwork guy. He isn't used to doing field work, so he was a little shaken up. I told him you were a friend of mine and that your dog was just being friendly, and I assured him he wouldn't be bothered by the animal again and gave him free meals for 2 weeks. Grace was relieved at his kindness and thanked him. She was curious and asked, What was he doing there? Garrett replied, Oh, he comes to the restaurant a few times a week. I think he has a crush on one of the waitresses. He was also there for the 3-day Sons of the Confederacy convention. For the love of corn, I still need to write my speech. He was frustratingly rubbing his eyes, but put on a smile again for Grace. Someone needs a rest, he replied. I do. I really do. It's been stressful with the convention and all the people staying at my house. I almost decided to go to a hotel for the night, but the knob to the fryer broke, so I'm here for a pot to fix it. Grace handed the cashier her credit card and asked Garrett, Why didn't you send someone else? I like to pitch in and do things myself, too. It makes me feel more useful. Besides, I don't want to listen to any other story about someone finding gold on his or her property. You'd think after over 150 years since the Civil War, they would have something other than gold to talk about. Grace's ears perked up at the mention of gold. She took a receipt and card and put it in her wallet while saying, I think it sounds fascinating. I'd love to hear those stories. Garrett smiled and asked, Would you want to come to the convention? You could come the day of my speech. There'll be plenty of stories about gold and the war crimes of the North. Grace laughed. Sure, I'd love to, as long as you don't tell them I'm a Yankee. I would be surrounded. Garrett replied, A beautiful woman like you will be surrounded wherever she goes. Grace blushed and looked around at the men in the line and the male cashier, all staring at her. She grabbed her can of paint from the counter and walked toward the door to find cover from their eyes. She turned back to Garrett and asked, When is your speech? He replied, Day after tomorrow. But you're not going to make me wait that long to see you, are you? What about that third date? Grace said, I'll stop by tomorrow afternoon and we can talk about that date. Come on over. He held the door for her, then ran to her car and opened the door only to receive a barking lunge from Boss. He jumped back and yelled, That stupid dog is going to get you in trouble, Grace. The cop at my place hates your dog. I had to talk him out of having him euthanized. What? Why didn't you tell me that part of the story? I didn't want to worry you. I simply compensated the officer to the point he would let go of the charges that he would have filed. It wasn't just about your dog. It was on my land. He could sue me too. It might be best if you don't bring him to my place anymore. Grace was frustrated and left by immediate acceleration, almost running over Garrett's foot. She cooled down right before she got to the entry to Garrett's plantation. She softened and regretted her quick temper. He rescued her and the dog from the officer's wrath. A strong pang of guilt left her wishing she had time to wait at his home to apologize and thank him again. But she decided to continue to the Stone of Help plantation bed and breakfast. Boss began barking when he saw 2 German shepherds being walked by an officer down the lane to Garrett's plantation. Suddenly, angry again, she slammed on the brakes, backed up, and drove down the lane slowly to the service entrance. Grace got out of the car and walked in the door. The restaurant was filled with the supper-time crowd. Law officers as well as men dressed as Confederate soldiers filled the tables and the bar. She was mumbling, "Oh, it's okay for the cops to have dogs here, but not me." Grace saw a plate of fried okra float past her nose and thought,
He lied about the fryer. She walked straight to the kitchen, to the dismay of the staff, and demanded, "I want to see your fryer." An assistant chef motioned her over to his area. "Madam, this is the fryer." He humbly showed her how the front knob was missing, but the fryer was still going. "We are in a bit of a pickle. The fryer is working just fine, but without the knob we can't shut it down. Please do not tell the fire chief. The master has left to take care of this himself." Grace felt small, penitent, and that she owed Garrett much more trust and gratitude than she was giving him. "I promise not to tell if you don't tell the master I was here." The chef was relieved and promised to keep the secret. She turned and saw Mr. Bells. He walked over to her and asked, "May I help you, miss?" I stopped by to, I was..." She looked around at the busy kitchen, whose staff obviously couldn't keep up with the busiest event of the season, and asked, "Do you need help?" "Are you looking for employment?" She laughed. No, I heard of all the events and the fryer, and I can see how very busy you are here, and I thought I could help until after supper. I have experience cooking, and I can help you through a pinch." Mr. Bells looked at her clothes and led her to a closet to give her a chef's uniform, complete with a hat. Grace mumbled to herself the words "stupid" and "mouse shut," among other things, as she dressed in the ladies' room. She appeared back in the kitchen in time to be given a recipe for braised lamb tips with bourbon sauce and a time limit. She laughed and said, "Piece of cake." She worked fast to finish the order and added a few mint leaves on top of a teaspoon of butter and sent the plate out. "Next," she yelled. The chef pointed to 4 orders he had already pinned on her spinning order rack. "Seriously?" she exclaimed. Sweat beaded up on her forehead, and she worked to simultaneously cook 3 of the 4 orders at once. "Order up," she called out. A waitress looked at the 3 plates and said, "That's not how chef makes it." Grace whispered, "Just take it." She worked to fill the 4th dish while 3 more orders were placed before her. The same waitress came back in and said, "I need you to put a rush on another order of braised lamb tips for the same customer that you made it for 25 minutes ago." Grace smiled. She knew he would love it. A chef called out, "We're out of potato soup. Who can make this right now?" Grace called out, "I will." She quickly sent out the lamb tips, then peeled and chopped the potatoes and onions, got the soup started, and worked on the orders at hand. Within 30 minutes, she had the soup seasoned and ready to eat. She called out, "Soup's done." The other chefs looked up as they saw the head waiter come and fill 8 bowls for a large table. She called out again, "Order up." Waitresses placed orders down as they took plates away. A young man came over to Grace and asked, "Can I help you with anything?" She began telling him what she needed and putting together plates of food. Garrett walked into the dining room and handed the part to the fryer over to Mr. Bells. He, in turn, took it back to the kitchen. Garrett sat at a large table with many police officers, as well as the mayor. He placed his order with the waitress. Whiskey occupied his time as he waited and talked with the men of the table. The waitress handed the paper to Grace, telling her it was the master's order. Grace smiled and began working on a medium-rare steak with fried okra and collard greens. She topped it with garlic butter and spiced the greens with a drop of balsamic vinegar. His steak still sizzling when it arrived at his table, Garrett was delighted. He ate it all. He snapped his fingers for the waitress and asked, "This is not the way my steak and collard greens are usually prepared. What's going on in the kitchen tonight?" The waitress explained a chef volunteered to come and help when she heard we were swamped with the convention. "She's quite good. We've had many repeat orders." "She?" he asked. He excused himself from the table and walked to the kitchen. He looked around for an unfamiliar face, but only saw a beautiful brunette with her hair up, busily making 4 plates at once. "Grace?" he asked. "I am so busted. You caught me." He continued, "What are you doing in my kitchen?" Grace continued her pace, asking him to hand her the lemon squeezer as she made a savory lemon honey dressing for a light field green salad. She asked, I have these 4 orders to fill, and by the time I'm done, there will be more. So, can I stop and allow your customers to get hungrier? Or can you jump in here and help me a while we talk? He threw on an apron and washed his hands. The smile on his face was evident of his approval. You made me the best steak of my life, she smiled and said. You buy great ingredients for your kitchen. That's how a great steak begins. He said, when you left me at the hardware store, you were angry. I could tell. I was not expecting you to pick up the slack here. Grace finished 2 plates and called out, Order up! Then turned to him and said, by the time I got to the entrance of your house, I had thought about what you did to dissuade the officer from pressing charges, and I wanted to make it up to you. Grace decided she needed to be forthright. Actually, to be honest, I saw an officer walking 2 dogs down the lane, and I was upset that they could bring their dogs to your house, but I couldn't. I came up to the house and checked out your busy dining room. It looked like the orders were getting behind. I've been filling out 4 every 20 minutes and keeping you stocked on potato soup. Garrett smiled ear to ear and just stared at the sweaty beauty. How many more do you have? Just this one, unless someone brings me 4 more. Garrett snapped his fingers and had the assistant chef finish her station. He grabbed her hand, took off the chef hat and said, Let's get you some air. He grabbed ice water from the drink station and headed out the back kitchen door. She blurted out, Whew, it is hot in there. Garrett said, I know no one who would have done that for me. You amaze me, Grace. Where did you learn to cook like that? She replied, My grandmother, mostly, but I tried out chef school for 6 months. I learned so much. I got a part-time job as a cook just after she died. Thank you so much, Grace. I think you might have surpassed my help to you. I mean, I was kind of smoothing it over with the officer to protect my own butt, too. I owe you. She replied, I think we're even. He asked, Can I get you anything? No, the water's great. I'd like to go home and get a shower, but I still need to finish my project. Would you like to use my apartment for your shower? She moved her index finger back and forth as if to scold him for being naughty and said, No, I am not going to do that. I'll let you get me a water for my dog, then I'll have to go. He shook his head and said, You brought the beast again? She defended by saying, I had not planned to come over until our meeting at the hardware store. He likes me. I think he might eat anyone who comes too close to me. He's a good watchdog. I might bring him every time. Garrett groaned. If having your dog is the only way I can have you, then the dog is welcome. She leaned in close, as if to kiss him, and whispered, Boss. His name is Boss. Garrett grinned. I see what you did there. You sucked me in, then you took it away. You good. Hey, wait. Boss, like your Mustang. I like it. She got up and started walking away. Hey, chef, where you going? He called out. She called back, Home. I'm tired. He watched her walk into the darkness. He sat still and listened as the dog began barking. The car started. Then all the sounds faded away into the distance. He whispered to himself, I think it's time for Cinderella to fall in love with the prince at a ball. Garrett ran into the house calling, Bells! Mr. Bells, I need you to tell my Cinderella about our 4th annual ball we're throwing this weekend. Grace had left early to the hardware store, but did not return until 8:45 p.m. from her chef duties. She immediately let Boss run free as she headed to the barn for the painting project. The sign was nearly done. Dustin had painted the white backing and the black letters in her absence. She saw the paintbrushes clean and hung upside down, drying near the sign. Grace began painting. She thought about Garrett and caught herself chuckling at his surprise to find her in his kitchen. Her guilt for accusing him so quickly of lying made her resolve to trust him more. Her thoughts floated and occupied her mind until she finished the sign at 10:15 p.m. Grace heard Boss barking in the distance. She hung up the clean brushes and ran out of the barn to listen for him. He sounded as if he had cornered a rabbit, or maybe something much bigger with a blue uniform. "Boss!" she called. The barking persisted. She turned in the direction of the forest by the river and called again, "Boss! Boss, come here!" The barking stopped, and silence dominated the woods. "Boss!" she called again. Gunfire pierced the silence, and Grace ran into the woods. Chapter 22. Mysterious Strangers' Kisses. Saturday, October 14th, 1995. Boss came into visibility with his head down, running full speed. Grace couldn't change the obvious course of collision, force and inertia. Her legs were knocked out from under her, and the weight of Grace's body hit Boss like a hammer. He yelped. They rolled to a stop next to each other. He moaned, with every breath on the moist, mossy ground. Grace assessed that nothing on her body felt broken, just bruised. She crawled over to Boss and pet his head gently. He moaned and cried as her hand moved down his back to a wet spot in his fur. Grace gasped. "Oh, Boss, I think a bullet must have grazed your back." She yelled towards the house, "Dustin! Dustin, come quick! Bring a towel!" The house and the forest were quiet. She rose to her feet and slightly limped as she picked up a quick pace to the house. Boss remained still, but moaned as he breathed. Grace retrieved a wheelbarrow by the barn and pushed it towards Boss. She heard footsteps coming quickly behind her. "Grace!" a voice called out. She dropped the wheelbarrow and turned, prepared to confront the enemy. "It's okay, Grace. It's just me, Dustin. What happened?" Grace grabbed her chest in relief. "Hurry, Dustin! It's Boss! He's been shot!" Dustin ran past Grace and found Boss lying on the ground. He took off his coat and his flannel shirt and pressed it against the fresh wound. When Grace arrived with the wheelbarrow, he said, "It's just a graze. I need to just sit here with him and apply pressure to stop the bleeding." Grace informed him. "I heard a gunshot and then Boss yelped. I called for him and began running towards the sound, and we collided in the dark. I called for you." Dustin asked, "What are you doing outside so late?" "I wanted to finish the sign tonight. I let Boss out of the car when I arrived home so he could get his wiggles out before going into the kennel. I really think our shooter is a cop. I just came from a restaurant that was hosting a convention of the Sons of the Confederacy. It looked like every cop in 50 miles was there. It's not far from here." Dustin asked, "Well, what were you doing there?" Grace summarized her evening and finished by saying, "The butler handed me a kitchen uniform and I started cooking and helping out. I felt like I owed a debt for saving Boss." Dustin mumbled, I don't think the cop let it go. Here, get his shoulders and I'll get this end." They tried to pick up Boss, but he wiggled to his feet and limped slowly towards the house. Grace suggested that she treat his wound and let Boss sleep in her room until he was better. "I'll take him outside often. I just want him to feel safe." Dustin agreed. He sat Boss by the kitchen sink and helped clean and treat the wound. "It doesn't look as bad now, but, now that it's clean. Ugh. He might need stitches, but I say we dress it and keep him from licking it." Grace laughed. "I don't think he can lick the back of his neck." Dustin laughed and said, "You're right. You've been great, Grace. You're the perfect addition to our plantation. Thank you for finishing the sign. I'll put it up in the morning. I need to get a bag of concrete to set it first, but do you have any plans tomorrow?" Grace shook her head. "I only have Boss and the plantation to look after." Dustin nodded and added, "You're very good at looking after people. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night, Grace."
He gently patted Boss's face and said, "Good night, boss. You take care of Grace." Dustin smiled at Grace, who watched him walk all the way out of sight. She grabbed a dish of water and food and encouraged Boss to follow. He whimpered slightly as he made his way up the long staircase. She started a fire in her room and led Boss to a rug nearby with the food and water. He plopped himself down and let out a quick breath and a moan. Grace pet him gently until he was snoring. Morning jumped into the room to disturb whatever rest was being enjoyed. Boss placed his front paws on the bed next to Grace's face and whined. She woke suddenly and sat up. "Oh, you need to go. Come on. Let's go outside." "Let's go outside, Boss." Grace watched him carefully as he descended the stairs. He stopped at the bottom as if to rest, but began walking when Grace caught up. She opened the door, and he slowly walked a few feet away before relieving himself. Boss suddenly lifted his head, sniffed, and ran into the light fog of the morning. "Boss, come here!" shouted Grace. She jogged in the direction he darted, then briskly walked the path between the dense trees and the river. The forest was so serene. She decided she would take more walks in the future. She called out again, "Boss!" and heard a playful bark. The noise came closer. She could see Boss walking and jumping playfully with an unrecognizable figure in the fog. "Isn't it a good morning, Grace?" Grammy brightly asked. Grace, surprised at her presence, said, "Grammy, what are you doing out in the woods this foggy morning?" Grammy was beaming with a bright smile. Her southern accent was thicker this morning. "George came over this morning on his way to work. He decided to spend some time with me. He usually helps me with the heavy chores, but Dustin and you are here now, so we went for a walk." "Well, where is he?" Grace asked. "Oh, we lost track of time, so he started walking to work when we got close to the road. His boss pays him extra to walk to work because there's not enough parking for patrons. He said he usually gets picked up by the time he gets past our road. I told him not to worry about me. I would follow the river home." "Oh, Grace, I'm so excited. He held my hand for the first time." Grace had so many questions. "Wait, what? George is your age? Is he your boyfriend? He lives close by? He walks to work?" Grammy answered, "We have a little chemistry going. It's always been something I suspected between us. He would help me with something or do some heavy work, then refuse to take money. I decided a while back to compensate him with breakfast before work or dinner after. So we spent hours talking about his kids and my kids and life in general. Oh, Grace, I'm so happy." Grace was excited for her. "I would love to meet him. He sounds like a great man." Boss began running towards the house. Grace and Grammy followed. Grammy replied, He is a good man. You know, I have never been to his house. I know he only works a few miles from here." Grace asked, "Has Dustin met him?" Overhearing the conversation, Dustin asked, "Met who?" Grace answered, "Morning. George, the man who helps Grammy." He replied, "No, I haven't." "Grammy, would you invite him over tonight for dinner?" Grammy replied, "Oh, no, he can't come over tonight. He said he'd be working late because his workplace is having a genuine Confederate mass ball tonight. Ladies and gentlemen will be dressing in Civil War era clothing. Well, you know the drill. He said there'd be dancing and authentic music. George asked me to invite everyone I know to go. It will be the event of the year. He would love nothing more than to ask me to be his date, but he has to work. Now I might just go anyway." Grace immediately thought of Garrett and the Sons of the Confederacy Convention. She realized if George worked at the Sandling Plantation, she might have seen him. She asked, "Wait, is George a black man?" Grammy exclaimed, "You saw him?" Grace answered, "No, but the Sandling Plantation down the road only employs people of color, for the authenticity of the Civil War period. I bet he works there." Grammy said, "I don't know. I've never been to his work, but maybe he does work there. Well, all this chatter has made me hungry. I'm going to whip up some grits. Well, we'll see you two inside in a little bit." Grace and Dustin accepted the invitation. Grace turned to Dustin and asked, "So, are you going to put up the signs this morning?" Dustin answered, "Already have." "Did you see George on the road walking to work?" Dustin said, "I saw a lot of people out walking this morning. It was all in the same direction. Must be having some shindig." Grace asked, "Do you want to go? I'm sure we could crash." Dustin said, "I don't think so. I just feel like catching up on chores around here and watching over the plantation the rest of the day. I might feel the few deep holes I found." Grace said, "You found more holes?" He replied, "Yes, deeper ones. I've been filling the holes as fast as they can dig 'em." "Well, what time did you get up?" "I couldn't sleep, so I got up before the fog, filled a few holes, set the post for the sign." He yawned and added, "I think I might try to get a few winks later." Grace replied, "Well, please do. And I don't have plans today. Is there anything I can do for you?" He responded, "Nope, not a thing." Grace felt someone had punched her in the stomach. She replied, "Well, after a few chores, I'd like to go check out the ball." Dustin replied, "Grandma used to do Civil War reenactments and gave tours of the plantations in Monroe. She knows about almost every plantation in the state. She might have a dress you can borrow." Grace asked, "Is that you asking me to the ball?" Dustin stumbled over his words. No, I'm just saying she has dresses." Grace flushed red and replied, "Thank you for the information. I think it would be fun to go. It would be a great place to make friends." She quickly walked to the house while Dustin checked Boss's wound. He put him in the kennel with fresh kibble and joined Grace and Grammy in the kitchen for a quick breakfast. Grace sent Grammy for a nap. Dustin left to do chores. Grace cleaned the kitchen and the house. She started some laundry and made sure extra bedrooms were ready and went out to the front veranda to weed some of the flower gardens for better curb appeal for the bed and breakfast. Grace watched as a car drove up the lane to the house. A tall, brown-haired man rolled down his window and asked, "Hey, is this the bed and breakfast?" Grace got up and replied, "Yes, it is. Do you need a room tonight?" The man nodded, and Grace invited him and his companion in. She gave them a quick tour and settled them in her wing as to not bother Dustin when he takes a nap. No sooner had she returned to weeding that 2 more cars pulled up to the house. By 4 in the afternoon, she had filled all of the extra bedrooms with guests. Grace looked for Grammy and Dustin. Seeing the truck gone and Grammy's door open, she assumed that they went somewhere together. She left a note for Dustin on the kitchen table about the guests. Grace also left a note for Grammy about a dress, then retired to her room for a rest. Grace drifted off to sleep, thinking about the ball and the handsome Southerner throwing it. A few hours later, Grace sat up in a dimly lit room, thinking she had overslept. She glanced at the clock and sighed in relief that it was only 5:15 p.m. She knocked on Grammy's closed door. She could hear a single fiddle play a haunting tune. Grammy opened the door with a bright smile. "Come in, dear," she exclaimed. "Are you going to the ball, Grammy?" "No," she replied. It would wear me out just to get ready for such a wonderful occasion. Besides, tonight I am your fairy godmother, and you're my Cinderella."
Grace's stomach turned in excitement. Grammy put down the fiddle and led her to a small armoire, one of many in the back of her room.
"I took the liberty of choosing a few I thought would fit you the best."
She handed her 3 dresses, a bag of corsets, and a few masks.
"What size shoe are you, dear?"
Grace replied, "Grammy, my footprints have been analyzed and mistaken for Sasquatch. I'll just wear my own shoes. Thank you, Grammy. Thank you." Grammy whispered,
"Well, I'll see if I can get Dustin to try on his old Civil War gear, and maybe he'll show up to the dance."
Grace blushed and replied, "He isn't interested, Grammy. He didn't even seem to want me to help with chores today." Grammy raised her voice louder than a whisper and said,
"I didn't do chores today either. I wore myself out walking with George. Listen, Grace, I have seen you two together, and there's more chemistry there than moonshine. He is different with you. I know him. He cares about you. We just have to get him to do something about it."
Grace didn't know what to say about Dustin. She looked up at the ceiling, telling herself that she was torn between 2 men, but that she shouldn't be torn if one of the 2 took himself out of the game. She removed her gaze, thanked Grammy, and ran to her room with the dresses. The dresses fit well enough that the corsets didn't even need to be tight. Any of the 3 would have been stunning, but the one she chose was the best color for her hair and skin tone. Grace realized that she had to do her hair in a Civil War style. She spent the next 2 hours on her hair and makeup. She grabbed her heels on the way out the door. She threw them in the passenger seat and drove barefoot to the sounds and lights in the sky of the great Sandling Plantation. When she arrived, she slipped on her shoes and walked unsteadily toward the valet. She dropped the keys into his hands and said, "Don't get too excited. Take it easy. She's a classic." The young man gave her a ticket, which she stuck down the front of her corset. There was a live band playing a classical ballad. She entered the double doors and paused to take in the sight. All the eyes in the room shifted to her. Her deep royal blue silk gown, topped with a long blue and green and white embroidered velvet topcoat, was the most spectacular dress in the room. The dress fit her figure tightly from the waist up and flared out to barely cover her black heels. The back of her hair was curled into long strands that hung down on her exposed shoulders and down her back. The front and sides of her hair were pulled up away from her face. Her makeup was flawless. Her eyes were bright under the mask that covered a good portion of her face. Her ruby lips stood out in contrast with her dark hair. She was stunning. One brave male figure with a Confederate uniform and a full-face black mask that extended into his hair and over his head walked toward the rare beauty. He held out a hand and asked her to dance. She tilted her head in a gaze and extended her hand. Keeping with the facade of the Civil War era, she bowed her head and said, "I would be delighted, sir." The man was tall and graceful. He glided her around the dimly lit room and held her in such a way that she could not steal glances of his half-hidden face. He only spoke a few words before releasing her waist and bowing at the conclusion of the music. Within seconds, several men surrounded her with offers of dancing. She grabbed a hand while still staring at the mysterious man now walking away. By the third dance, she shed the black heels by an empty chair. She politely declined the fourth dance to find a cold drink. The refreshment table was full of smoked meats, cheese, fruit. crackers, and dessert. The punch bowl was relatively close to an open door that led out to the veranda to the tuberose garden. The smell of the blossoms perfumed the air by the table. Grace retrieved her punch and walked out onto the veranda in the dark, cool night air. The music eerily floated on the air, dulled, off-key, by the cicadas' night song. A low voice startled her, saying, "Are you weary of the ball already?" She turned to see the familiar stranger from the first dance, who added, "Would you do me the honor of dancing with me for the remainder of the evening?" Grace answered, "You flatter me, sir. I would not want to offend the master of the ball if he asked me to dance, but otherwise I would love to dance with you." She knew this tall, dark, and handsome man was not Garrett. She had scanned the room through every dance for her blonde Southerner. Grace was determined to enjoy the evening with or without him. He led her by the hand into the warm ballroom. The music slowed from a waltz to a ballad. The lights dimmed, and only candles were left to light the room. The mood encouraged the hand of the stranger to pull Grace in closer. She spoke directly in his ear, so as to not yell over the music, and asked, "What is your name?" He bent down slightly to speak in her ear as well. "I'm no one. You, however, have filled this room, more so the hearts of these men, with many failed dreams. I am quite honored to be your choice for the evening." Determined to discover why he was being so mysterious about his identity, she asked, "Have we met before?" "I've seen you around." "Are you from here?" she asked. He answered, "Yes, I am." She said, "Oh, did we meet at the bank or a restaurant? Maybe the hardware store?" He shook his head no. She could tell he was an experienced dancer and glided along as though they had rehearsed. He pushed Grace into a twirl, drew her in, and said, "When I show up for these things, I go by Lieutenant Rock." Grace replied, "Pleased to meet you, Lieutenant Rock. My name is Grace. Just Grace." A door slammed at the back of the room. All eyes turned to witness a man push a blonde woman and yell, "You manipulated me. It's over. I will not lie. There is someone else, and she makes you look like a fool." The man looked toward the center of the crowd and locked eyes with Grace as she danced with her handsome stranger by the refreshment table. He turned sharply and left the ballroom. Grace knew it was Garrett. Her face blushed. Her heart sank. All eyes had followed Garrett's, and now looked at Grace. She blushed and shook her head in disgust and embarrassment, grateful for the mask. Lieutenant Rock asked, "You know him?" Grace blushed again. He added, "I can see it in your face that you do." Grace nodded. "I do. A little." She looked away to process Garrett's anger and hurtful words towards the woman who could only be his girlfriend. Do you know him?" Lieutenant Rock answered, "I don't. Who is he?" Grace replied, "He is the most charming man, but he is definitely conflicted. Well, between choosing love and doing the right thing." "Does he have a name?" She said, "Yes, his name is Garrett. He's in charge of the Confederate Convention." Lieutenant Rock said, "I don't know him, but I used to know the family that lived here." Grace said, "Please tell me more." He danced them closer to the open door that flooded the area with cool night air. Lieutenant Rock began, "The family was poor. The plantation wasn't remodeled. It looked like it should have been condemned. I was a family friend, and I used to come over to help out, but I got busy with life and lost touch with them when I served with my church to help the poor." Grace's face lit up in surprise. She lifted his mask. "Dustin?
Dustin was blushing and defended. Granny wouldn't give up on pressuring me to come take you to the dance. I told her I would go, but I thought it might be best if I just was Lieutenant Rock. Grace smacked him on the shoulder with her fan and exclaimed, I can't believe I didn't suspect it was you. Dustin asked, It is dark in here, and I wouldn't recognize myself in this full face mask. Are you glad it's me? She replied, Very glad. I will enjoy dancing so much more knowing the man I've committed my evening to is my dearest friend. Dustin looked down at his hands and asked, How did you know that man? Grace replied, You mean Garrett? Dustin answered, Yes. If the man yelling and staring at you was Garrett, then yeah, how do you know him? She stopped dancing and walked to the punch bowl. Dustin served her. She sipped from the delicate glass and prepared her answer. He is the guy you've been seeing, Dustin stated. Am I right? Grace nodded and looked away. Dustin let the conversation end and asked Grace to dance. They stayed close to the fresh air. Song after song they shared in silence. Each moment in each other's arms brought their bodies closer together until Grace's head lay on his chest. The ball was nearly over. Yelling from outside filled the silence between songs. Grace saw Mr. Bells leave the room to discover whose voice might be causing the disturbance. Within minutes, Garrett appeared in the room, whispered to two men, and watched as they left. He stood by the double entry doors, scanning the crowd. Grace turned to block herself from his line of sight, putting Dustin between them. Dustin asked, What is it? Slightly slouching, Grace shushed him and peeked to see if Garrett was still looking. Behind Grace, a voice asked, Looking for me? Grace put on a smile and turned, fanning herself. She used a southern accent and said, Why, I declare, if it isn't the master of the ball. Garrett looked at Dustin and said, Sir, may I cut in? Dustin bowed and walked away. Grace watched Dustin sit at the table. Garrett placed his hand around her waist and held her hand in a proper fashion to dance. Grace said, Surprise! I came to your ball. Garrett said, I instructed Mr. Bells to see you got an invitation. I have been looking for you all night. Grace said, I've been right here. He asserted a grand story about business matters. Grace asked, So you were yelling at an employee? Garrett answered, Yes, I was. It wasn't a good situation, and it was the staff maid, actually. I was going to replace her, but I changed my mind. You told me all your employees were specifically hired to look like black slaves from the Civil War era for authenticity. The woman I saw was small, white, and blonde. He blurted out, I don't want to argue with you, Grace. This is a party. Can we just now enjoy the ball I have thrown actually in your honor? What do you mean, my honor? You planned this for me but didn't ask me directly to come? He stammered. I have this ball every year. I wanted to surprise you. I wanted you to come on your own so you wouldn't be nervous. I wanted to see you in a beautiful dress. I knew you would appreciate being my belle of the ball. You are the most spectacular creature in the room. I am sorry for ruining your peace. I had been busy taking care of details for the ball, and I had rarely buttoned my Confederate jacket when I had the altercation with my head maid. Grace asked quietly, Do you yell at all your employees frequently? Garrett smiled. Only when they yell first. Listen, I've had a hard time with her not showing up when she's scheduled. I don't want to talk business. I want to dance with you until the clock strikes 12, Cinderella. I notice you are again without your shoes. Grace turned to see Dustin sitting at a table drinking punch.
She blurted out, "Yeah, I'm sorry, Garrett, but I have agreed to be someone else's partner for the evening." Garrett yelled, "What? I did this for you, for us." Grace stood back, frightened of his rising temper. The smell of liquor on his breath was nauseating. He added, "This whole thing, the food, the band, the lights, it's for you. You can't tell me you have someone else." Grace turned to run away, but Dustin was directly behind her. "Are you all right, Grace?" he asked. Garrett answered for her. "She is fine. Go sit down. It isn't your business." Dustin said, "Sir, I address the lady." Grace wanted to diffuse the situation. "I wasn't aware the ball was for me. I think I'll give the master of the ball one more dance." "Thank you for your concern. I'll only be a moment more." Dustin watched Garrett as she spoke. Satisfaction grew upon Garrett's face as Grace defended him. Dustin bowed to Grace and then stood only a few feet away, watching and waiting. Garrett grabbed her waist and forcefully pulled her to him. Grace turned her head as he tried to kiss her. The haunting melody correctly depicted the horrific reality. Garrett held her tightly and spoke in her ear. "Stop fighting me. Grace, it's me, Garrett. You know who I am. You're falling for me, remember? Tonight is our night. Enjoy the romance. Lose the guy." Grace gasped. "I can't breathe. I think I need some air." Garrett suggested, "It's probably your corset. Most women can't even wear them. Your waist is so tiny. If you come up to my room, I'll help you take it off, and you can take some time to breathe. I'll watch over you." Grace broke free from his grasp and ran outside the door. Dustin watched her run and followed her. Garrett froze in astonishment. Dustin called after her, "Grace! Grace! Wait!" Grace ran to her car before remembering that she didn't have her keys. Frustrated, she exclaimed, "Valet parking!" She glared out the window from behind the wheel until Dustin's knocking startled her. She opened the door and rose out of her car. "I forgot, that thing, valet parking," she said in regret. Dustin replied, "I'll go get your keys." Grace said, "I'm tempted to hotwire my own car and come back tomorrow for 2 pairs of shoes and my keys." "Grace, come on. I can go get your shoes and your keys." She felt something was off with Garrett. She didn't want Dustin getting hurt because of her. She made a decision. No, please, please. I've hotwired it before a few times. Would you please just follow me home?" He nodded. Grace opened the door wide and connected 2 wires that started the car. She got in and left in a hurry. She looked in the rearview mirror and saw Dustin's lights behind her. Grace parked close to the back of the old plantation house by the kitchen. Dustin pulled in behind her, got out, and caught up with her to open the door to the kitchen. He said, "Thank you for dancing. I could not imagine a better or more beautiful dance partner." Grace replied, "It was a wonderful surprise and a relief to have you with me tonight, Dustin." Dustin awkwardly held the screen door open, but didn't reach to open the main door. The pause heightened the feelings that were apparent between them. He leaned toward her. She closed her eyes. Grace heard keys fumble and the turn of the lock. "Oh, yeah, keys," she said. He quickly replied, "I got it," and unlocked and opened the door. Grace didn't walk into the kitchen, but instead blurted out, "I'm embarrassed. I mean disappointed. No, I thought—" Dustin stooped down and hugged Grace so that his face was next to hers. He slightly released, aimed to kiss her cheek, and instead kissed the corner of her mouth. She did not expect the intoxicating way it would make her feel. She stood with her jaw slightly dropped and eyes closed long after he pulled away. He bent down again and kissed her on the cheek. She placed both of her arms around his neck and reciprocated by kissing his cheek. His hands were warm upon her back. Dustin pulled back and wiped his cheek. Grace was crying. The release brought tears of relief and comfort. He whispered, "You are so beautiful. Oh, Grace, everything will be okay." He leaned down and kissed her cheek again, but pulled back when they both heard a fierce whisper say, "It's about time." Grammy was spying on them from the dark hallway. Grace withdrew her arms from Dustin's neck and said, "Thank you, Grammy, for the dress and also for Dustin's uniform." Grammy replied, "Oh, that belongs to him. He used to escort me to the balls and reenactments. I thought you kids were all guests. I let Boss in and he ran to your room, Grace. I think he wants to milk your attention for his wound. One more night." "He is a handful." "Well, I can wait up for the guests if you would like to go get some rest. I'll make sure the door is locked after all arrive home and they have what they need. Okay?" Dustin had been quiet during the brief conversation with Grammy. He finally spoke. "Good night, Grammy." She turned and left as quickly as she had appeared. Grace faced Dustin and smiled. He placed his arms in a dance position around her and began to sway. He hummed gently. She leaned her head on his chest and closed her eyes. The warmth, security, and love overwhelmed her heart. He kissed the top of her head. She looked up at him. Dustin kissed her cheek next to her ear and began kissing slowly toward her lips. He stopped and pulled away after a kiss that nearly touched her lips. Her eyes were closed, taking it in. He whispered, "See you in the morning. For church, about 9? Good night, Grace." "Yes, I'll be ready. Good night," she replied. His right hand slid down her left arm until he grabbed her hand and slowly released at the fingertips. He turned away. She watched him walk into the darkness of the hallway and disappear. She stood still, replaying the memory of his humming and the miracle of his affection. The kitchen filled with lights as a car parked next to Dustin's truck. She opened the door for guests to come into the kitchen. "Did you have fun at the ball?" Grace asked. The short red-haired woman answered, "Yeah, it was beautiful. I saw you there. You danced with the master of the ball." Grace said, "Yeah, I did. Briefly." The woman continued, "Before we left, he danced the rest of the time with a short, beautiful blonde. I saw them kissing after the argument outside early in the evening. Do you know the master?" Grace felt angry for getting sucked in by Garrett. She was relieved that Garrett found someone else in which he could put his energy. Her mind began to relive the kisses from Dustin. "Ma'am?" the man asked. Grace didn't answer. He asked louder, "Ma'am?" Grace broke her gaze. "Oh, is there anything you need that I can get you before you retire?" The man replied, "No, we ate at the ball. My wife was asking you if you knew the master." She looked at them and said, "Oh, not much. And like you, I'll probably never see him again." They wished her good night. She sat waiting for the rest of the patrons and reliving Dustin's innocent kisses over and over and over again. Chapter 23, Masks Off After the Ball, October 15th, 1995. Grace had an alarm set to get up early. His needs came early and desperate. She let him outside. She dressed in a simple, light pink cowgirl shirt with buttons and no makeup. She left in a hurry, so she could get back in time to change for church. Her thoughts repeated the evening she had just had with Dustin. The new day brought a stronger resolve to break off her friendship, or whatever it was, with Garrett. She scampered out of the house to go get her shoes and keys from Garrett's servants before he might wake. Grace was excited to go to church with Dustin. She hoped to retrieve her things from Garrett's house before church, without having to see him. By the time she was ready to leave, Boss had jumped into the open driver's side window of her car. She hot-wired her car and wiggled it out from in front of Dustin's truck and the guests' cars around the front of the house. She arrived at a still and quiet mansion. She entered quietly through the servants' entrance and asked for Mr. Bells. A maid left to retrieve him. Grace asked a maid, who was frantically sweeping up from the ball, who the head maid is. The woman answered, "Oh, you can't have a job here. You're not black. The master only hires people of color." Grace already knew Garrett had lied about the blonde, but she didn't care. She just wanted to put his relationship and the experience behind her. Grace grew impatient and decided she didn't need to wait for Mr. Bells. She peeked around the corner into the hall where she left her shoes. She slipped down the hall and looked through the rows of shoes from the tour that was being led upstairs. A stern voice from down the hall said, "Come with me if you ever want to see your shoes and keys again." Grace froze. She was slightly frightened, thinking Garrett was angry. She giggled and acted as she was succumbing to his charm, stumbling over the other shoes to follow him. He grabbed her hand and led her to a conference room. They stood in the back. Garrett's right arm held her tightly around her waist. He leaned over and whispered, "Okay, Cinderella, I'm going to be a bit busy for a minute. We just had breakfast. The vice president is welcoming his new members. That's him at the podium. In just a few minutes, the president of the Sons of the Confederacy will address them. He's a very dynamic speaker. You'll have to listen to him before you can get your things." Grace leaned over to ask him who the president was, but Garrett kissed her on the mouth and began walking up to the podium. She noticed the entire room saw the kiss and was now staring at her. Her face held a look of disgust. She used her sleeve to wipe her mouth. Garrett turned and grabbed both sides of the podium. Garrett smiled directly at Grace and adjusted the microphone to speak. "We are the direct descendants of the men who valiantly fought for a cause that directly affected their families and ours. Our own government chose to destroy our way of life, which had built the South into the most lucrative economy of our young nation had ever seen. It is our quest to keep telling the truth about the Confederate side of the Civil War. Our cause is both partisan and controversial. Since our forefathers fought and died for the South, we can at least eat together once a month to remind ourselves and our growing organization that the South is alive and well. We do this so that we will not forget. We will speak the truth about the unjust murders of our women, children, and men and boys. We will speak the truth about the unjust pillaging and confiscation of all of our hard-earned wealth by the Union soldiers. We know that there were many who buried their gold and jewels, never to uncover them again. The men of the North marked our losses by circulating rumors that we were robbed by our very own Confederate brothers in the hopes of purchasing what was left of the South after the war. Well, if that was so, where is our gold? And why have we struggled and died in the aftermath of a bloody war? We have risen again in this generation
to restore our own plantations to their original glory and splendor with no help from the men who destroyed them."
Several enthusiastic members cheered or clapped. Garrett continued his speech.
"It is my pride in my roots, my flesh and blood, that I say I am glad they fought for us. I am glad they had the courage to fight for what they had earned. When the envious eyes of the North salivated at our wealth and prosperity, they set their goals to obtain it by bloodshed instead of asking for direction on how they could do the same. Their congratulations was veiled in jealousy, underscored by the overture of the accusation that we are inhumane. They have killed more of us than were left alive and taken our riches for themselves. Is that not inhumane? I believe to covet thy neighbor's wife is most certainly shunned in the Bible, but the meaning applies to thy neighbor's wealth, land, and station in life. If we are inhumane, let God judge us. Let God judge us as such. But we, as the sons of the Confederacy, say the Civil War was a war of incivility and jealousy of a government that was going bankrupt. It sickens me that it was coined to be about race and humanity, when there were many black plantation owners who also had black slaves. I hope that you, as new members of our organization, will be motivated to right the devastation of the war placed upon your family. For those of you who are honorary members, I ask that you reach out to those who are and learn their story, that you might take the pride and honor that comes with remembering those who fought for the best of America, but lost to the least. I encourage all of you to make your monthly contribution prompt and generously. Our secretary will take your monthly membership fees before you leave at the door."
Garrett paused to make the end of his speech, then said,
"Now, we have a special treat. Mr. Sanford. He'll tell us how, while restoring his old plantation, found a bag of gold worth $32,000. Mr. Sanford."
Garrett stepped down from the podium as Mr. Sanford stepped up, then walked to the back of the room to Grace. His dimpled smile and blue eyes stayed fixed on hers as he grabbed her hand and walked her out the door. Grace was not sympathetic to the purpose of his speech. He had glazed over civil rights, and the snarl on her face wouldn't forget it. His Confederate colors were showing in a way that did not make him attractive. Her stomach sickened. She withdrew her hand when the doors of the Confederate room shut behind them. He watched her hand retract, then shifted his eyes to her face and caught the disdain in her eyes. He slid his hands up her arm and into her hair, saying, "You leave me wanting again. What a passionate game you play. I like it. Draw me in, then push me away. It only makes me want you more. Is that what you want?" He slid his hands down from her neck to her back, pulling her closer, kissing her ear. Grace's stomach turned. She stood limp and said, "I'm here to get my shoes and my keys, Garrett. I need to go soon." He pulled back and studied her reaction in a moment longer than Grace could take. She squirmed under the weapon of his eyes. He smiled, offered her his arm, and said, "As you wish. Follow me." Grace barely touched the underside of his elbow as he walked boldly forward. He guided her upstairs to the 4th floor. She walked into his living room, where she had heard the same music playing from the first night. She remembered standing when he offered her a seat. She watched him walk into the bedroom, where she could see he had not made his bed. He came back with a book in his hand. Grace said, "Oh, I thought you were getting my keys and shoes." Garrett smiled and cheerfully said, "Oh, I thought you wanted to spend more time alone together since we couldn't at the ball last night.
I don't think you're here for your shoes. Seriously, Cinderella, you are doing that for an excuse to come back." He could tell she was uncomfortable. He waited too long for his consolation to be sincere. "Ah, I'm just teasing you, Grace." She wasn't comforted. Garrett said, "I want to show you something personal. Would you please give me a moment?" Grace reluctantly nodded and sat on the couch. He sat next to her with a book in hand and began turning pages. It was an old black and white picture of the Sandling Plantation before renovation. There was a child standing not far from the camera's focus. "This picture is not just of the plantation of my grandfather," Garrett said. "He left me the deed to the plantation when he died several years ago. I think he thought we were much alike. We thought big, but never had the resources to achieve his dreams. Grandpa took the high road, if you know what I mean. He would never dream of diminishing the vast plantation for money. But that was his mistake. I have been able to feed the restoration of this jewel by selling off the worthless parts. It perpetuates a living, just by being beautiful. If I lost all my money in the stock market, the plantation could take care of itself and me." Grace couldn't understand why he was telling her all of this. He moved closer, and he continued. "I started the Sons of the Confederacy group downstairs. I give basically the same speech every month. We meet in the same room. We talk about the same things. Do you know what we talk about, Grace?" Her face was blank. She kept looking at the door, envisioning leaving, with or without her shoes and keys. The long pause ended when she finally realized he wasn't going to talk until she answered robotically, "No, what do you talk about at these meetings?" He took a deep breath and said, "First, we talk about how our ancestors lost what should have been our legacy because of the Union. Second, many of our members share stories of how they found gold on their plantations that had been saved from the Union pillaging long ago by their Confederate predecessor. Every month there's a new story. Some have discovered gold in the walls, under the floorboards, and water wells, deep underneath the earth by a tree. One member found a map that promises the greatest treasure of the South." Grace perked up, but remained quiet. Garrett continued, "He hasn't told anyone about it because even though Southern men are brothers, money makes quick enemies. I'm the trusted one. I have the map for safekeeping. I have known about the map since before my mother died." The question in Grace's mind repeated itself over and over until it popped out of her mouth. "Why are you telling me this?" Garrett took a deep breath and with a serious face asked, "Have you seen a grander property in Georgia than the Grand Sandlin Plantation?" Grace shook her head no. "I know it from the history books that my ancestors who built this legacy were the richest in the county," Garrett said. "I know that it is in the Sandling blood to protect vigorously what is rightfully ours, or we would have not retained the farm until after the Civil War. The great question is, where is the Sandling wealth buried? Where is my legacy, Grace? It's bound to be greater than all the finds in the South. I'm frustrated, Grace. I want what is mine. When I want something, I stop at nothing till I get it. If you help me, I'll make you rich." He put one hand on Grace's knee and used the other to pull her to him in a kiss. Grace tightened her mouth in defiance. The door opened and a brunette woman walked in with a blonde, blue-eyed toddler in her arms. The woman froze at the scene of Garrett and Grace. Garrett broke the short kiss, stood straight up, and apologetically said, "Dee, I thought you were coming to visit your mother in the Carolinas." Dee used her foot to slam the door behind her after Garrett stepped into the hall. The noise startled the toddler, and he began to cry. Grace discreetly wiped her mouth with the back of her hands. Garrett opened the door to go out to talk to Dee in the hall, leaving the door slightly open. The boy cried louder as his mother yelled at Garrett. Grace realized the short blonde last night was not Dee, but some other unfortunate soul that had crossed paths with him. Grace walked closer to the door to listen. "Who is this one?" Dee demanded. "Is she just another one of your members having an emotional moment that you need to comfort? Why can you not stop playing women to gratify your lust?" Garrett was frantically shushing Dee while she spoke. The toddler calmed, allowing Grace to overhear him whisper, "Shh! Shh! Quiet! This one's very important to me." "I'm sure she is. They're always more important than us." Dee descended the stairs, shouting profanities and threats as she went. Grace opened the door to leave at the same time that Garrett grabbed the doorknob to enter. Grace said, "Garrett, I don't want to do this." "Do what? She's nobody, remember?" he soothed. "I'm helping her, but I don't love her. I told you about her. She gets offended when she sees me with other women. I told you that yesterday." Grace walked past him, shaking her head. He ran ahead and shut the metal gate, causing it to lock. "Grace, what about your shoes?" She waved him off. "Just add them to your collection." When Garrett didn't move from the gate, Grace said, "I think the women of Monroe are right. The toddler bears a strong resemblance to you, Garrett. Maybe Dee is upset because there is a commitment there that you neglect. It may be over for you, but obviously your responsibility is not." Garrett stood between Grace and the stairs. She could tell he was getting angry. With clenched teeth, he demanded, "You're not leaving. You did this last night. You sucked me in with your beauty, and then even more with the way you kissed me that first night. You are not going anywhere until I am finished." Grace's mouth dropped open. "You kissed me, remember? It was more passionate than what I was comfortable with. We had just met. That is why I ran that night. I don't think you are who you say you are. Your life is complicated and, well, so is mine. I don't want to do this with you. I am done." He grabbed her with both arms and pushed her into his apartment, locking the door behind them. He held her arms again. Grace screamed, "What are you doing? Let go of me!" She struggled to get free, but he threw her down on the couch, and the back of her head cracked against the wooden arm, opening her stitches. "You melted in my arms last night when we danced. You should have stayed," Grace yelled. "I was with who I wanted to be with at the ball." Garrett yelled, "You need to learn, like everyone else, that I get what I want. You don't know who you're dealing with. You will tell me what I want to know." Grace shook her head from side to side in horror of his anger. She could feel the wetness of blood on the back of her head from hitting the wooden arm on the couch. Grace screamed in his face. He grabbed her shoulders with both hands, shook her, knocking her head against the arm of the couch again. Grace thought of a plan. She meekly pleaded, "Stop, stop, you're hurting me." She touched the blood and showed him with her hand. She continued, "Can I stand up? I'll be good. I'll be good. I'll be good. What do you want to know?" Grace knew he must have done this before. She also knew if she did not act soon, she would be in a position from which she could not save herself. He removed himself from standing over her. She stood up in front of him, pretending to be dizzy and placing herself between Garrett and the door. In his temporary calm, he rubbed his eyes. Her breath was as quick as her dart to the door for her moment to flee. He opened his eyes to see her just as the door opened. Garrett used one of his long legs to kick the door shut against her fingers. She cried out in pain, cradling her hand. Grace feared the delight in his face. She cried and floundered, trying to obtain enough space between their bodies to use her knee or legs to push him away if she needed to. Where is the gold, Grace? I know you know where it is. She arched, pushing him off, creating the space she needed. Grace quickly grabbed a hold of his two shoulders for leverage, and with all of her energy, she brought up her knee forcefully into his groin. The contact was direct and hard. She realized they both stood frozen, shocked at the turn of events. She trembled as she yelled, I don't know anything about gold. I know now that you are the devil persecuting the stones. She watched the blood vessels pop out on his face. He let out a choked breath as he backed up, while bent over, holding himself. He disgusted her. Garrett blurted, You're dead. Grace's fear pumped energy into her limbs. She fisted her swollen hand and hit him between the top lip and the nose. The contact busted his lip and bloodied his nose. He fell back onto the glass coffee table, shattering it. He crumbled off the wooden frame of the table, face first onto the floor, landing on his knees. Grace's energy turned to fear as blood began to fill his dress shirt in the back. She held her head and stepped back, gathering her senses. She trembled from the adrenaline pumping through her veins. Garrett seemed to gain more power from his pain. You're dead, he gasped again. She escaped through the door and jumped over the gate. Grace didn't stop running until she slammed against her car to stop the momentum. It was parked under the carport with the keys still lost in Garrett's house. Boss got up on his feet and barked as soon as he saw her. He sniffed the air, whined, and paced back and forth in the back seat. His pacing body made it difficult to calm her nerves. She hot-wired the car, and it wouldn't start. She tried again, and the motor hesitantly turned. Her speed was equal to her disgust and disdain, but Grace began to realize Garrett's power and influence. He would find her. Her stomach churned. The drive home felt longer than it should have. The landscape became a blur as Grace increased her speed. Her head was pounding from the strain of the struggle. Her body ached. The miles between her and Ebenezer were too many. Grace jumped when lightning flashed across the sky, followed by rolling thunder. The adrenaline that had sustained her flight suddenly left her weak. She pulled over not far from the stone plantation, crawled out of the passenger side of the car, and painfully threw up just off the road in the trees. Boss barked and tried to get out of the window in protest. The clouds burst with moisture trickling down through the overhead leaves onto Grace. She rolled from her knees to her side next to a large tree, crying loudly as she released her disgust, fear, and panic. Her wailing overstimulated her sickened stomach to expand for air. She got up on her knees, again holding her hair back to throw up again. She emptied her stomach. The vomiting turned to dry heaves. Grace wiped her mouth, using the bottom of her thin, ripped shirt, and saw blood. She quickly deduced she was throwing up, blood from her nose running down the back of her throat. She leaned against the tree to rest. Her eyes were blurry, swollen, and tears continued. Boss's continued barking added to the pain and discomfort. Grace jumped when she heard the squeal of brakes and a car door slam. She opened her eyes, but only saw a blur in front of her Mustang. She crawled backwards frantically. Boss barked even more fiercely through the window of her car, but Grace's fear rendered her unable to flee any further. A man's voice yelled, Grace! Grace! Where are you? She couldn't bring her mouth to form words. She dry-heaved again. Her gasps for air drew his line of sight in her direction. His eyes met her through the trees. The vision of her wet hair, swollen eyes, red face, and bloody nose made Dustin spring toward her. He slowed himself, gently bending down to her level, scanning her red face, torn shirt, and disheveled, bloodied clothing. He stopped when he saw the blood in her hair and red marks on her arms. Dustin was afraid to touch her.
He scanned her for injury around her face, neck, and wrist as she wiped her eyes. He blurted out, "Let's get you out of here." He stood up, lifting her up with one arm behind her back and the other under her knees. He made no effort to protect his clothing from the blood. She winced and screamed in pain. He carefully lowered her back down to the forest floor. She continued to cry, painfully drawing breath as though there was not enough air. "Grace, what happened? Who did this?" She looked in his direction, but could not see. Her eyes were swollen, nearly shut from the pressure of her intense crying. She was glad she couldn't look into his eyes. She was disappointed with herself. He continued, "It was him, wasn't it? Was it the man you've been seeing? The man from the ball?" Dustin knew the answer by Grace's reaction. His face began to strain until it had turned completely red. She heard his rage through the trembling of his voice. Through clenched teeth, he demanded, "Where is he, Grace? Where does he work? Does he work there? Where can I find him?" Her breathing changed to quick pulses. She tried to stand. The world began to spin with a surge of darkness as her mind was seized with visions of Dustin and Garrett in a battle to the death. Her eyes rolled back into her head. She gasped. Dustin called her name repeatedly as the strength left her body. Dustin caught her as she collapsed. "Grace!" Chapter 24. The Secret of Ebenezer. The sound of crackling fire and the smell of wood smoke slowly brought Grace to consciousness. Her eyes opened. She acknowledged her surrounding as her bedroom. She was startled and cried out in pain when a clap of thunder attacked the sky. Quick bare footsteps clambered to her bedside. A warm protective smile met her eyes. "Dustin," she whispered. "Yes," he answered. "What do you need, Grace?" She suddenly remembered her last moments before falling unconscious. Grace couldn't think of anything to say. She didn't have the energy or will to explain. Tears burned as they escaped her eyes. She wanted nothing more than to erase all memory of Garrett. Dustin asked, "Are you hungry?" Grace explored her feelings and shook her head. "No." "You should at least drink some water. I'll put a glass here on your nightstand." Dustin gently sat her up on her elbow. He held the glass as she drank, then put the glass back as she fell onto the pillow. "I started a fire to take the chill from the air. It doesn't usually rain this long in Georgia. I've been listening to the storm for the last 6 hours or so." Grace loved him for his simple conversation about normal things that put distance between them and the elephant in the room. Dustin said, "I don't remember ever getting this much rain around here. Storms usually come quick, spouting thunder and lightning, then they leave as quick as they come. I always think of storms as strangers. The thunder bothers me like someone's angry and I've done nothing wrong. I guess you could say it's a reminder of what happened to us. I mean the plantation and the gold. Nevertheless, storms are good. They give the soil what it needs to produce good things. Does the thunder bother you?" She shook her head side to side and remained quiet. She felt her mind drift, with his words, away from the scenes of Garrett that flashed in her head like the lightning that lit the room. She grabbed the blankets and pulled them up. She turned away from him on her side and covered her head. Dustin watched her. "You must be cold. I'll put another log on the fire to get a better blaze." The storm in Grace's mind was as tumultuous as the one outside. Her thoughts moved from the reality of what had happened with Garrett to imaginations of the various degrees of what could have happened at his hand. Dustin returned to her side, holding out his hands to test if he could feel a difference in the heat. "You're going to hate this fire if the sun comes out, but try to enjoy the warmth now." His words echoed a different meaning for her thoughts to ponder. She would have to get out of the bed and face the rest of the day at some point. She turned over on her side to face him and whispered, "Dustin?" He rushed to her side, kneeled down, and answered, "Yes, I'm here." Grace was quiet again. She couldn't get her mind to form a sentence to match the thoughts and feelings that seemed to come up all at once. She held back the bursting emotions that threatened tears. She held closed the back of her throat. Grace searched for the one word that would help him understand. She closed her eyes and allowed the air to burst from her throat. "Scared." Dustin didn't know how to give her comfort. His desire to help left him searching for words. He looked over to the nightstand and grabbed the set of scriptures he had left in her room, hoping she would read. "In the best of times, the scriptures are always a joy to me, but when I'm lost, they always give me comfort. Can I read a few verses to you?" She looked at him and nodded. Dustin saw the pain in her eyes. He almost sat next to her on the bed, but instead put the scriptures down on the bed and grabbed a chair from by the fire. He leaned forward and let the book fall open to whatever page it would. In a soft voice he said, "I often let the pages fall open to a random scripture and read. It's as though I'm letting the Lord choose what I need to hear." He used his finger to drag the page. "Okay. So this is the book of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 3, from the Sermon on the Mount. 'Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted.'" Dustin flipped through again to read. "This is the book of Matthew again, chapter 9, verses 20. 'And behold, a woman which was diseased with an issue of blood 12 years, came from behind him, touched the hem of his garment. For she said within herself, If I may but touch his garment, I shall be whole. But Jesus turned him about, and when he saw her, he said, Daughter, be of comfort, thy faith has made thee whole. And the woman was made whole from that hour." Grace lay quiet, thinking about the verses. Dustin closed the book and carefully placed it back on the bedside table. "Grace, I don't know what happened, and I won't ask, but I need you to remember that the county police department is more like a gang than legal help. If you need to report anything..." Grace interrupted him. "I don't want to report anything. I just want to forget," whispered Grace. "If there is any justice to be done, I don't think you should forget it." "I took justice into my own hands, Dustin. I'm scared." She could hear him swallow and gasp for breath when he said, "Grace, is he dead?" She interrupted again, speaking with more energy. "Dead? No, Dustin, I didn't kill him, but I might have killed his chances for more children. And he might need dental work done, surgery for his broken nose, and many stitches in his arms and back. But other than that, he should live to plague women again, but not too soon." Dustin fought back a smile. He knew her well enough to know she was capable of what she described. He quietly thought about her answer, then said, "More children? He has children?" Fear was the first emotion that gripped Grace when she realized that she needed to tell him the whole story. She feared what Dustin would think of her, then what he might do to Garrett. It should have been mutual trust and friendship that persuaded her to divulge the whole story. Instead, it was the adulation of Dustin's worried face and trembling voice when he found her in the woods that convinced her to reveal what happened. Grace sat up and cleared her throat. She decided to ask, "Would you like to know everything?" He didn't answer. She was puzzled at the pause Dustin gave to her question. He seemed indecisive, but then at last he simply nodded. Grace sat up again, taller. She reached for the water that he brought quickly to her hands. She returned the glass and tried to summarize the long story. He saw the difficulty she had mustering energy and courage to speak. He asked her to scoot over. He pulled back the blankets and sat next to her, with his arms around her and her back laying into his chest. He adjusted the blankets and asked, "Does this help?" She nodded. As she began, Grace was careful not to paint herself in the light of innocence. She wanted to relay her feelings with the details of complete honesty. Dustin rubbed his chin with his right hand. She sat up and turned to look at him. His fingers were up against his cheek, squishing his face forward. Grace looked away as she continued. Dustin continued to switch positions as he found it harder to hear the story. He sat back with his arms folded and his right leg bouncing. Grace had explained the group Garrett started, the Sons of the Confederacy, and their quest to find lost gold. She told him every detail of Garrett's careful behavior. She told him of their first kiss at sunset and hearing bosses bark. Grace recalled every word and interaction since she met Garrett. She described the recent event in detail as only a writer could. The violent struggle in his room on the 4th floor of the Playboy's mansion. She finished by describing all that she remembered sitting on the forest floor. "That's when you found me," she concluded. Dustin was sitting forward with his hands over his face. She added, "I know what you must think of me." Dustin's face was red. "What I must think of you? You think this is your fault, don't you? You think because you liked his attention and fell for his plan that this is somehow your fault? He deceived, hurt you, opening your stitches, and vowed to kill you?" He rose to his feet and began to pace. "You were his next victim. He must have been planning it from the moment he saw you. I can guarantee that he has done this with countless other women. Dee must have been the first one to stand up to him and make him take responsibility for his son. I can imagine his lies about paying for a baby that wasn't his really got to you. Oh, he is good. He made you feel like he was some sort of rare, lonely hero looking for the right girl. He made you feel like, that you were that special girl. Just when he thought he had you, you surprised him with the opposite reaction that he wanted. He pounced, and you were trapped. I don't understand how a girl like you could have fallen for his obvious well-set lies." Dustin dashed back to her bedside. He was disappointed in her naivety. So he asked, "Tell me, what was it about him that you liked the most?" Grace followed Dustin's line of thinking and realized Garrett should be in jail. The reason no other woman had come forward was that Garrett made the police. And the women believe he was the victim. Grace looked at Dustin and was afraid to answer what came to her mind. Dustin realized he sounded as though he were chastising her for Garrett's skills in deception. He softened his tone. "I'm sorry for raising my voice, Grace. I'm so sorry for what happened to you. I'm angry. Garrett needs to go to jail." "Wait, no. I want to answer your question." "Oh, no, Grace. I don't really want to know. You fell victim to him. It's as easy as that." Grace didn't back down. "I liked Garrett when he was kind, charming, noble, and handsome, and romantic. The qualities I loved about him are the ones I have found in you. He reminded me of you, Dustin. He reminded me of you." His eyes shifted to hers. He looked with a puzzled brow. "What?" he asked. Her humiliation could not be worse, so she decided to divulge her feelings more. "You are the man he pretends to be, Dustin. Only he uses the facade to lure naive women like me to take advantage of them. You didn't even have to try, and you had me following you across the country, ready to fight for a plantation. I'm so terribly naive that I believed that you were falling for me, like I had for you. When I realized I was wrong about your feelings, well, the truth is, I just need to toughen up and learn that people are not always as they seem. I'm so stupid. Grace curled into herself and sobbed. Dustin sat still and quiet, with his elbows on his knees and his head hanging down. He jerked to his feet and briskly walked to the fire, poked at the coals and added another log. He walked to the couch in front of the fire and sat. Grace pulled the blanket over her head. She felt vulnerable in her openness. Her humiliation made her feel completely naked. She felt the need to go back to Colorado and stay inside her focused bubble of education. Her mind led her through the motions of packing and leaving in the morning. Grace jumped at the bold sound of Dustin's voice next to her bed. "Grace?" She drew the blanket down with one hand, pulling her hair over her face in a static mess. Her lethargic behavior only fueled what Dustin wanted to say. He knelt by the side of the bed and grabbed her lifeless hand. "Grace?" he asked. Remaining still, she answered with a grunt. I was wondering," he continued. His pause left room for Grace to mumble. "What?" "Can I take you out for dinner tonight?" "Not hungry." He took a deep breath. "I would really like to take you out," he pleaded. Grace brushed the hair from her face. "I don't need your pity, Dustin. I get you. You feel sorry for me. Plus, I'm obviously not well in every way possible." Dustin became frustrated and stood up, dropping her hand. He took a step back to sit in the chair, but missed and fell on the floor. Grace moved her hair to see him on the floor. Embarrassed, he yelled, "I don't feel sorry for you, Grace. I want to go out with you on a date, a real date. What I felt before and what I feel now for you is more than just friends. Please, this is all my fault. If I would have acted upon my feelings, you would have not gone out with him. Please, let me take you out." Her shock created a delay between her hearing and understanding. "What? You want to take me out on a date?" she asked. Dustin sat on the chair. "That's what I said. I'll probably ask you out again tomorrow, and ultimately for church next Sunday, since we couldn't go today, and for that day after that, until I've proven myself to you." "Did you hit your head when you fell just now?" Grace asked. He chuckled and shook his head. Grace paused to think about the last few minutes and carefully asked, "Well, what about the day after that?" Dustin smiled. "Don't push it." She smiled, let out a soft laugh. It brought a tiny twinkle to her eye, which gave Dustin some relief. Grace could tell he wanted to say more, but held back. After a moment, Dustin cheerfully said, "Well, I would expect you would like to rest and then freshen up for our date." Surprised, Grace said, "Oh, you really meant tonight, like now? Well, I know you've slept for 6 hours, but haven't eaten. Grammy put on a roast for supper tonight. We could go to Monroe." Grace quickly answered, "I'd like to stay in, away from any chance I might see Garrett." He quickly replied, "Oh, yes, of course. Although I have to admit I wouldn't mind running into him." His clenched fist made her feel safe and complimented. She flipped off the covers, scooted to the side of the bed, and had taken 2 steps toward the bathroom when she tipped to one side and grabbed the post at the end of the bed to steady herself. Dustin said, "Whoa! Maybe you're not ready? Here, sit down on the bed. I think you should take some time, getting a hot bath and feeling whole. I'll bring you a glass of juice, maybe some toast to puck you up." She steadied herself. Dustin put his arm around her and walked her to the bathroom. Grace thanked him. He whispered, "Take your time. Can you walk on your own?" Grace nodded. He added, "When you're ready, we can meet in the old slave house next to the kennel. I'll go and get toast and juice." He kissed her forehead, holding the kiss for longer than expected, and walked away. Grace closed the door, smiling, and stood still, repeating the reality of what had just occurred. She suddenly became anxious to wash away Garrett's germs. Dustin brought her juice and toast. He placed it on the side table by her bed and ran downstairs to the kitchen. He grabbed a bag and filled it with cheese, crackers, fruit, and homemade bread and jam. Grammy walked in the kitchen in time to see him run outside with the bag. She smiled and said to herself, "Iris, it looks like you're making late dinner tonight." Then answered herself, "Well, I do like a poached egg from time to tide me over." Then she answered again, "Oh, that sounds so nice, thank you." She giggled and disappeared around the corner to fetch her shoes and check for eggs under the chickens. Within an hour, Grace arrived in the kitchen looking for Dustin. She turned toward the sound of Boss's barking from his kennel. She heard a car and looked through the parlor window. Slowly driving down the tree-lined entry was Garrett's sports car. Fear struck her legs with flight. She ran upstairs to her room and shut and locked the door. Panicked, Grace darted to the window with a view to the backyard and saw Dustin come out of the back slave house and walk to the front. Her heart beat too fast to properly breathe. She made a deliberate move to her door, unlocked it, and ran down the hall north of the stairs by the veranda to listen. She couldn't hear anything. She silently opened the porch door, slipped outside on the veranda to listen. Thunder rolled across the sky in the distance. Moisture had collected into a large, billowy cloud, which began to sprinkle lightly with a promise for more. Dustin's voice yelled out, "I can't believe it! You have the nerve to show up here? Where have you been? It has been years, Timothy Sandlin. You look like $1,000,000. Grace gasped and retreated back. She didn't even realize she was speaking out loud when she said, "Garrett is his best friend, Timothy Sandling." The thoughts that screamed through her mind made her realize that Tim must have been using her to try to find Dustin's family fortune hidden on the stone plantation. He is the man persecuting them, and Dustin doesn't know Tim is Garrett, she thought. It was dark at the ball, and Tim was wearing a mask. Grace had not given herself time to think of the whole picture until now. She mumbled through her teeth, "He burned down my house." She walked softly and carefully toward the banister to get a look. Tim said, "Yeah, a friend of mine down the lumber shop told me you were in town. I had to come see you." Grace peeked over the banister and saw Dustin's hand on Tim's shoulder as he shook his hand. She felt a stitch of pain in her head, gasped, and retracted back. She slowly moved inside the house and painfully scurried back to her room. Once inside, she locked the door again and looked out the back window. Boss was inside his kennel, barking and sniffing. She took the back stairs and snuck outside to open Boss's kennel. The rain began to fall with little or no space between the drops. She watched as Boss ran forcefully to the front of the home. Grace made her way back to the house and back to the third-floor front veranda. She could hear vicious snarling, tearing of fabric, and screaming. Dustin's horrified response screamed above the cries and tearing of flesh. "Run to your car and get to a hospital," cried Dustin. Grace burst into tears. She watched as Tim's car sped away from the plantation. She went down the back stairs to the kitchen where she could see Dustin locking Boss's kennel. He yelled, "Boss, you attacked my only childhood friend. What am I going to do with you? You really hurt him." He stood with his hands hanging on the fence of the kennel, watching Boss growl and pace. He turned and slid down the fence to sit on the ground in the rain, his head in his hands. Grace moved toward the door, wanting to comfort him. Dustin turned around on his knees and prayed. Grace hesitated, but the screen door banged to announce her presence. Dustin looked stressed, but he cleared his face and smiled at Grace. "You're up. You look better. How do you feel?" He ran to her under the dry canopy of the back veranda. Grace burst into tears. "What? Grace, what's wrong?" Did you see what happened?" he asked. She cried and said she was sorry. He hugged her, rubbed her back, and caressed her hair. He stepped back and said, Wait a minute. Boss was in his kennel when I came out a while ago. Did you let him out?" Grace confessed and cried another apology for the trouble. He was troubled, but responded reasonably. "It's okay, Grace. It isn't your fault that Boss attacked Tim. Maybe running into too many trees has finally caused him to snap. Do you think we should go to the hospital to check on him? I should have taken him myself." Grace continued to hold tight to Dustin, shaking her head no. She knew she had to tell him the awful truth. His anger diminished as his concern leaned toward her needs instead of Tim's. He rested his cheek upon her head. Her hair was perfumed and clean. She wore a long-sleeved plaid shirt and a white sweater. Her dark hair was beautiful as a contrast against the white. He whispered, "You look and smell beautiful. You must be weak from not eating. I brought out some food to share with you at my favorite little slave house. I started a fire. It's warm. Do you want to go?" She nodded, and he led her to the light rain, to the small house next to the kennel. He prompted her to sit on the floor by the fire, where he had a tray of food and drink ready for them. He sat down next to her, grabbed her hand, and offered a prayer. He offered thanks for Grace's safety and prayed for Tim. He asked for the knowledge to know what to do with Boss for his behavior. He asked for a blessing on Grace and the food. He thanked God for the guests that stayed the night and left this morning. He concluded with more gratitude and asked for direction and help. Grace thanked him for the prayer and quietly pondered if now was the time to tell him that Tim, his childhood friend, was the same man who attacked her. She concluded that it would help him feel better about Boss. He might regret stopping the attack and feel a little justified for training Boss to protect. Silence grew to anticipation as they ate. Grace spoke first. "Thank you." "You're welcome. Are you hurting? Do you think you'll be okay?" Grace replied, "I'm only hurting in here." She pointed at her heart. "And occasionally my head hurts. I took some ibuprofen after I ate the toast you left me, and I am feeling better." Dustin said, "I noticed blood in your hair when I carried you to the car from the woods. How are those stitches? Do you want me to check them?" Grace nodded. Dustin sat behind her and parted her hair gently to find the stitches. "Oh my," he whispered. "What do they look like?" she asked in horror. He gasped. "Oh my. Ew. That is, oh my." Grace turned and looked up at him and saw a smile on his face. She laughed and smacked his leg for teasing her. He said, "They are swollen, and they're red, but they look like they'll be okay.
Just keep dirt out of it, Try not to let anyone bang your head against stuff. Grace shook her head and smiled. I'll have to work on that one. Seems to happen to me quite often. She picked up a cracker and nibbled it, following it with a drink from her goblet of sparkling cider. Dustin sat next to her thinking about his bleeding friend in the driveway. He said, I was so excited to see Tim. He looked really well. Grace questioned, You haven't seen him in a long while, though, right? He looked good the last time I saw him. He has less muscle now than he did years ago, but he looks more like a distinguished gentleman. I bet he still goes to the same church and has a great family. The image of punching Garrett in the lip and seeing it bleed flashed through Grace's mind. Did Boss hurt him bad? Dustin's voice was concerned. He tore the sleeve off of his arm. I saw a deep gash. When Boss bit and tore his front pocket, Tim turned, and I could see that there was blood on the back of his shirt, too. It all happened so fast. I should call the hospital and check on him. Grace coughed, choked, and stood up. I need some air, gasped Grace. She walked outside, holding her head, so coughing wouldn't hurt so much. Dustin followed and said, Grace, what can I do to help you right now? She sighed and said, Just give me time, Dustin. I know I'll heal. I'll be okay. I just have too much on my mind. Dustin looked off in the direction of his trail in the woods and got an idea. How about you and I take a walk up the Savannah River? It's peaceful, and we can talk about, well, us. Grace said, yeah, the rain has stopped. I could go on a walk, sure. The cool air helps me breathe, and maybe we could bring Boss. Dustin started walking in the house and said, Let me go tell Grammy, and I'll find out what time supper will be ready. He disappeared inside the house. Grace walked over to Boss's kennel and said, Thank you, Boss. You're a good boy. I love you. You're my guardian angel. She put her hand through the fence and scratched his head and ears. She took a deep breath, then jumped at the sound of the screen door slamming. Dustin said, I don't want to bring Boss on the walk up the river. Grace protested. She wanted to defend Boss. He's a protector. I might just need him. Who knows what wild animals are lurking in the woods? Wild animals are exactly why we don't want to bring him with us. And I can protect you. He described the day he tried to get Boss to come back home after the fat dog chased a rabbit for 2 hours. Boss ended up on the ground, curled up and whining. He was too tired to walk home. I'm still troubled at the fact he attacked my buddy Tim. No, Boss stays in his kennel for the rest of the day. Who knows? Tim may call the authorities and enforce us to euthanize him. Grace scratched her canine friend on the head, made kissing noises, and sweetly said, Goodbye, Boss. She turned to Dustin and followed his outstretched hand, bidding her to come to the path adjacent to the river. How's Grammy? She asked. She's resting and letting the crock pot do all the cooking, Dustin said. She said we'd eat about 8 'cause she forgot to put it on in time to eat at 6. She agreed it'd be great for our appetite to go on a walk. So we have several hours to kill before we're due for supper. Grace asked, What about the rain? What rain? It's barely a sprinkle. The air is clean and cool. Besides, the trees will keep us covered. You have a sweater. Do you not want to go? I just don't want to get wet. It feels nice. I'll be fine. Grammy is so sweet to cook for us again. She is a great cook. She makes everything taste so special. Like memories are the main ingredient. I don't know. Maybe it's just being here on your plantation. It feels like everything from history is suspended here, still living in the shadows of the present.
Ebenezer feels like it holds secrets. Dustin smiled, hearing her love for his home. You have a way with words, Grace. Grammy insists on keeping everything authentic with the antique furniture and curtains. I miss having a fireplace when I lived elsewhere, but I love walking into the door of our house and smelling the wood smoke. I bet if you could test for it, the doctors would find it in my blood. Grace laughed at his cheerful attitude. He had a clever wit that hit her the right way. Grace stared at him as he shared what he loved about his home. Her thoughts pulled her back to see the past 2 weeks as a whole. She knew she had fallen for Dustin since the day they met. She had suppressed action to protect her own heart against rejection. Dustin's rejection was the catalyst that allowed her heart to be vulnerable to Tim's lies. Grace knew she could be content with only having Dustin's friendship. She could love him as her dear friend and be grateful. But her hopes and curiosity were piqued with his confession of wanting to be more than friends. The air had an invigorating chill that smelled deliciously green because of the rain. As they walked up the trail that Dustin had forged from riding his horse, he said, The woods feel like home as much as my house. Much of my deeper epiphanies were attained riding my horse through the old moss-filled oaks and maples. He slowed his walk to turn and look at Grace. You know, every time I walk through these trees, I can't help but get a clearer picture of my life. It's like magic. I spent much of my time riding up the river when I needed to make a decision. They continued walking. Grace pondered on the times she needed to make choices. It may sound odd, but I get more clarity when I'm writing a story about someone else. It just appears easier to know what someone else should do. But when it's my life, my problems, I'm clueless. The day I met you, I decided to write my own story to figure out my path in life. Dustin said, That makes sense. I actually agree that it's easier to pull the mote out of someone else's eye, but we can't see the beam in our own. Yeah, it didn't get far, though. I mean, I was able to describe my pathetic life, but I didn't know how to get past it, or change it, or begin living. In her mind, she continued to think, until I met you and began to write our story. Dustin said, I think you did it, and you helped me too. Our friendship helped me break the lonely chain of solitude. He stopped, turned to Grace to face him, and looked in her eyes. Finding you and allowing your help made all the difference in my life. Grace added, and in mine. Dustin was at a loss of what to say next. He wanted to say more, but the words he should have said would not escape his lips. He shuddered. Yeah, well, as far as your writing goes, you need to write more now that all your other stories are up in smoke. Grace said, Well, not entirely. I have them on my computer and the newspaper archive. But someday I'd like to put them in a book of short stories for my children. Dustin asked, You have children? She laughed. He smiled, enjoying the perk in her mood. Before they knew it, their conversation had taken them nearly 1 mile up the bank of the Savannah River from home. The air was cool. The sky was filled with heavy clouds. The wind picked up, rolling the clouds in thunder. Dustin whispered, Grace, look. He pointed to a group of deer about 100 feet away, running toward them. Her face was captured in awe. The deer slowed and began grazing. Dustin guided them slowly toward the deer. He put his finger up to his own lips to quiet her. Grace was focused on the deer and didn't notice the long, dead tree covered with leaves in front of her. She ran into it and fell forward. Her hands caught the brunt of her weight. Dustin picked her up under her shoulders. As he brought her up, he grabbed her hands and asked, "That was amazing. How you caught yourself. Are you all right?" She grimaced. Grace held her breath and then let it out quickly. "I will be—" She slipped one of her hands away from his to hold her side. She exhaled and forced her shoulders back, standing straight and tall. Her eyes were shut tight as she endured the pain quietly. He embraced her, rubbing her back with his hands. "Oh, Grace, I'm sorry I keep getting hurt. We should head back." She replied, No, I'm okay. I'll be okay." He backed up and grabbed her hand and said, "I'd better hold on to you, or you might just turn into a clumsy ninja again." They quietly walked through the fallen leaves toward the deer. A large group looked up at them and stood frozen amid the brown, orange, and red leaves. It was a postcard picture. Grace whispered, "Listen." Dustin looked up and replied, "It's the rain. It's coming through the trees." The deer heard the rain change. The herd stopped eating the grass and looked straight at Dustin and Grace. Grace whispered, "How many of them do you think there are?" Dustin shook his head and said, "I don't know, 50. Both the deer and the couple stood frozen in awe of one another. Grace looked at Dustin, and a slow smile rose to her face, causing her cheeks to blush. Dustin noticed that there was something in her eyes that made him feel full of energy, but the sight of her and the magical moment of the deer standing still taught him that there are moments in life that are so rare that being still is the only way to take it in. But then he thought about the moments he had already lost by not moving. He visibly became impatient with his inner parental voice that dutifully restrained him from love. The moments lingered in his mind, marrying regret with resolve to change. He took an abrupt step behind Grace to put his arms around her with his face in her hair, but his quick movement sent the deer northward. He spun her around to face him. Their breath took form through the chill in the air. He looked at her with tenacity. Grace tilted her head and gave him a quizzical brow with a cheesy smile. Dustin had a serious look in his eyes. He wanted to kiss her, but feared what it would begin. He was still not good at dealing with romantic feelings, despite his changing heart. He blushed, realizing how intuitive Grace might be at reading his feelings. Still, Dustin gave in to his energy. He hugged her around the waist, then placed one hand under her legs and the other behind her back. He lifted her up and spun her around. Grace laughed. Dustin let her down slowly. He embraced her, whispering apologies in her ear and kissing her hair. She assured him she was fine. When Dustin let go of her, she shivered. Dustin asked with concern, "I'm sorry. You make me feel an energy I don't know what to do with. Are you cold?" Grace admitted, "Well, when you let me go, your warmth left too, but I'm feeling more sore than chilly." Dustin put an arm around her and began walking back to the plantation. He said, "That was an amazing walk, wasn't it?" Grace looked at him. "It was, and is. It feels good to be with you, Dustin." Dustin's eyes probed the moment, hoping to find an escape before his lips would give in to hers. He held back. Not knowing what else to do, he tried to talk through his awkwardness. "Yeah, we better head back. It's raining harder. We're about, an hour walk or 30-minute run from home?" He felt disappointed to put an end to their adventure. "What?" Grace exclaimed. "It feels like we just left." I think we just left after 5:30 and we're walking slowly." She quickly asked, "Dustin, what time is it now? It's getting darker from the rain clouds, but the sun should set soon, right?" Dustin tried consoling her by saying, It'll be okay. I'm sure it's only about 7:30. We stopped to talk a lot along the way. We probably haven't walked as far as we think. Remember, I used to ride my horse along the river before breakfast. This is the very route I used to take. I know it well. I used to go much farther than this. Besides, it's going to be a full moon tonight. If we don't make it back before dark, the rain will pass soon and we should still be able to see well enough to make it home. We shouldn't get very wet under the thick canopy of trees. She couldn't help but feel calm when Dustin was confident at her side. He reached out his hand for hers and raised his eyebrows twice. She smiled and put her hand in his. He squeezed and kissed her hand. Grace was weary, but Dustin's new expressions of affection fed her energy stores. The air cooled as the sun began to go down behind the trees. When it peeked through the clouds, it cast rays of yellow brilliance through the canopy of branches. Grace began to walk quicker as the light disappeared. She walked a little ahead as though she were dragging Dustin along. She laughed at herself, remembering a wedding topper she had seen at a local cake shop years ago. The bride was dragging the groom down the aisle to be married. A tinge of guilt brought back the memory of her seemingly cheating heart with Garrett. She felt sick at the fear of his retribution. She thought to herself, "Is now the time to tell Dustin how his best childhood friend, Timothy, is Garrett? The one who hurt me, and the man behind his persecution?" Grace shivered in revulsion as she thought about Garrett's affections and his tasteless, manipulative speeches and behavior. She felt disgusted with herself to have been sucked into his facade. She cringed as she remembered standing on the balcony of his plantation, looking out at his perfectly pristine property and wanting him. She couldn't get the moment out of her head. Garrett had moved closer to her, sweeping the curls from her face while she was looking away. She remembered looking at him and seeing a strange determination in his eyes before he slowly seduced her. He had fooled her into thinking it was her he wanted. Before the moment with him on the balcony, her love for Dustin and his rejection had left her frozen. She would not console herself in the truth that it was Dustin's aversion to her that led her to Garrett. Her heart ached. She questioned her own intelligence at falling for Garrett's long, sad story, twisted up in his smooth, slow-talking Southern accent. Grace's mind kept repeating over and over again the different moments with Garrett. It overwhelmed her, and she wanted to immediately stop and tell Dustin everything. She began to feel sick. Dustin grew concerned about Grace's worried face and mistakenly attributing it to her concern about getting home quickly. They were about 200 feet from the clumsy ninja tree and within 100 feet of the river, walking south. Grace walked backward and turned to Dustin, calling him a slowpoke. Then she said, "Dustin, I think I'm ready to talk about—" Suddenly, the ground under their feet gave way. Dustin started to slip, but he swiftly jumped to the left. Their clasped hands broke apart painfully as Grace disappeared from sight before he could react. Grace fell 12 feet straight down in the cold, damp dirt of what appeared to be a hole. Her knees buckled under the hard fall, causing her to land on her butt and fall back on her hands. Grace held her breath with her head turned to the side as more dirt and debris fell in on her. Something very heavy grazed her head and fell to the ground next to her. Dustin called for Grace as he backed up to wait for the ground to stop caving. "Grace! Grace! Can you hear me?" She was afraid to answer for fear of breathing in the dusty debris and what seemed to be the smell of wet, mossy old wood still settling in the air. Dustin heard her cough and instantly felt relief. She was alive. "Grace, I'm going to go get something to get you out," she screamed. "Wait, wait." and heaved as though she might throw up from breathing the thick, dirty air. She used her left hand to push herself up from the pile of dirt that buried her, but her lack of strength and intense pain in her side caused her to fall back down. She tried to use her hands to catch herself, but her momentum threw her backward from a sitting position to flat on her back. She cried and screamed in pain. "Oh! Oh! Oh! Dustin!" The sensation of a hard metal object pulsed under her palm. In her panic, she feared it had pierced through. "I'm right here, Grace. Let me go get help." "No!" she yelled and inhaled too quickly, then turned to the side to gag from the thick, musty air. She coughed, gagged, and threw up. Dustin knew if he jumped down, he might land on her, or worse, be stuck in the hole and unable to get help. He lay on the ground, pleading with her to allow him to leave. Grace began to assess the damage of her body. With great effort, she folded her knees over to the side, bearing her weight on her right hip, while she felt the object in her hand. She was almost completely in the dark. The sun was throwing its last bit of light horizontally in the sky. She knew they certainly would not make it home before nightfall now. Grace whimpered as she felt her hand. A hard, circular object was clinging to her palm. She peeled it from her skin, then closed and opened her hand repeatedly. There was no moisture on or around her hand, so she quickly deduced it was not bleeding. She bent her wrist, checking for any kind of pain that would indicate a break. Grace looked up toward the opening of the hole and called to Dustin. "My hand! I think it's only a sprain." Grace cried through the smile, which made it sound as though she was laughing. Dustin yelled back, Are you bleeding? Is there anything else hurting?" She stuck the object in her pocket to look at it later, and began to get out from under the dirt and rise to her feet. He yelled again, "Answer me, Grace! Are you bleeding? How deep is that hole?" As soon as she put weight on her left knee, she winced in pain. So sharp, she felt nauseous. "Ow!" "Grace!" Dustin was impatient as he waited for her replies. She tried to stand, wobbling her way to her feet. She reached up towards Dustin, whose silhouette instantly calmed her. "Can you see my hands?" Relieved, Dustin reached for her. "Yes, I see them. They're too far down to reach." He put both fists to his head, squeezing his eyes shut, prayed for help. He quickly opened his eyes and shouted, "I have an idea. I'll be right back." She yelled back, "Hurry back, Dustin, please. Please hurry." He ran back about 200 feet to try to drag the old tree that Grace had fallen over. Grace could see clearer as she stood and positioned herself out of the dust-ridden beam of light that weakly penetrated from the top of the hole. She shivered at the thought of bugs, mice, and possibly snakes, and rubbed her own arms for comfort. She repeated to herself that she would be okay. Through the dim light, Grace noticed that the hole had a distinct-looking wall on the right. She reluctantly stuck out her trembling hand to feel. She pulled it back twice before she finally allowed her hand to touch it. It was moist and rough. As she moved her hand across the wall, to her astonishment, she realized she was feeling an intended wall. The wall was stacked with wide, long logs, braced by thick, wide beams, minus the one that grazed her head. An underground log cabin? She asked herself. Must be old, she whispered. Wow. She realized it was probably a trap for animals set by hunters. Still standing, she limped through the dirt to the left side and felt the wall, which was also logs and beams. Curiously, Grace turned around and limped in the opposite direction of the cave-in, expecting to feel a north wall capping the space. She kept feeling along the wall with her hand and had limped 15 steps
before she was sufficiently convinced that it was not a room, but a tunnel. Grace marveled, thinking about the legends of underground tunnels that freed slaves. She had only seen it in movies and read about it in history books. She felt a sense of comfort that she might be in a tunnel that provided freedom. Grace was startled when she felt moisture dripping on her face. She hobbled back to the cave-in, where she could still see a little light coming in. "Dustin? Dustin! Are you there? Dustin!" she called. She felt in her pocket for the object that she had landed on and tried to look at it in the last of the light. It was covered with dirt, but she could tell it was a coin of some kind. She wondered why it was there and how old it was. She wiped at the moisture that was trickling down into her eyes and saw it was blood. A rush of fatigue washed over her. She dropped down on her right side, the only side that didn't hurt, and rubbed the coin as she sat and worried. She suddenly became dizzy and lay down on her arm for a pillow. Dustin had finally arrived, dragging the hollow tree at 1 foot per pull. He called for Grace to let her know he was inserting the log, but she did not call back. He quickly pushed the branch into the hole, diagonally, sliding it from the cave-in on the north side until he felt it reach the ground about 7 feet beyond where Grace had fallen. "Grace! You need to wake up, Grace!" he yelled. He left 4 feet of the log sticking out of the top. Dustin dropped to his knees, briefly catching his breath, exhausted. He stepped on the log at the opening of the hole. He hugged it while lowering himself slowly backward. As he got down into the hole, he released his legs from the log and lowered himself hand over hand until the tips of his toes could not feel dirt. He slipped off, scratching up his hands, and got on his hands and knees to feel for Grace. "Grace? Grace!" It was now dusk, and there was not enough light from above to give even the smallest hint of light inside the hole. "Grace!" He found her, wet hair first, and then her face. Dustin pulled her up into his lap and tried to wake her. He felt a trickle of moisture ooze onto his arm that supported her head. He took his other hand, touched the wetness, and tasted it. It was blood. He ripped off a portion of his white undershirt and felt around on her head to find the wound. He applied direct pressure to what felt like a bump with a gash in it. Dustin regretted not bringing his new phone. He could have used it for light. He continued to call her name. "Grace, come on. Grace, please, wake up." He prayed, invoking the name of the Lord for help. When he was done, he kissed her forehead and found himself crying from the strength of the spirit he felt during his prayer. He felt a brightness of hope in his heart that testified she'd be okay. Dustin decided not to move her. He knew head wounds bleed abundantly and wanted to first form a clot. He didn't know the extent of her injuries. The events since he met Grace came piling on him all at once. Each second that went by seemed like an hour as his memory played moments with Grace too acutely for his heart to hold steady. He closed his eyes and remembered when he first saw her open the door to let him in to use the phone. He smiled, thinking about Grace laughing when she frightened him with the roar of her Mustang, rescuing him on the side of the road. He remembered how she twirled around in the dresses at the mall. He recalled their slow dance in Denver when he nearly kissed her. Dustin allowed his memories to play on. Her sense of humor and courage had lifted him. She had saved him and cared for him in so many ways. Though their circumstances were dire, the clarity of his emotions made his courage rise. He couldn't imagine himself without her. He whispered aloud, "I know now. I love her."
Dustin wiped the tears that had fallen down his face with his hand and contemplated the thought. He whispered louder, "I do. I love you, Grace." He placed his face gently next to hers. Fear led his thoughts to the possibility of his future without her. Dustin began sobbing in regret. His face turned red as he held back the sounds of pain that swelled up inside of him. His tears ran off in a steady stream onto Grace's face. The wall that he had built around his heart melted. Dustin had not cried tears since the death of his parents when he was 12. He remembered not believing they were dead because the caskets were closed. Before the trouble started, he and his grandmother had many years of peace. Those were the sweetest years of his life. Dustin learned from his grandmother to love God and become truly converted to Jesus. His thoughts reflected back on Grace and her belief in Jesus. "Oh, Grace, I hope to see you baptized in the Savannah River someday, and I know you believe, but I didn't nurture you enough. I was afraid of falling in love with you. The truth is, I already had." Guilt left him feeling like a coward. Why do I hold back? It's my fault. Oh, Grace, it's all my fault. Pain choked his voice as he verbally gave admonition to his guilt. Lack of courage to pursue you, the woman I love, prevented me from teaching you further in the gospel. That isn't the worst. I made you feel rejected. I pushed you away. If I didn't hold back, you would not have been abused by Garrett." He wept in the pure sorrow of regret. A small voice asked, "Is it still raining?" Dustin cried her name through tears. "Grace!" She answered with a weak voice, "Dustin." He brought her up to his neck, sobbing and laughing in her neck. "I can't breathe," she managed to choke out. Dustin put her back down and spoke through his tears. Sorry. How do you feel now?" Grace whispered, "Weak, thirsty. Where are we?" Dustin quickly answered, "We are together." He was unable to see the large smile that drew across her face, then dropped in despair. She panicked, realizing they were both now in the hole, and tried to get up. Did you get hurt?" She quickly grabbed her head and laid back down. Dustin whispered back, "We are safe. I have you. But I think you need to stay awake for a while. You hit your head or something hit you, and I don't want to lose you. I don't want you to lose consciousness again." "Again?" she cried. He consoled her, saying, "Well, when I came back with the tree—" "Tree?" she interrupted. He shushed her. "It was your ninja tree," he said, trying to laugh. "You were passed out, and I was worried, and I came down here to get you. I think we have to get out together, but each on our own strength. I can't carry you up this fragile log. I figured out. I just need to get you out of this hole." His voice seemed to echo when he said hole. Her mind was spinning. She was falling asleep again, listening to his last word echo. The confusion made her feel ill. She managed to mumble, No, it's a tunnel." Grace began to fade again. She stiffened and grabbed his arms and exclaimed, "Dustin, help me! I'm falling!" He felt another gush of tears and pulled his lips in between his teeth to cut off all sound to the back of his throat. Grace lost consciousness again. Dustin's mind twirled in thought. He loved her, and he felt desperate to figure out how to help her. He let his heart plead for help in silent prayer. Looking up, he saw the last of the orange sunset through the tops of the autumn-kissed yellow and red trees. He surprisingly felt warm. He couldn't decide if it was from all the work dragging the tree or if it was from holding Grace close to him and not having to let her go because of his pride. Her words repeated in his mind. Dustin gasped. "Tunnel? She said tunnel." To be continued in Book 2, The Ebenezer Plantation, Curse of Coveting Stones, located in the next video. This is Julia Kennedy, author and reader of The Ebenezer Plantation, Stone of Help. Stay with me on this adventure as the past and present come to a head when Grace and Dustin meet their enemy face to face in the tunnel.